Hello everyone, welcome back. So from this video onwards we'll start building a code share application from scratch. So let's get started by first creating the next application. So I'm just going to create using the create next app command. So let's name this as code share. Okay, so we want the TypeScript ESLint tailwind says by default I'm just going to accept the recommended options. Okay, so let's wait for it to initialize. So let's wait till this project gets created. Okay, so it's almost done. So now let me open this in the VS Code. Okay, so I've just opened this and let me run this application. So let's just see the default application how it's going to look like. Okay, so fine, so I'm just going to so fine, so this is the default application. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a simple text area, which is we're going to showcase in the home page. So for that I'm just going to create here the new folder. So for now let's just name it as components, and here I'm just going to name this component as code.tsx, and inside this I'm just going to use the text area. Later on we'll change this. Okay, so export default function, I'm just going to code, and let's define the interface for this. So for now let's just define a interface which is going to have a properties placeholder and initial value. So I'm just going to name this as code props placeholder. It's going to be of type string, and then the initial value. So I'm going to make this as an optional, and its type it's going to be string. Okay, fine. And the component, so let's just destructure these two properties, placeholder along with the initial value. So initial value, and I'm just going to use this props. So first, and I'm just going to have here one state variable which is going to store this value. So let's name for now this as value, and the callback function to update this set value, and let's use the use state hook from React. And initially I'm just going to pass in this initial value, and also I'm just going to mention this use client. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to return for now text area, and we'll use this inside the main page. Okay, just to check if the things are working the way we wanted or not. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this placeholder variable and the value. Also I'm just going to pass this value and onChange. Okay, let's have one callback function here. So I'm just going to call this as handle change. This is going to receive event as an input parameter. So this is going to be of type change event of HTML text area element. So this is the type of the event, and here I'm just going to update the value variable. So this is going to be event.target.value. Okay, so fine, and I'm just going to pass in this function in this onChange. And the rows, let's set for now, let's go for bigger number, and the styling, let's have width to be off of it, and then I'm just going to apply the resize to be none. Okay, fine, and let's close this. So this is the code component. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this inside our home page. So let's go to the app section, and here in the page I'm just going to remove everything. Okay, so I'm just going to remove everything inside this main, and here, and also okay, fine, and also styling for this, let's change the styling for this main too. So let's have the height to occupy full of the screen, and make this as a flex, and items let's have in the center, and justify also for now let's have it centered, and the direction let's make it as a column, and gap I'm going to have the 6. Okay, so inside this, and let's have just the header which is going to say our title for now. Just we'll make a lot of changes just to see the rendering how it's going to look, and the font type I'm just going to have the black. Okay, and here I'm just going to give the title of the application, and let's use this component. So, and the placeholder I'm just going to say something like paste some code here. Okay, fine, and let's have a look now. So going to the output. Okay, so yeah, this is how it's looking. Hopefully this text is white. So this simple text area. So what I'm going to do here is, by default we have some stylings here in this global.css. So I'm just going to remove all of this. I'm just going to remove all of this, and yeah, okay, so fine. And now what we'll do, I'm just going to enhance this the code component. So we just added the text area, but I'm just going to add the number lines and make little more better. So let's change this first. So here first I'm just going to add two dependencies here, to just get the some components like highlighting, and also for styling I'm just going to install the CLSX dependency. So let's install those two things, and one more is a React renderer. Okay, so once these are installed, so first I'm just going to import the theme from this Prism React renderer. So the theme is import theme from themes night owl theme. Okay, so fine, and now in this code component, for now let's again revert back here. I'm just going to have the three references using our useref hook, one for the text area, and another for the container, and another for the pre-tag, where I'm going to use that to showcase the line numbers. Okay, so let's name this as pre-ref, and I'm just going to use the useref hook, and this is going to be of type HTML pre-element. So default let's set the value to null, and the same we are going to have the useref hook for text area. So this is going to be of type HTML text area element. So this also I'm just going to set it to a null, and one more useref hook for container. So I'm just going to name this as a container ref, and this is going to be of type HTML div element, and default will set it to null. Okay, and now here this I'm just going to set it to the empty string, and let's mention this type. Okay, so this is going to be of type string. And one more state variable to just know if the text area is focused or not. Based on that, I'm just going to add some styling to the border color and all. So I'm just going to name this as like something is text area focused. Okay, so that it makes sense. Okay, so set is text area focused. Okay, so this is going to be of type boolean, so I'm just going to mention its type, and by default I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, and now let's have the use effect, which is going to based on those above references. I'm just going to make this kind references focusable or not. So first thing, for the for text area part, I'm just going to if text area reference dot current it's active, then I'm just going to call the focus function on this reference. Okay, same way we'll I'm just going to adjust the container ref and height and pre-ref container height as well. Okay, so this way, so I'm just going to use this use effect here. If if container, so let me bring this down. Okay, so yep, if a container ref dot current and also this pre-ref and also this text area. Okay, so first I'm just going to get this container height. Okay, so this is going to be a container ref dot current dot client height. Okay, same way I'm just going to get the pre-tags height. Okay, so this is going to be a pre-ref dot current dot client height. Okay, so and the text area ref current dot style dot height, I'm just going to set it this let's calculate this using whichever is max, so that is whichever is having the maximum height, I'm just going to use that pixel. Okay, so pre height and the container height, and I'm just going to set that height to this pixel. Okay, fine, and now this is going to depend on this this container ref dot current dot client height. Same thing, the pre-ref dot current dot client height. Okay, so this is just to change the height of the text area ref based upon the container ref and pre-ref. Okay, so that's the thing. Fine, and now here I'm just going to completely remove this and wrap everything inside this div, and let's have the styling using the CLSX thing. Okay, so first based on is text area focused, I'm just going to, if it is focused, I'm just going to add some pink color to the border. So let's add the pink 400 color, and if not, I'm just going to add this white color to the border. Okay, and have this height height, I'm just going to have 2/3 of the height. Same goes to the width. Okay, so 2/3, and maximum width, let's have something like 4 times XL, and I'm just going to have the corners to be rounded, and border, let's have 1 pixel, and in the padding y direction, I'm just going to set it to 4. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to add this transition colors. Duration, let's say 300. Okay, and ease in out effect. Fine, so now everything we're just going to wrap inside this div. So first for the div or the container ref, so I'm just going to add this div and ref. I'm just going to attach this container ref, and the styling, let's make this as a relative, and I'm just going to assign width and height to be full of the screen, and overflow, let's have the auto. And first thing here, I'm just going to use the highlight component from Prisma React renderer, and I'm just going to pass in here the default props. Okay, so that I'm just going to import from the same library. Okay, so what I meant to say is, whatever I have imported this, I'm just going to import this default props. So yeah, so I'm just going to pass in this default props to this component. Okay, so here it's going to be default props, and then the theme, I'm just going to set it to the theme which I have just imported, that is night owl. Okay, and code, I'm just going to pass in this whatever value we have in this variable. And for now, language, for now let's have the JS set as to JSX. Okay, later we'll change this to dynamic thing. And here I'm just going to destructure the values, the class name, the tokens, and then the get line props, and then the get token props. Okay, so here I'm just going to destructure them, and accordingly render them in this fragment. Okay, so first is I'm just going to now use this text area thing. So text area, and let's attach this ref, which is nothing but the text area ref, and value will be whatever we have in the variable value, and placeholder, it's going to be same. So add some code here, something like this. And on change, it's I'm just going to call this handle change callback function. Okay, and let's spell check, I'm just going to for now set it to false. And on focus, I'm just going to toggle this text area focused thing. So I'm just going to set it to true, and then on blur, I'm just going to set it to false. On blur, I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, so here I'm just going to close this. Okay, fine. Yeah, now the styling for this, so let's use this CLSX thing, and I'm just going to pass in this thing class name, and let's make this as absolute. And width, I'm just going to make it as a full, and resize pass in none. And overflow, I'm just going to hide it. White space, let's have pre-wrap. Okay, and let's apply this break words, and also break, I'm just going to apply the keep thing. And background, I just want it to be transparent. And in the padding left, I'm just going to add 16. Padding right, let's make it small 3. And font type, I'm just going to apply this mono. Okay, and the text, let's make this as a transparent. So this is the styling. And also I'm just going to apply this caret pink color. Okay, so let's add medium thing 500, and a shift selection, I'm just going to change the background to pink. Okay, so let's apply this in something like in the medium thing. Okay, fine. And a placeholder, I'm just going to make this text to be white, and focus outline none. Okay, so this is the text area. So just after this, I'm just going to have the pre tag. Okay, so after this pre tag, and first let's apply this reference, so which is the pre-ref. Okay, and I'm just going to have this area hidden to set it to true. So let's set it to true, and Then the styling for this, okay, let's use the clsx, okay, and pass in the default class name, and along with this, I'm just going to apply pointer events to be none, and let's make this as absolute, and the width I'm just going to set it to full, and select as well to none, and have the padding at the right tree. So this is the p tag styling, and now inside this I'm just going to use the tokens and showcase the line numbers. Okay, so here tokens dot map, here I'm just going to get the line and the index. Okay, so first in the div, so let's have the key, and I'm just going to pass in the index as the key, and let's use this get line props, and pass in this line along with this key. So key, it's the high. Okay, fine. And the styling, it's going to be the table row. Fine. So I'm just going to, now inside this div, inside this span, I'm just going to showcase this I plus 1, that line numbers. Okay, so let's apply this to be table cell, and width I'm just going to set it to 10, and select none. Okay, and text, let's have the to be right. Okay, and opacity I'm just going to add 50. Okay, so inside this it's going to be I plus 1. I'm just going to showcase this, and then the code part. So here so code, I'm just going to apply the styling for this, which is going to be the same table cell, and white space I'm just going to use the pre-wrap thing, and break I'm just going to use the words, and same thing like keeping the thing, and let's add the padding in the left direction 6. Okay, and here I'm just going to use this line and map through each of them, and get the token along with the key, and use the span, and the key I'm just going to set it to in the high value, and here I'm just going to use this get token props, and pass in this token along with the key. Okay, so this is the change here. Okay, so now in this code component, so now what I'm like, let's change this inside this page part. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this placeholder thing. Okay, so here, and also now let's have a look. Hopefully there is import error, so let me have a look at that. So the import error, so we have issue with the theme as well as the default props, so it has to be not destructured, so default props. Okay, and also this the theme is moved to this themes object, so I'm just going to use this themes here, and now let's make change here. So this is going to be themes dot night owl. Okay, and that's the change here. So but we still see some issue. Okay, yeah, that is with respect to this default props. I'm just going to have a look at this. Yeah, so the issue as of now is with this. Let's have a look. So here I just removed the default props usage, and I just removed from here, as well as the place where we were referring the default props. So after having changed, and also I did add the default styles we had, which was having the black background. I did add because the output of this component was not looking good without the black background. That's why I did add. So now after having removed this default props and adding this the background color, the output is this is the output. You see now we are able to see the line numbers along with the thing, and also the border is pink color focused. So this is the thing that's how this code component is looking now. So now let's add other components like choices, select and toggle related things, and then we will make use of that. Okay, first I'm going to add those components. So before even that, let's add the types for that. So I'm just going to create here one new folder called library called lib. Okay, in that I'm just going to create a new file. Let's name this as types.ts. so let's define the type for choice. So here I'm just going to have the properties label, which is of type string, along with the class. So here it's going to be of type string. So similar way, I'm just going to define the type for gradient background thing. So I'm just going to name this as gradient background. So this will have properties name string and also the value. Okay, so these are the types. So now first I will create the choice component. So inside this components folder, I'm just going to create the new file. Okay, so let's name this as choices. Okay, so choices.tsx. okay, so for this, let's first let's define the interface props for this component. So I'm just going to name this as choices props. Okay, so this will have the choices, which is going to be choice array. Okay, and then the initial value. So initial value, it's going to be of type choice. Then the callback function to update the value. So here I'm just going to for now make this input is of type choice, and return type would be of void. Okay, so this is the interface for the props. Okay, and also I'm just going to add this headless UI React dependency, so that we can make use of the radio group and other components that we need to make use of that in our application. Okay, so let me install this headless UI /react. Okay, so once we install this, I'm just going to use the radio group here. Okay, from this library. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this function as choices, and first let's destructure from the above interface. So choice props. Okay, which is choices, then the initial value, and then the set value. Okay, and now I'm just going to wrap everything inside the radio group component that we will import from the headless UI React. Okay, so here I'm just going to radio group. Okay, here value, it's going to be the initial value. Okay, and on change, I'm just going to pass in this set value callback function. And now inside this, let's have a div and do some styling for this. So let's have the make this as a flex, and I'm just going to have gap of 3 in between each of the element, and in the padding y direction, let's have the 7 pixel, and then text size, let's make it as a small. So in this div, let's make use of this choices list. Okay, and map through each of the choice. And here I'm just going to use this radio group or dot option thing, and pass in this each choice. Okay, so option and key, it's going to be the choice dot label, and the value, it's going to be the choice. Let's do styling for this option. So I'm going to use this CLSX. First thing, let's make the cursor to be a pointer. So let me close this. Yeah, cursor pointer, and I'm just going to make this select as a none, and rounded, let's make this as a medium. Fine. And here I'm just going to add this, let's for now this is the styling for this options. Okay, so fine. So this is the option. So now inside this I'm just going to have this span, so which is going to showcase the label. So let's wrap inside this span. Okay, and here let's make this as rounded. Okay, and add the padding in the y direction 1, and in the x direction I'm just going to add the 2. Fine. And then let's add the transition colors, and the duration I'm just going to set it to 100, and the effect, let's add the ease in out. Okay, fine. And yeah, so and I'm just going to showcase the label here. So choice dot label. So this is the choices component. Okay, same way we will add the select component too. So I'm just going to create your new file. So let's name this as select.tsx. okay, so for this I am going to define the interface as usual. So let's name this as select props. So select props, and let's make it generic. Okay, and this is going to have the type, the language, or the theme. So here we'll make use this for both the things. One, to select the theme color, as well as to select the language that he wants to write in. Okay, fine. And the other properties is the initial value. This is going to be of type T. Okay, so here, fine. And after this, the callback function, which is the set value. And here let's, and return type, it's going to be void. Okay, and then the options, so this is going to be array of type T. Okay, so this is the interface for the select component. Okay, and now I'm just going to write this function. So export default function, so select, and this is going to extend the types we have defined, so which is the gradient background, or the language name. So that I'm just going to add one the dependencies, which is going to code mirror extension languages, which is going to give us the names for the languages. So I'm just going to add that. So here I'm just going to add this code mirror extension. So if you want more details, you can just go to this documentation and have a look what's its use and why is it's used. Okay, so mostly to get the extensions for the languages we use this. So I'm just going to use this and import the language name type from this library and extend on that. Okay, so let's just import that. So I'm just going to import this type, and this is going to be a language name. So let's wait for it to install. It's almost done. Okay, so I'm just going to use this dependency. Okay, fine. And here let's minimize this. Okay, and I'm just going to extend from this type. Okay, and here now let's destructure everything, the properties from our select prop. So this is going to be of type T. Okay, so I'm just going to get the type here, the initial value, and then the set value and options. Fine. Then here we are going to wrap everything inside the list box. So this I'm just going to import from Atlas UI, and here the value initially it's going to be the initial value, and on change we are just going to trigger this callback function set value, and let's wrap everything inside this div. and I'm just going to make this as relative. Okay, and here it will have the button, so list box dot button, and the styling for this. Okay, let's wrap everything inside this CLSX. So first let's make this as a flex. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to make this as a flex, and the select to be none, and items, let's place it centered, and justify, I just want it to be between, and let's have the gap 3, and also the rounded, let's make this time the larger. Okay, fine, and let me close this. Fine, and let's have padding 2 in all directions, and text to be extra small. So fine, and after this, I'm just going to have this border. Let's have the 1 pixel. Okay, and color, let's go for white. Okay, so I'm just going to go for white and divide by something like 20, and have the background to be black. Fine, and the same the transition colors. So I'm just going to have this transition and duration, let me set it to 200, and the effect, it's going to be ease in out. Okay, so fine, and let's add some hover effects. So on hover, I'm just going to make this cursor to be a pointer, and even on hover, I'm just going to make this background color to be white. Focus, let's have this effect in outline to be set to none. So that's the styling for this button. Okay, so now if the type is language, I'm just going to render inside the span the text of the language. If not, I'm just going to have one more component to showcase a kind of the color along with the name of that. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to define one simple component right here. So let's name this as I'm just going to name this something like theme bubble. Okay, so this is going to have receive the color as the input param for this component. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this span. Okay, so and do some styling for this. So it's going to be display, it's going to be block. Okay, and height and 4, I'm just going to restrict it to the 4, and let's have the rounded to be full. Okay, and background, I'm just going to add the gradient to br. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to pass in this color. So this is the component, and I just have to close this. Fine, so this is the theme bubble. So now let's make use of this inside this button. So that is if the type is language. So if the type is language, I'm just going to wrap the text inside this span. So that is I'm just going to have this initial value as the language name. Okay, so I'm just going to showcase this in this way. If it is not, I mean if it is a theme, then we'll make use of the component I have just defined above. So I'm just going to pass in this color, and again this is going to be initial value, and here I'm just going to now pass this type as gradient background, and pass this value. Okay, so this is the this is how we change the display based on the type. Okay, fine, and after this, I'm just going to have this chevron down icon. So that also I'm just going to wrap inside this span. So here I'm just going to have this pointer events none thing, and here let's make use of this and this icons we are going to import it from radix ui icon. So let's install that first. So that is radix ui, and I'm just going to install this icons. Okay, so then we can make use of that icon. So it's done. So I'm just going to yep, this is the icon. So let's use this, and let's restrict the height and width to 3. Okay, fine. And I'm just going to add this area hidden to be true. Okay, fine. So this is the icon for this selecting. So after this, let's just add the let's add the options wrapped inside this transition so that it looks good. Okay, so transition, I'm just going to make this act as a fragment. Okay, so and here entering, I'm just going to set this to be a transition all, and apply this transform is in out. Okay, and duration, it's obviously I'm just going to set it to 200. So this is the enter thing, and then the enter from, I'm just going to set the opacity to 0, and let's have the scale to 90. Okay, so here first let me close this. Okay, and now after this enter to the effect, I'm just going to change the opacity to completely 100. Okay, and then the leave thing now. So here it's going to be the same transition all, and have this is in out effect, and then duration, it's going to be 200 thing. Then leave from, so here again I'm just going to set the opacity to 100, leave to, or let's add this opacity back to 0, and then scale 90. Okay, so this is the styling for entering and exiting thing. Okay, and now let's use this options. Okay, that is list box dot options, and let's make okay, first I'm just going to close this. Okay, so here first let's make this as absolute, and let's have the add z index so that it appears on top of all the other things. Okay, and max height, I'm just going to restrict it to, let's say 80, and let's have the translate something like 1/4 in the x direction, and in the y direction I'm just going to make it 3/4. Okay, so fine, and in the y direction let's have the space between them as 1, and overflow I'm just going to set it to auto, and let's have these rounded extra large, and padding to in all directions. Okay, so fine, and here again I'm just going to add this border, which is going to be of 1 pixel, and let's have the white, and I'm just going to reduce the light by dividing by 20, and here let's have the background color as a black, and just then the effects of focus, I'm just going to have the outline none. So that's the styling for this. So now inside this, we're just going to iterate through the list of the options. So here I'm just going to get the each option along with the index. So now let's wrap everything inside this option, and the key, it's going to be the type. Okay, so I'm just going to this is going to be type along tagged with along the index. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to okay, I'm just going to add this. Okay, so the styling, so first add the value so that the error disappears. Okay, value, it's going to be option. Okay, and the styling, so let's wrap everything inside this thing. Okay, so first let's make the display as flex, and items, I'm just going to center them and have the space between them 3, and rounded, let's make large, padding 2 in all direction, and the text, I'm just going to make this extra small. So it's going to be a pretty same like we did okay, so I'm just going to make the cursor to be pointer, and select have the none, and let's add the transition colors and duration 200 and is in out effect. Okay, so fine, that's the thing for now. Okay, so here again, now based upon this type, I'm just going to showcase the option as a language name or the bubble thing. Okay, so here type, if it's equals to language, I'm just going to wrap inside this span. Okay, and make this as a block display, and I'm just going to truncate and add padding at the right 9. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass this option as a language name. Okay, fine, and if it's not a language, and we are just going to wrap inside this fragment the theme bubble along with the option. Okay, so here theme bubble, and I'm just going to color, it's going to be option, and I'm just going to so just a second. Yep, so this is going to be a gradient background and dot value. Okay, and after this I'm just going to wrap the name inside this span. Okay, so this is going to be display same block and had this truncate, and okay, so I'm just going to showcase this name. Okay, so option as gradient background dot. Okay, so I don't know why. Yep, its name. Okay, it's fine. So this is how we showcase the theme bubble along with the name. So this is the select component. So same way we will create the transform the toggle component as well. So let's create that. So I'm just going to name this as toggle dot tsx, and also here in the select, while leaving, I just had to forgot to add this transform. Okay, fine, and here now in the toggle component, so let's define the interface for its component props. So I'm just going to name this as toggle props. So this is going to have this the initial value, which is going to be of type boolean, and then the callback function to update the value. So here it's going to be of type boolean, and the return type it's going to be void. Okay, so that's the interface. Okay, so let's define the function. So I'm just going to name this as a toggle, and I'm just going to destructure the initial value along with the set value from this toggle props. Okay, so here let's wrap everything inside this div. Okay, and the display, I'm just going to make this as a flex, and height, let's restrict it to something like 34 pixel, and items I'm just going to center them. So inside this, let's use the switch component from headless UI. Okay, so here checked, I'm just going to pass in this initial value, and on change I'm just going to call this set value function, and the styling, so let's here I'm just going to make this as flex, and height I'm just going to set it to 5, width let's set it to 9, and cursor I just want it to be pointer, and let's have the surrounded circle. Okay, full, and padding 1 in all direction. Okay, so then transition I'm just going to transition colors and duration, so it's going to be the same like we did in the other components. Okay, and easy out. Okay, and focus I just want to be outline none. Okay, so that's the styling for this. Okay, fine. Now here inside this, I'm just going to add a span with some styling. Okay, so here let's wrap everything. So I'm just going to close this. Okay, so here I'm just going to add pointer events none, and height I'm just going to set it to full. Width let's have 3, and translate in the y direction 0, and make this as a full rounded. Okay, and background I'm just going to set it to white, and transform, and then transform and apply the duration to 200, and then ease in out effect, and then I'm just going to apply will change transform thing. Okay, so that's the styling for this span. So this is the toggle component. So the choices select and toggle, that's the components for now. Let's and also here in this thing in the select component, so here we'll have to pass in this class name, not the value. So I just will change this. Sorry, okay, so I mean let's rename this so it looks more clear for us. I mean, instead of this value, I'm just going to change it to class, so that we'll know that it's a class name, so because it's confusing. Okay, so I'm just going to change here to class as well as here. Okay, so that's thing. And now let's add the utilities to get the colors, and also a lot of conversions we'll have to make to RGB to standard RGB, and get the luminance out of those colors. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add one file here inside this library folder. So let's name this as colors ts. So inside this I'm just going to create a lot of functions which is going to help me convert to one type to another, and also get the things I want out of the colors. Okay, so you'll know this once I create these functions. Okay, so first I'm just going to create one function. So let's name this as calculating the luminance given the RGB colors. Okay, so let's name in the same manner. So calculate luminance. So here I'm expecting the RGB which are of type numbers. Okay, so and b, so this is, and return type I'm going to return the number. Okay, so fine. So first I'm just going to convert the RGB values to the standard RGB, that is, and I'm just going to divide them by 250. Okay, so same to the G value and B value as well. So okay, so once we get the standard RGB values, I'm just going to apply the luminance conversion formula. So here I'm just going to return, so this is the so if you want to know more about luminance conversion formula, you can just google it. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to component. Okay, so if this is less than or equals to 0.03928, then I'm just going to divide this by 12.92, or else I'm just going to this is going to be component plus 0.055 divided by 1.055, so raised to the power of 2.4. okay, so here same way we'll have to do it for the G as well as a B thing. So I'm just going to change this number, so it's going to be 7152. okay, and here it's going to be a G now. Okay, and also I'm just going to replace the R with Z, and here for the B, so this is going to be 0722. okay, and I'm just going to change this to B. Okay, so this is how we just have to so this is how we convert given RGB values into the luminance value. Okay, so fine, and I'm just going to create functions like this, which is, let's now create a function which is going to help us calculate the contrast ratio. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as calculate contrast ratio, and here let's have this input params R1 G1. okay, and so it's like two colors thing, so B1, so same applies for second color. Okay, so R2 and G2, and then B2. okay, so first and return type, it's going to be number. So first I'm just going to convert this RGB values into the luminance values. So first let's collect them inside two variables. So I'm just going to name L1 as luminance 1. So let's use this calculate luminance function and pass in this R1 G1 and then B1. okay, and the same way I'm just going to collect the luminance 2 value by passing in this R2 G2 as well as the B2. okay, so once I get, I'm just going to calculate the contrast ratio. So that is if the L1 is greater than L2. okay, I'm just going to add L1, I'm just going to add a 0.05 to this L1, and then divide this by this L2 and adding the same value. okay, if not, it's going to be just vice versa. So the L2 will be on the numerator now, so 0.05 and by L1 plus 0.05. okay, so this is how we calculate the contrast ratio given the two colors. okay, fine, and now we'll have to have a lot of helper function which is going to help us convert the XR color to RGB as well as CSS color to the RGB and all. So let's I'm just going to write the function first, which is going to convert the XR to RGB. okay, so this is going to expect the XR string as the input, and it's going to return the number array as the output. okay, so first XR, so I'm just going to replace if the hash value first. okay, so with the empty string. okay, and also I'm just going to replace any things of dash or dot, so that is I'm just going to replace this also with the empty string. okay, fine, so once I get this, I'm going to check if the x dot length is not equals to 3, and if that string length is not equal to 6, I'm just going to return the default black thing. okay, fine, now let's handle for the if it's length 3 and if it's length 6. okay, so if the XR code is of length 3. So I'm just going to x, it's going to be x. I'm just going to add them it twice. Okay, so this is going to be in this way. So and second index. Okay, so this will be the x value. Fine. And now let's convert this hexadecimal string to RGB values. That is, so first for the red color, so here I'm just going to pass this to int. Okay, and this x dot substring, I'm just going to get this radix 16, and let's do the same for the green and blue thing. So here let's just pass, and then I'm just going to substring, and this is going to be from second value to fourth value, and this is radix 16. Okay, and let's do the same for a blue color. Okay, so again this is from fourth value to sixth value. Okay, so this is the thing. This is how we get the RGB values from the hexadecimal string, and I'm just going to return this 3 values, so RGB. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help us give the RGB values given in hexadecimal string. Okay, so vice versa, let's have the function which is going to convert this RGB to x. So I'm just going to name this as RGB to x. Okay, so this is going to receive the respective values, which is R, G and B. Okay, they are of type number, and I'm just going to return this string out of this function. So first I'm just going to ensure that RGB values are in the range of 0 to 255. So for that I'm just going to use this math.max and make sure this is in the range of 0 to 255. Okay, and I'm just going to do the same thing for green as well as the blue. Okay, so 255, and here the green, and now the blue color. So math dot max 0, it's going to be min. Okay, and here B. Fine. And so here I'm just going to return by first adding the hash at the beginning, and here so to convert this to x. Okay, since it's going to be same, so for this also let's write one function which is going to convert this to x. So I'm just going to write here the function just below. Okay, so since it will be duplicacy of code, I don't want to write all of that in the above function. So I'm just going to name this to the component to x. Okay, so here let's have this as a number, and it's going to return the string. Okay, so here first let's get the x. So I'm just going to convert this to a string. Okay, and pass in this here radix, so which is a 16. Okay, and I'm just going to return here if the x dot length is is equals to 1. I'm just going to add a 0 at the beginning. Okay, if not, I'm just going to return this x. Okay, now let's make use of that here. So here I'm just going to pass this each value. So component to x or G, and component to x B. Okay, so this is how I'm just going to convert the RGB to x. Okay, fine. And now same way, if the main function which is going to help us generate the colors as well as and also the function which is going to convert to HSL values. So we'll have to still write those functions. So I'm just first going to write function which is going to give me help us modify the colors. Okay, so here I'm just going to name this the modify colors. Okay, so I'm expecting so for this I'm just expecting the input params, the saturation values and the lightness values along with the HSL colors. So let's first HSL colors, this is going to be a string array. Then the saturation value, so this is going to be a number array, and then the lightness values, so which is going to be a number array. Okay, and at the end we are just going to return the array of strings. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help us modify colors based on this inputs. So first is I'm just going to create one string array. So I'm just going to name this as modified HSL colors. So here, okay, this is going to be of type string. So default, let's set it to empty. So now let's iterate through this HSL colors. Okay, so let's HSL colors dot length, and I'm just going to iterate through this. We will get the each value, that is the HSL color, lightness value and saturation value using that. And then I'm just going to extract the saturation, lightness and the hue value from this HSL color string. Okay, and then I'm just going to create a new HSL color by modifying the lightness value and then push it to our this modified HSL colors array. Okay, so here, so you'll understand once I write this. Let me write this first. So here I'm just going to identify first the current hue value using the regular expression. So before that, let's store the lightness value, saturation value into separate variables. Okay, so first thing, let's get the color using the HSL colors array index value. Same way I'm just going to get this lightness value. So this is going to be lightness values are present on that particular index. Same thing for saturation value, so it's going to be at this index. Okay, so first let's get the current hue value using this so I'm just going to use this pattern. So this is going to be in the format of HSL. Okay, and the first thing is it's going to be the number, so it's going to be this format. Okay, and after this it's going to be the percentage which is the saturation value. So this, and I'm just going to add this and after this it's the lightness value. So here, yep, so and then okay, so from this I'm just going to extract the current hue value, which is the first value. So once I get that, I'm just going to create one modified HSL color variable. Okay, and I'm just going to create that. So it's going to be HSL, and I'm just going to pass in this current hue value we got from the above thing, and then the saturation value. So this is going to be a percentage, and the same for the lightness value. Okay, so this is how we get the so it's a modified color. Okay, modified HSL color, and then I'm just going to push this into this array. So here I'm just going to push this modified HSL color, and at the end I'm just going to return this modified HSL colors. Okay, so this is how, given the HSL color, and we identify current view using this regular expression. Okay, fine. And now let's have the function even given the CSS color, like in the RGBA, and along with the alpha value, we will try to have a function which is going to help us get the RGB values out of that. So I'm just going to name this as CSS color to RGB. Okay, so here I'm just expecting the CSS color, which is going to be of type string, and I'm just going to return the array of numbers with a that is red, green, and blue value respectively. First I'm just going to parse this the input string to get the values that I want, that is RGB along with its alpha value. So same here, I'm just going to use this regular expression pattern. So CSS color match. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is going to be RGBA, and here so first value, it's going to be the same number. Okay, and after this this is going to be the same the number thing, so that is slash d plus. Okay, and save for the other thing, so which is d plus. So just you can find out the pattern to identify the red, green, blue, and alpha value given in this format RGBA with the respective value for each RGB along with the alpha. Okay, and here I'm just going to, this is going to be a bit trickier, but trust me, you'll understand once you go through this properly. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to complete this. Okay, so yeah, we're almost done. Yeah, so this is the pattern to identify this red, green, blue, and alpha value given in this format. Okay, fine. And I'm just first, let's check if there are no matches, and I'm just going to throw this error saying that invalid color string. Okay, so I'm just going to throw this error message that is invalid color string with this value whatever we have received as the input param. Okay, fine. If not, I'm just going to return the those values, so in the form of the array. So I'm just going to pass this to int first. Okay, so it's going to be matches first value, and convert to decimal. Okay, same applies to the other two values. Okay, so here matches convert to decimal. Okay, so this is how we given in a CSS color, we convert it to this respective RGB color. Okay, so now we will try to generate colors. Before that, even to convert to use this, we'll have to have this HSL colors strings. So to convert the colors that we receive to HSL, even we need one function for that. So I'm just going to write this and name this as convert to HSL. So this will expect this colors string array as the input param, and here I'm just going to convert to HSL. So let's have this HSL colors array to store them. Okay, so this is going to be a string array. So here let's iterate through each of them. So colors of colors. First is I'm just going to convert the XI value to RGB value. So we have so this is how, so that is, it's a simple so I'm just going to convert this to int first, and let's slice through this thing and convert it to in radix is 16. Okay, same applies for the other two values. Okay, so I'm just going to 3 to 5, okay, 16. So this is going to give us the RGB values. Okay, so here B, fine. So once we have this RGB, I'm just going to normalize this value. So that is, I'm just going to name this as something like making more sense, are normalized. So it's just the dividing by 255 thing maximum value. Same applies for other two values. Okay, so yep. So now once we have this normalized, I'm just going to get the minimum and maximum among these three values. So let's store this inside these two variables max. I'm just going to find out this I'm just going to find out this maximum value among these three. Okay, so and same here, the min. Fine. Once we have those minimum and maximum value, I'm just going to calculate the saturation and view, and then accordingly we'll push into this HSL colors array. So first is let's have the initial values. I'm just going to set the values to here view and saturation to 0, and the lightness, let's add the maximum and minimum and take the average of them. Okay, so that is by 2, and here if max is not equals to min. Okay, so I'm going to get the difference, so which is max minus min, and here let's calculate the saturation value in this way. If this is greater than 0.5, then I'm just going to divide the difference by 2 minus max minus min, or else I'm just going to divide this by max plus min. Okay, fine. And now for the view value. So if max is equals to or normalized thing, I'm just going to get the difference of this G normalized minus B normalized and divided by D, and then add this whichever is less. So that is, if this is less, I'm just going to if G normalized is less than B normalized, I'm just going to add this 6. Okay, if not, just a 0 value. Okay, and now here if max is equals to G normalized, okay, so it's going to be B normalized minus or normalized divided by D. plus 2. If not, I'm just going to subtract the G normalized from R normalized by D plus 4. Okay, so once we have this, and I'm just going to final value, it's going to be the H divided by 6. Okay, fine. So this is how we calculate the HSL value. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to round up those HSL values and append to our the result array. So here I'm just going to push this, so it's going to be HSL, and I'm just going to round this values. So let's round this, multiply by 360, and do the same to this other values too. So 100, and I'm just going to okay, and here I mean round these values, right? Okay, so yep, so this is the how we round and push it to our resultant array. Okay, so and finally I just have to return here. For that I'm just for now I just have to return this. So let's for now return this, but ideally I'm just going to pass this to our the function which we have written, this modify colors, pass this HSL colors and saturation values. For now I'm just going to give some random values. Okay, so let's give 130. Same applies to the lightness. Okay, so I'm just going to give here some random values for now, later we'll come back here. So this is how it's going to help us convert to the HSL values. Okay, so now finally let's write a function which is going to generate the colors that we want. Okay, so now the function which is going to help us generate the colors for us, so this is going to receive two colors, okay, as the input param. So here colors, okay, and I'm just going to return the string array. So first is we'll convert the hexadecimal strings to the RGB values. Okay, so let's first get those values R1, G1, B1 by passing this to RGB function which we have written by passing in these values. So same way for color 2. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in this color 2. Okay, and also I'm just going to get the reference for each of them by calling this CSS color to RGB. That is this I'm just going to get the CSS color to RGB, and I'm just going to pass in this 0, 0, alpha value. I'm just going to pass the 0.7. okay, fine, and here now let's calculate the average RGB values of the above two colors. So that is the average red. This is going to be simple and straightforward. So let's sum the both the values, that is R1 plus R2 by, I'm just going to divide by 2. So same applies to other two more colors. Average green, so this is going to be G1 plus G2 by 2. Average B1 plus B2 by 2. Okay, so fine. So once we get the average values, I'm just going to generate 5 similar colors, by slightly adjusting this RGB values. Okay, so let's store them into separate variables like color1, and I'm just going to RGB to X. So let's just add by slight adding adjusting the values of each of them. Okay, so this we can add whatever or subtract whatever the color we want. So just will generate like this the 5 colors. Okay, so here what's this? Okay, I'll rename this to 3. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to generate like this 5 things. So first let's rename this to respective color number. Okay, and here now I'm just going to decrement this, and here let's increment this. Same here, let's increment this. Okay, and I'm just going to reduce this by 10. Okay, and this one I'm just going to increment by 10. Let's do this decrement by 30, something like random values, just to generate to generate the random 5 colors. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to add here plus 10 for this, and here I'm just going to reduce this, and okay, fine. This are the 5 colors. Now we have this 5 colors ready. So now we are going to ensure that each of the generated colors is going to have good contrast ratio with the reference color. Okay, so for that first I'm just going to have define one threshold. So I'm just going to name this as minimum contrast ratio. So let's define this to 4.5 at least. And here now I'm just going to iterate through this each color. So let's create an array out of this colors. Okay, and map through each of them. There is, what's the, okay, I'm just going to mention the time. Okay, so let's map through each of them. Okay, let's do one thing. So here now I'm just going to take this and map through and assign accordingly to these things. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to map through each of them, get the color. Okay, and now first thing, let's get the RGB value. So that is RGB by first converting the X to RGB by passing in this color. Okay, and then the contrast ratio, I'm just going to pass this to calculate contrast ratio function, which is RGB, and then pass in this this reference value which we have created above. Okay, so this is going to give us a contrast ratio. Now I'm just going to compare if this contrast ratio is less than this minimum threshold we have defined above. So I'm just going to adjust the color to increase its contrast ratio. Okay, so here let's define the factor. So here minimum contrast ratio, I'm just going to add the 0.5 and divide it by contrast ratio, and then I'm just going to again return this extra color. So let's get the value for each of them. So here I'm just going to round based on this factor. So here, yep, so same way I'm just going to do for remaining two. So okay, so I'm just going to here change it to Z and B. Fine, and this is how we are going to improve the contrast ratio. Else I'm just going to return the color. Okay, so this is going to give us this generated colors, and after this finally I'm just going to convert this to HSL by passing in this these values. So here I'm just going to copy this and return at the end. So mostly these are the helpers to give us the good colors and convert into various forms that we need. So once so these are ready, so what we're going to do, we're going to make use of this inside our components. So for that, before even going there, I wanted to create a context, kind of using the create context from React to help us store the values for this colors selection of the user, as well as the language selection and all. So since we wanted to even remember the type of the language is going to select and type of the theme is going to select, maybe we'll have to write the helpers in the library folder for each of them too. So I'm just going to first write about this the languages. So I'm just going to here create languages.ts. So for now we are going to have some good list of the languages that I'm going to add. So let me add them. So for languages, to support our editors for multiple languages, I'm going to use a lot of packages from CodeMirror. Okay, so before even trying to write the list of the supported languages, let's add the type definition for that. Okay, so I'm just going to create one type for that. Okay, so let's name this as it as language definition. Okay, so here this is going to have the ID, which is of type string, and then the label, which is of type string again, and then one function which I'm just going to name this as extension. So this is going to be a promise of type extension. So this I'm just going to install this CodeMirror state, so where we are going to get the this type. Okay, so let me add this CodeMirror state dependency, and I'm just going to import that. Okay, the type from yeah, so this is the type. So we are going to return a promise of type extension from this function. So now going back to our languages. Okay, so here first is I'm just going to create one array. So here I'm just going to name this as something like supported languages. So this is going to be of type list of language definition thing. Okay, so here each object is going to have the ID. So first I'm just going to specify the TypeScript, and the label I'm just going to label. So I'm just going to write the language name, and then the extension function. So this is going to be function. So here to support for our the TypeScript. So I'm just going to add the dependencies for each packages from the code mirror as I mentioned just now. Okay, so here I'm just going to add this JavaScript support. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this so I'm just going to import this, and then here get that JavaScript. I'm just going to get this object, and here I'm just going to pass in the JSX to be true, and also the TypeScript set to true. Okay, so this is how we're going to help us have the options in the editor for respective language. Okay, the same thing now let's do for JavaScript. So it's going to be the same like the above. It's just the so let me take this completely. I'm just going to change the ID label and also set so here it's going to be JavaScript, and this is going to be JavaScript. Okay, and I'm just going to defaultly it's going to be a false, so I'm just going to remove this. So fine, so now the next we'll go for Java. Okay, so label, I'm just going to give the label as Java. Okay, so same way here I'm just going to import that package for Java. Okay, so here I'm just going to import this Java, and then just return that object. Okay, so here fine, so this is how we support the Java, and now I'm just going to have the support for CSS. Okay, so label, it's going to be CSS, and then the extension I'm going to import here the CSS thing. Okay, so and here just the same way like we did for above thing, I'm just going to call this CSS thing. Okay, fine, and the same way we're going to do for the other things. So now let's do it for the HTML. Okay, so here the extension, so this is going to be HTML. So I'm just going to import okay, it's going to be HTML. Then so here let's get this HTML. Okay, and I'm just going to pass in here the match closing tags to true, and then auto close tags also I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, fine, so after this let's go for the other things like PHP. So here the same way, this is also it's going to have the extension the PHP, so I'm just going to add in here the PHP. Okay, so let me import this. Import this PHP. Okay, so it's going to be the same. So get the PHP, and I'm just going to yep. Now let's go for Python. So this is how we are going to add this support for each of the language in our editor. Okay, so Python. Okay, the extension this is going to be Python, so I'm just going to add in here the Python. Then here I'm just going to get this Python. Okay, fine. So similar way, now I'm just going to add for a markdown. Okay, so label, it's going to be markdown. Okay, and then this extension, let me install this markdown. So it's going to be markdown. Okay, so here I'm just going to get this markdown, and I'm just going to call this markdown function. Okay, fine. And then let's go for rest. Label, it's going to be rest, and then extension, this is going to be rest. So let's add the rest support. So I'm just going to add this rest, get this thing, and I'm just going to pass it this way. So same way we are going to do for other languages. So let's quickly do this. Okay, so C++ now. So I'm going to add the C++2. So this is also, it's going to be the same. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this and paste this, and we're going to change this accordingly. Okay, so let's add the next the XML thing. Okay, so I'm just going to change this to XML, and this to XML, and I'm just going to change this to XML. Okay, yep. So same way, I'm going to add the JSON thing. Okay, so JSON, and this is going to be JSON, and here, okay, fine. And the SQL, so I'm just going to add in here the SQL. So here the SQL, and here let me change this to SQL. Okay, fine. So like, I'm just going to add for the Ruby Kotlin as well. So for that, I'm going to write one function which is going to be a legacy thing. So for them, so let's name this as something like import legacy. Okay, so here I'm just going to import here I'm just going to add here one dependency here. It's going to be the language. Okay, so here language. Okay, so here I'm just going to get first the language support thing, and then the so let's import this from the that just the package we have installed. So I'm just going to import this language support as ls, and then the stream parser. Okay, so I'm just going to from the language. Okay, so yep, now I'm just going to get those things here, the stream language. Okay, so let's return this function, which is the nothing but the legacy. Okay, and here the parser, it's going to be of type the stream parser of for now I'm just going to mention it's unknown, and it's going to return the ls, the above type which I have defined. Okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to return the new language support. I'm just going to use this here. Okay, so yeah, so I'm just going to use this language support and pass in this stream language dot define the parser. Okay, once we have this legacy way of importing the parser for respective language, so then I can just make use of this and do the thing for Kotlin. So this is how, so you'll see now. So here I'm just going to add here for Kotlin. Okay, so here label is Kotlin, and the here the extension I'm just going to promise, and here first thing I'm just going to use this import legacy, and then let's use this import, and I'm going to install this legacy modes and mode pass this thing. Okay, and after this, I know this is going to be a bit trickier, but you can refer more details in the documentation. Okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to pass in this Kotlin. Okay, so here, yeah, name data activity. So this is how we support if we don't have direct packages like this for respective things. So we first import like we used to do for legacy thing, and get the respective parser by passing in this thing. Okay, so same way I'm just going to do it for the Ruby as well. So I'm just going to copy this, and so here I'm just going to change this to Ruby. Okay, so here as well I'm just going to change it to Ruby, and here as well let's change this to Ruby, and here it's going to be Ruby. Okay, so this is the way we support the languages in our editor. Okay, so fine, now we have this languages ready. Okay, and I'm just going to create the context to as I mentioned to help us remember the values that user is going to select, that is be it the language, theme, or even if you wanted to show the line numbers and the padding, those things. Okay, so that I'm just going to define here the new folder. So here let's name this as a context. So here I'm just going to name this as something like settings context. Okay, fine, so that it makes sense. So here and also fine, let's go to the types here. I'm just going to rename a few things. So here, like in the same way we did for language definition, I'm just going to change the same naming convention for our other things too. So I'm just changing the choice to choice definition and had the ID thing for each of them. So here, just to be consistent, okay, fine. And then I'm just going to change this to gradient background. It's not just to gradient related thing, so let's make it as generic. So I'm just going to change this to like something like theme definition, and again this is going to have this id string, okay, and name I'm just going to replace with the label, and then I'm just going to have here the extra array which is going to store the generated colors. Okay, fine. Now this is the change in this types. I'll make changes in this component later. So first let's go to this context. Okay, so here I'm going to define the interface for our this context props. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as settings context props. Okay, so first let's have this this is going to be of type language definition. Okay, and then the set language, which is going to update the user selection. So here this is going to be of type language definition, and the return type it's going to be void. Okay, so same thing for a theme. So this is going to be a theme definition, and then the set theme. So here again this is going to be a callback function. So I'm just going to have here the function which is going to return void type. Let's do now for the line numbers. So this is going to be of type boolean, and here same the callback function to update the line numbers. So set line numbers. So this is going to receive a parameter of type boolean, and return type is void, and the same to adjust the padding. So this is going to be the choice definition type. Okay, so then the set padding callback function. So it's the same like we did above things. Okay, so this is the interface for our context props. Okay, so now let's have the context defined. So I'm just going to define this as settings context. So let's make use of this create context. Okay, this is going to be of type setting context props. So default I'm just going to have the empty objects, so which is going to be of this props. Okay, fine. And let's have this hook. So I'm just going to name this as use settings context. So this is going to be nothing but the use context, and pass in this our above settings context. Fine. So and I'm just going to now create the provider. So let's name this as settings provider. Okay, so this is going to have the children, which is going to be of type. So let me define the type here. So here setting provider props. So this is going to have the children, which is going to be of type React node. Okay, so I'm just going to mention things here. Settings. I'm just going to mention here the provider props. Okay, provider. Okay, so here okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to mention in this way functional component. So here I'm just going to mention this provider props, and here we'll just restructure this. It works either way. So yeah, and Yeah, so now okay, did I not import this? Okay, I'm just going to import. Okay, fine. So here now we need a variable to store the language, theme, line numbers, and padding. So 4 things. So we'll have the we'll use the use state and quickly define them. So that is language, and I'm just going to set a language. So let's use this use state, and this is going to be of type language definition. So by initially I'm just going to set the first value of that supported languages array. So same applies to theme. So set theme, and here let's use this is going to be of type theme definition. So here for this as well we'll have the separate like we had there for languages. I'm just going to create the same way for themes and create an array of the themes that we are supporting. So let me create that file. So here let's name this file name as themes.ts. okay, so here I'm just going to quickly define one const array. So let's name this as supported themes. Okay, this is going to be a theme definition array. So I'm just going to, so this is going to be array. So here each object will have the id. So I'm just going to give the id as sky, and label is going to be a sky color. Okay, and the class, so here I'm just going to mention here from sky let's say 400 to blue 500. okay, and then the generated colors. So here I'm just going to use this generate colors from the library which we have defined. Okay, so I'm just going to import that. So let's import this. So import generate colors from, okay, did I not export this? Just a second. Okay, so let's export this. So now let's go back here. Maybe now if I, yeah, second. Okay, so I'm just going to import this. Oh, so it's going to be yeah, so I'm just going to use this generate colors and here pass in this color. So here it's going to be yep, so this blue color, and same here it's going to be 3b 8 to f6. okay, yeah, there is some issue. Okay, yeah, fine. Now the same thing, we'll do the same thing for other colors. So I'm just going to name this as something like cotton candy. Okay, so here the label, it's going to be the cotton candy. Okay, and here this we are going to change from violet 300 to purple. So let's say 400. okay, so here the generated colors, I'm just going to pass in this C4 P5 FD. Okay, so same here. I'm just going to C08 4FC. Okay, yep, fine. And so let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this and make use of this here. So after this, I'm just going to change this to smoke. Okay, so here this is going to be from gray 900 and to gray I'm just going to change to 800. Okay, and now the colors. Okay, so it's going to change to 22D 3EE. Okay, so and here this one I'm just going to change to A5 F3 FC. Okay, fine. And next I'm just going to change this to honey. And here let's add this label as well, the same. And here I'm just going to change the thing here, the amber. And I'm just going to change this to orange, change to little medium color. Okay, and here the colors I'm just going to generate EFC D3 4D. Okay, so sorry, the second color it's going to be F9 7316. So yeah, so let's do the same thing, like let's add 3 more colors. Okay, so I'm just going to so I'm just going to name this as something like, let's give some Zaid. And here let's use the teal color. Okay, and I'm just going to change this to emerald. Let's change it to 600. And this I'm just going to change to 400. And then the color, extra color, let's use to DD 4BF. And here I'm just going to use 05 9669. Okay, and then this let's name this as something like, bubblegum. And here as well I'm just going to change this to bubblegum. Okay, so here it's going to be I'm just going to use this pink. So let's make this to little darker, 600. And here I'm just going to use this color. And okay, fine. And let's add the decent 500 color. Okay, so here the code I'm just going to have D9 F6 sorry 46EF. Okay, fine. So kind of pink. Okay, and here DB2 777. Fine. So on the last color I'm just going to name this as something like, Salem. Okay, so here this is going to change from purple to violet. So here I'm just going to add this from darker 900 to violet, let's say 700. Okay, and here it's going to be a 581 C87. So yeah, purple. Okay, and here let's have the 60 to 89. So these are the supported themes. So let's have the same for array for padding choices too. So in this itself, so I'm just going to name this as supported. So what's the second? So I'm just going to add this as supported padding choices. So this is going to be choice definition array. So here this will have the id, so I'm just going to set it to small, and the label it's going to be 16, and the class I'm just going to add padding 4. Okay, so same thing, I'm just going to add 3 more for medium, larger and extra large. Okay, so here let's add, so this I'm just going to change this to medium, and let's double the value. Okay, and this is going to be 8, and lg and xl. Okay, so this 64 and 128, and I'm just going to change this to 16, and then yep. So this is the array for giving us the padding choices. So now let's go back to our settings context so that we can just use this. Okay, so I'm just going to import this supported theme. So in default I'm just going to set the to this value. Okay, fine, and then the line numbers. So here the line numbers, set line numbers, I'm just going to this is going to be a boolean value, right? So let's just set by default to true. Okay, and then the padding, set padding, this is going to be of type choice definition. So here let's use this supported padding padding choices. I'm just going to use this thing as a default value, and then let's return this settings context, the settings context dot provider. So here I'm just going to attach these values here. So in the value, let's pass in this language, set language theme, and set theme, and same applies to line numbers, set line numbers, padding, and then set padding. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass in this children. So this is the our the context settings context provider. So after this I'm just going to export this settings provider, and as well as the use settings context, and then this I'm just going to wrap inside our here in the layout. Okay, so what I'm going to do here inside this, I'm just going to wrap inside this. So let's use this settings provider. Okay, and let's yep, so that now we can consume the properties of this inside our things. So now going to our main page. Okay, so that is in here the code component. So I'm just going to make a lot of changes in that components code component. So here we were using the highlight from the Prisma React renderer. So now what I'm thinking is let's use the code mirror React component, so which looks pretty good. Okay, so I think I'm just going to use that. Before even that, I wanted to create a component for settings, the toolbar where we'll have the option to change the properties which we have just added, that is the line numbers, language selection, theme selection, and the padding thing. So for that let's define inside this components itself a new file. So I'm just going to name this as settings.tsx. So here let's name okay, so again we'll have to mention this use client. Okay, so first I'm just going to mention this, and then let's export export default function. So this is going to be settings. Okay, so fine. And here first thing I'm going to create one state variable which is going to hold the dimensions of this component. Okay, so here main I'm just going to name this as a main dimension. So here set main dimensions. Okay, so this is going to be of type object. So here I'm just going to mention this will have the height which is of type number, along with the width which is of type number. Okay, so here by default this both will have, I'm just going to set this to 0 values. Okay, it's fine. So then the constraints, the top, left, and right and bottom constraints, even for that I want to have one state variable. So I'm just going to define one object even for that. So let's name this as a constraint. So here set constraints, this is going to be an object which will have the properties, the all four directions, that is top which is of type number, and left which is of type number, and then the right number, and then bottom which is of type number. So by default even we are going to set each of them to 0. Okay, and bottom I'm just going to set it to 0. Okay, so this is the constraints. So now let's first get the all the values from our use settings context hook. Okay, so that is, let's first use settings context. So I'm just going to destructure the values from them. So first the language, then the set language, theme, then set theme. Okay, line numbers, set line numbers, padding, and then set padding. Okay, fine. So we got all the values from this context. Once we got those values, so here I'm just going to use the framer motion to give us the we'll use the drag controls and some of the hooks present in that, which is going to help us add animation effect to our this component. Okay, so for that I'm just going to install this framer motion. Yeah, so it's installed. So first is let's first get the controls for dragging and controls for the animation. So for that I'll be using the use drag controls hook and the use animation control hooks from framer motion. Okay, so here let's name this as something like relevant to that. So drag controls. So here I'm just going to use this drag controls and then the animation control. So this is going to be using this animation control from framer motion. Fine. And here we'll have the use effects, which is going to help us adjust the constraints value and also adjust the dimensions value. So first is I'm going to add two use effects. One is going to mainly worry about resizing the main dimensions, and another is going to worry about the setting the constraints value. Okay, so first here let's use this use effect. So is it imported? Yep. So here first I'm just going to get the main document by id. So let's collect that into main variable. So I'm just going to document by id main. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to define here one variable timeout id. So this is going to be of type node.js timeout. Okay, fine, and here the function which is going to handle the resize of it. Okay, so const handle resize. Okay, so here let's first call this clear timeout and pass in this timeout id, and here timeout id I'm just going to set this timeout for this. That is, I'm just going to set the main dimensions, the height. So height is going to be main dot offset height, and then the width is going to be main dot offset width. Okay, so I'm just going to, yeah, fine. After this, this animation controls, I'm just going to apply the start and pass in this x and y coordinate to be 0, and here I'm just going to the timeout, let's set 500 milliseconds. Okay, fine, and after this I'm just going to set the main dimensions to whatever value we have this in main dot offset height and main dot offset width. Then we'll have the add the event listener to the resize event. So first let's set this main dimensions. Okay, so here height is going to be main dot offset height, and width is going to be main dot offset width. Okay, so then add event listener to resize. Okay, and then I'm just going to pass in this handle resize, and in return I'm just going to clear this timeout thing, passing in this timeout id, and then I'm just going to stop listening to this resize event. So here let's pass in this handle resize. Okay, so that's this use effect hook which is going to handle so I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, fine. So this is the use effect which is going to handle setting the main dimensions things. Okay, so fine, so this use effect is fine. Now the another thing to set the constraints. Okay, so I'm just going to use this one more use effect here. First I'm just going to get the settings. So here document dot get elements by id, and I'm just going to so here we are getting it by main, and here I'm just getting it by settings. We'll set after this inside our divs. Okay, so here I'm just going to update these constraints value. First the top value. So top value, it's going to be the settings dot offset top. I'm just going to add 24 value to this. Okay, and the left, so left it's going to be the main dimensions dot width plus whatever the settings settings dot offset width, and I'm just going to add the offset left value along with this 24. Okay, so same applies to right as well. So that is the main dimensions dot width, and I'm just subtracting it from the settings dot whatever we have this offset width, and also this settings dot offset left. Okay, so and subtract it by 24. So I'm just going to change this to, it's not null. Okay, and finally the bottom value. So here it's going to be main dimensions dot height, subtract this settings offset height. Okay, and I'm just going to it's going to be offset top and subtract by 24. Okay, so this is how we are going to update using the settings and main dimensions thing for the constraints for top, left, right, and bottom thing. Okay, so and mainly this is going to depend on this so this is going to depend on this main dimensions dot height and main dimensions dot width. So whenever this value changes, the constraints for this will be automatically updated. Okay, fine. Now let's focus on the UI things. So everything, I'm just going to wrap everything inside this motion dot section. So let's import that. So I'm just going to import this motion. Okay, so here this is going to be the section. Okay, so here first thing, the ID, I'm just going to set it to settings. Okay, and I'm just going to pass this drag and everything, the drag listener. So drag listener, I'm just going to set it to false. Drag momentum, let's set this to false. Drag controls. Okay, let's pass in this drag controls, the things here we have initialized. Okay, so first let me close this. Okay, yeah, then the drag constraints. So I'm just going to pass in this constraints. Okay, animate, I'm just going to pass this animation controls, and then the styling for this. Okay, so styling, so first okay, so let's make it as a fixed. Okay, and it's going to be at the bottom 32, and let's add z index for this, and let's have this rounded XL, padding 5, and a text, let's make this as extra small. Okay, and then let's apply this transition opacity for this, and duration, I'm just going to keep it as 200, and then the ease in out, and here I'm just going to apply will change transform. Fine, and after this let's add one border. So I'm just going to add a border 1 pixel, and this is going to be of color white. I'm just going to divide by 20. Let's have the background, set it to black, and the text color, let's change it to white, and make it little less whiter. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to apply the opacity, let's say 50. Okay, and let's add some shadow effect. So XL, yep, and finally if it's a focus, so that is focus within, I'm just going to have this opacity set to 100. Okay, and hover, I'm just going to change opacity to 100. Okay, so this is the styling for our settings section. Okay, and inside this I'm going to have first the 3 dots, which is going to help us drag this part of the section. Okay, so here motion dot div, and I'm just going to have here on pointer down, call this drag controls, dot start, and pass this event along with the snap to cursor, set to false, and then while tap, I'm just going to set the cursor to grabbing. Okay, and fine. And here the styling for this, here I'm just going to make this as absolute, and it has to be at the top. So let's add 10 pixel, and here left I'm just going to keep it in the off of the part, and let's have padding in the y direction, the 1 pixel. Okay, and in the x direction I'm just going to have 6 pixel. Okay, fine. And then let's have this surrounded medium, and the border, obviously I'm just going to add 1 pixel, and the border it's going to be a white color. So let's same like we did for the above thing. So fine. And then so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take this completely. Okay, fine. Transition I'm going to apply in the whole direction, and the duration, let's add the 200. The effect, let's add easy out, and I'm just going to apply, will change transform. Fine. On hovering, let's add some effect. So I'm just going to scale it to something like, let's say 150. And also hovering, let's make the cursor to be of type grab. Okay, so let's, yep. And also I'm just going to change the background to 800. Okay, and the focus, I'm just going to set outline to none. Okay, so inside this div I'm just going to have this drag handler, or I mean dots icon. So yep, and add styling. So I'm just going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Okay, fine. So this is the 3 dots icon, which is going to help us to drag this whole section part. Okay, fine. So after this div we will have the div which is going to have this all the options for selecting language, themes, padding, and then line numbers. Okay, so here in this div, so here again the styling, let's make this as a flex so that it'll be in the rows. Okay, and having a space of gap of 8. Okay, and here so let's yeah, so let's add more styling later on. Okay, so after this I'm just going to have this div. First the label, I'm just going to set this for language. Okay, so this is going to say it as a language, and here I'm just going to render this select component, and I'm just going to mention the type to be a language. Okay, and then initial value set it to language, and then a set value I'm just going to pass in this set language, and then options it's going to be supported languages. Okay, so this is the select component for selecting the language. So same way we are going to have the divs for themes and line numbers and padding too. So I'm just going to change here the HTML for to theme, and here I'm just going to set this to label to theme, and also here the type it's going to now be a theme. Okay, and here everything will change from language to theme, and here as well set theme, and here it's going to be supported themes. Okay, yep. So after this, and I'm just going to have here the div for padding. So I mean line numbers first, let's then we'll go for padding. Okay, so line numbers, and here I'm just going to change this to line numbers, and here I'm just going to remove this. Now we'll make use of this toggle component, and initial value it's going to be the line numbers, and the set value I'm just going to pass in this set line numbers function. Okay, so this is for line numbers, and now on the div for padding thing. Okay, so here let's change this to padding. So here I'm just going to change this to padding, And now here we'll make use of the choices component. So initial value, it's going to be the padding, and in the set value callback function, I'm just going to pass in the set padding and choices. Let's pass in the supported padding choices. Okay, so this is the settings component. So fine, maybe if there is some issue with the stylings in this, the options will come back here, but this is the settings component. So now we'll go into the code. Here we'll be making a lot of changes here, because I'll be removing completely this Prism React renderer. So mostly the whole this part is going to be replaced with the code mirror component from UI package of that code mirror. So let's first add that dependency. So I'm just going to add the dependencies first. So I will add this React code mirror component. Okay, so code mirror, along with that, I'm just going to add this code mirror view for the editor view. Okay, so here, and then the themes, to add our own themes to this editor. So even we'll have to add this dependency. Okay, and then to highlight a part of our code, like be it is commented or it's the keywords with the different colors based on the parsers. So I'm just going to use this lesser highlighter. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this. Okay, so fine, so let's install this. So let's wait for this libraries to be installed. Okay, so these are installed. So first I'm going to remove this completely, so no longer needed. So I'm just going to change this, and here I'm just going to have one variable to keep track of the selected language, and here I'm just going to change this to the selected language. Okay, so this is going to be of type any. So for now I'm just going to set it to null. Okay, and then one variable to keep the code that we are typing in this editor. So this is going to be of type string. So for now let's just say something like I'm just going to add here something. For now let's leave this as it is. Okay, so that's the variable for storing the code that we are writing in the editor. And this I'm just going to remove this, and also this is no longer, I mean these two things, I'm just going to completely remove this part. Okay, yeah. So now here I'm going to have the onChange callback function to just update the code. So I'm just going to name this as onChange. Okay, so here use callback value, it's of type string. I'm just going to set the code to whatever the value we receive, and this is no dependencies. Okay, fine. And another use effect to load the languages. Okay, so here this is going to be async function. So I'm just going to call this function as load language. Okay, so here first, so here let's get the language extension. Okay, so that I'm just going to get it from our the settings context. So first let's destructure the values that we want. So using this use settings context, okay, so that is language, then the theme, and then the line numbers, and then the padding. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to call this await language dot extension function on this, and I'm just going to set the selected language to this value. Okay, fine. And after this let me just call this function, and here the dependency I'm just going to pass in this language value. Okay, so now let's define the style theme for our editor view. So I'm just going to store in this style theme variable. So this is going to be the editor view. Okay, so let's call this base theme. So here we'll have to edit the editor stylings here. So I'm just going to set this font size to let's say something like 0.9 yep yeah, rems. Okay, so same thing we'll have to do for focused and other things as well. So here editor focused. Okay, so I just have to I'm just going to apply the outline to be none. Okay, so same way for the gutter element. So I'm just going to make the display to be a flex, and then justify content, let's make this as a flex end, and then the line height I'm just going to set it to 1.5 rems. Then the letter spacing, let set it to 0.1 pixel. Okay, so this is for the gutter element, and then finally to the content. So here I'm just going to add here the padding left, so 1 rems, and then the line height let's set to 1.5 rems. Okay, and then the letter spacing, so I'm just going to take it from here. Okay, so this is going to be the same, so letter spacing. Okay, so this is the style theme. Okay, fine. And then let's store in one variable. So I'm just going to this it's going to be theme dot generated colors. Okay, I'm just going to store, and then let's create our own theme. Okay, so here let's name this as my theme. So I'm just going to import this create theme function, and here we'll have to set in a lot of things. So first the theme I'm just going to set it to dark, and then the settings. So settings, the background here will make it as transparent. Okay, and then the foreground, let's make this as a white. Then caret, let's make this C at 0. Okay, fine. And then the selection, I'm just going to use this adjust. So here I will have to create one more helper function in our colors section. So that is given an HSL thing, I'll have to convert it to HSLA along with the alpha, so that we did not create before. So let me create quickly here at the end. So here I'm just going to name this as HSL to HSLA. Okay, so here we'll be receiving the color, okay, along with the alpha thing, so which is the number. So here I'm just going to return the string, and here first it's going to be the same extracting the, we did use this regular expression to extract, just a second. I mean, where is that HSL regular expression? Okay, let me close all of this. Maybe at least we'll get that. Yeah, here not this. Okay, fine, I'll write, so don't worry. So I'm just going to get the values. Okay, so here color dot match, and I am just going to, it has to start with HSL. Okay, and here the number. Okay, and then this can be, okay, so and it's the same, just the slight modification. Okay, so yep, so yeah, this is the almost it. Okay, yeah, so this is the pattern to get the view saturation and lightness value. Okay, so fine, here if no values found, so I'm just going to throw this error message, saying invalid HSL color. Okay, so and here let's, yep, fine, and let's first get those respective values. So I'm just going to convert to int, so this is going to be values 1, so let's convert it to decimal values. So same for saturation, so it's going to be values of 2. So then the lightness. Okay, so here percent values of yeah, so view saturation and lightness, and then I'm just going to make sure the alpha value is between 0 and 1. Okay, so that is first math dot max and minimum 1 comma. Okay, fine, and then I'm just going to return that, which is HSLA, and here I'm just going to add that respective values. Okay, so this is the function which is going to give us the HSL to HSLA, and that will make use of it here. So I'm just going to import this. Let's import this, so which is to, I'm just going to import this as something like adjust lightness. Okay, so here now going to this selection, so I'm just going to make use of this, so that is, and here I'm just going to pass this along with this alpha value, and then selection match, so it's going to be the same. Okay, so just with the alpha value changed, and here line highlight, I'm just going to make this as a transparent. Then the gutter background, let's make this also transparent. Foreground, I'm just going to use this adjust lightness and pass in this value along with this alpha value. Okay, and then the border, so let's make this as transparent. Okay, fine. And then the styles. So first for the tag, so here I'm just going to let's import the tags from our highlight thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to tags as t from this thing. Okay, let's highlight. Okay, so now I'm just going to use this highlighter for each of these things. So first is the emphasis. So here let's apply the font style to be italic. Okay, fine. So same applies to the strong. So here the font style, I'm just going to set it to bold. Then to link. Okay, so color, I'm just going to set this value. Okay, fine. And after this, for comment, line comment, block comment, and dog comment, I'm just going to set the font style to be italic, and I'm just going to change the color using this adjust lightness. Okay, so here t dot comment. Okay, and then the t dot line comment, t dot block comment, and then for the dog thing, so I'm just going to set font style to be italic. Okay, and then the color, let's just set whatever value we have at this 0th index. Okay, along with this alpha. Okay, fine. And after this, for bracket, square bracket, parentheses, punctuation, and then for that also I'm just going to set the color. Okay, so here bracket thing, and then the square bracket, and then the punctuation, angle bracket. So here I'm just going to set the color for this. So it's going to be whatever we have at this 0th index. Okay, fine. After this, for variable name, property name, definition, we'll have the color change as well, so that it looks good for different languages. Okay, so color, I'm just going to have this whatever we have at that 5th index, and font style, let's set it to italic. Okay, fine. And then for the property name, color, I'm just going to set whatever we have at this thing, and font style, let's set it to italic. Okay, and then this for the variable name, I'm just going to have the different color. So here I'm just going to add this, and the same for property name. So whatever we have at this index. Okay, so yep, after this we have to add the for module keyword, so and the keywords a lot of keyword, then if it's changed, okay, the annotation modifier, and the namespace, okay, the self, okay, and then the meta things. I'm just going to change the color to whatever we have at this first index, okay. So after this, for type name, so for type name and then the type operator, color, I'm just going to assign whatever we have at this 13th index, okay, fine. And same for the operator, so operator, I'm just going to apply the special to string, okay, and then color, it's going to be whatever we have at this 6th index. So same for the number, and if it's a bool, okay, if it's a string, if it's a string, okay, so here processing instruction, and then insert it. I'm just going to apply this color at the 2nd index. So like this, for different things we'll have the for different tags we can adjust the styling this way. So here the for color, class name, and then constant, some name, like standard thing, and then the function variable name, and then the function, the property name. I'm just going to have the color changed, so going to set whatever we have at 8th index, okay. So like this, even if there is regular expression, so that is t dot expression color, okay, color, I'm just going to set it to whatever we have at the 12th index, okay. And same way, so like this, I'm just going to add 3 to 4 more, but if you want more, we can this is how we highlight the theme in our editor for different functions, color, style, and the color for different properties. So here let's go for tag name, color, I'm just going to set whatever we have in this thing, okay. And t that attribute value, yep. So yeah, and finally I'm just going to add 2 more attributes, and then we're done with this attribute name. And then I'm just going to set the color to 6, okay, fine. And then if it's heading, I'm just going to set whatever we have color at the 1st index, and font weight, I'm going to set it to a bold, okay. And finally for the code thing, so if it's code, let's set the color to whatever we have at this 6th index. Okay, fine. So this is how, if you wanted to define your own theme and want to say kind of color and the font weight and also the type of it, bold or italic, this is how for different tags we apply these things. So now I'm just going to completely remove this, whatever we had here, and everything I'm just going to wrap inside this motion from framer motion. Okay, so let's import this. Okay, so inside this div I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. So here let's apply this as a layout and a styling. So let's make this as a relative, and I'm just going to give z index, and a width let's make it as auto, and a minimum width let's apply, let's say 512 pixel. Okay, and the max width I'm just going to set it to 5xl. Okay, and let's apply the padding class, and then a background let's have gradient to yeah. Okay, fine. After this let's apply this theme dot class. Transition I'm just going to apply in the all direction, and the duration I'm just going to apply 200 milliseconds, and effect let's add the easy note. Okay, so yeah, fine, and I'm just going to I'm just going to close this div. So inside this div let's have the div first for the theme, so for the layout. So again here I'm just going to so here let's make this as absolute, and inside let's make 0, and rounded I'm just going to have this XL. And after this, if I'm just going to apply the absolute again, if it's after, let's apply this inside 0. Okay, let me close this. Yep. So here again let's apply some z index. So I'm just going to apply 2. Okay, and even if we want to translate in the y direction, so I'm just going to have here, so even rounded corners, and also the background color to black, let's say like by 60, and blur. Okay, so yeah, so that's the styling for this div. Well, I'm just going to wrap this div inside one more div. So here I'm just going to add here div and make this as a layout. Okay, and add some styling for this. So that is, I'm just going to make this as relative and add some z index for this, and height and width let's make it as full, and minimum width I'm just going to restrict it to 480 pixel at least, and maximum width let's say 2 times XL, and rounded I'm just going to have extra large in the corners. Okay, so then I'm just going to wrap this inside this thing. So let's make it a simple div. Okay, fine, and inside this I'm just going to have the div for the background color. Okay, so here let's make this as absolute, and apply this inside 0, have this z index 3, and rounded I'm just going to have extra large, and background I'm just going to add it to be okay, and apply this theme dot class and just close this div. Okay, fine. Then after this div we will have the div which for the code mirror component. Okay, so here let's give some styling for this. I'm just going to make this as a relative, give some z index for this for, and rounded, let's have rounded corners, and background let's make this black, divided by 70 something, and have the padding in all directions 4. So here if selected language is a null, then I'm just going to show this component, so which is the React code mirror. Okay, so here I'm going to pass in here the value, the code. Okay, and on change I will call this on change callback function, and then the extensions. So here the selected language, then the style theme, and then the editor view dot line wrapping. Okay, and then the basic setup. So here line numbers will be from the line numbers variable value, and then fold gutter I'm just going to set it to false, auto completion set it to false, then indent on input let's set it to false, highlight active line I'm just going to set up most of the things to false. Okay, so active line gutter, and then drop cursor false. Okay, then search key map let's set it to false, lint key map I'm just going to set it to false, and then completion key map let's set it to false. Then yeah, so for now let's basic setup let's set all of this to false, and then the theme I'm just going to pass in this my theme. Okay, and then close this component. So this is the code mirror component. Now going to our the components, so here choices, so let's quickly change here this is going to be choice definition. So here I'm just going to change this to choice definition. Okay, and yeah, mostly that's the change here. And going to this, it's going to be a theme definition. Okay, so and it's going to be theme definition. Yeah, and here so here I'm just going to change to theme definition. So here I changed it to label, so I'm just going to yeah, so that's the change. And so here some types issue, so going to the select component. Okay, so here it has to be the language definition. So now mostly this also it's going to change to language definition. So yep, it's going to be the label, so I'm just going to change here to label. Okay, so same applies here. So here I'm just going to for now let's mention it as something sad. Okay, so fine. So that was the issue with the type. So now we removed that, by adding this, and now going to our the page. So here I'll add here the id to main. Okay, and also we will now use this settings component we just built. Okay, so I'm just going to right after this I'm just going to have this settings components. So now hopefully we should see the code mirror editor along with the settings component. So let's have a look at our settings context. So here I will have to mark this using use client as well as okay, there is some issue with the color parsing to the RGB, so I'll have a look at it. Okay, let me have a look at that. So if you see, there is an issue with this regular expression. So I think because of this space, I guess ideally it shouldn't be. So let's at least save and have a look. Okay, let's go to the output and have a look. Okay, fine. Yeah, we are seeing it, but I see not to the expectation of what I want. So maybe I think whatever I have applied, the stylings in this settings and the library are not reflecting. Maybe I'll have to add here in the I forgot to add this folders here. So I'm just going to add the library and the context folder. Yeah, so hopefully now if let's go and have a look. Now we're able to see the color and the themes. Okay, so here and also here let's go to this to the settings component. Yeah, so okay, here I did miss this thing. So now let's have a look. Yeah, it's looking good now. Okay, so now if you see if I just let's just copy paste this. Yeah, so it's working good and changing the color. Hopefully it should change. Yeah, even the color is changing. And also here if I change the padding, yep, it is changing too. And this is draggable, so we can drag it to wherever we want. Fine. And also there is some styling issue with this. I'll have a look with this, but at least let's see if the functionality is working. Yes, line numbers are disappeared, and again they're good. So with the use context, whatever we wanted to change the so let me change this to something like Python. So you see, yep, so yeah, with the whatever we have options in the settings toolbar, they are working fine, and we are able to update the state accordingly. So next what I'm going to do, I'm going to focus on this part as well as adding the font family and take it for forward. Like I'm going to add here one more select option, which is selecting the font the user want. You can have a look at that in the code part. Okay, I'm just going to change back to the padding to 16. So let's go back to the code base and focus on the further parts. So before moving on to this font family additions into that settings toolbar, I just wanted to check this toggle styling. So for that, I'm just going to add this one plugin for the headless UI. So here headless UI /tailwind css. Okay, and that we are going to add this as a plugin here. So that is, I'm just going to add in here the headless UI Tailwind CSS plugin. So now going to the our toggle component. So here I'm just going to add this styling for this. That is if the UI is checked. Okay, so I'm just going to have this blue background, let's say something like above medium, so 600, and the same way of UI not checked. Okay, so I'm just going to have this background set to gray color, so 200. Okay, fine. And even here let's apply this. If it's checked, I'm just going to have some translate x in the x direction and the 4. Okay, so now mostly let's have a look. Hopefully we should see some change in the UI part. So going to the thing, now you see now whatever the way the thing we want, it's looking good now, at least in the styling. So let's go back now. Coming to the font family. So first what we are going to do is we'll add the list of the font families that we wanted to support, and then try to maintain that as a list and do it the same way we did for the theme as well as a language. Okay, so just before even moving that, I am just going to slightly change here in the style theme. Okay, I'm just going to remove this padding left. Okay, I'm just going to apply padding right here. I mean just the opposite way, the same thing, but I'm just going to apply here. So yeah, and I am just going to okay, fine. So now moving on to the font. So what I'm going to do inside this layout folder, so here I'm just going to get the font types that we wanted to support, and for this I'm just going to give the variable name. So let's give this as a font enter. Okay, so same way I'm just going to like this have Fira code. Okay, so this is going to be so, and here subset, so this is going to be Latin, and then variable I'm just going to give this as font of Fira code. Okay, same way whatever the font we want, I'm just going to mention import them and create a variable out of that so that we can use this. So next I will use the JetBrains mono font type. Okay, so this is going to be JetBrains mono, and here subsets. So and here the variable name the variable name I'm just going to give this as font seam the name of it, so JetBrains mono. Okay, fine. Then after this we'll have the 2-3 more fonts of that kind. So this is going to be Inconsolata. Okay, so once Solato. So here I'm just going to use this, and here let's get the Latin. Okay, subsets, and then variable, this is going to be font, the name of this. Okay, so yeah, so same way I'll add 2 more things. So this is going to be a source code pro. So let's do follow this camel case. Okay, fine. And let's import this source code pro. Okay, so here subsets, just get the Latin, and variable I'm just going to font source code pro. Okay, so let's say one more last thing. So I'm just going to get the IBM Plex mono thing. So here IBM Plex mono. So let's import that from Google Fonts. Okay, IBM, yeah, this one. So here I'm just going to mention the Latin and the variable name. So we're just going to name the name of it. So here IBM flex mono. Okay, there is some issue. What's this? Okay, here this is, and there is a subset. So here I'm just going to wait, let's get the 400. Okay, and the style, let's get the normal and then the italic. Okay, and yeah, fine. Now, okay, whatever we want, it's fine. So now I'm just going to make use of this here, I mean inside our page. So I'm just going to, I mean, let's get all of this. I'm just going to copy here and use this here. Let's copy this imports too. Okay, so let's go to this page. Okay, so here in the class I'm just going to wrap everything inside this CLSX. Okay, so let's do it this way. So here let's remove this. Okay, so then I'm just going to get those variables, pass those variables to each of this, and feed a code dot variable and all of those. So I'm just going to pass all those font families variable, okay, to this thing. So and I'm just going to by default pass this font sans. Okay, so yeah, fine. And this, now I'm just going to so I'm going to do one thing. So rather than this, I'm just going to move this completely to this layout itself. Okay, so what I mean to say is here I'm just going to move this here. Okay, and I'm just going to close this and let's import this. Okay, and let's remove that here completely. So I'm just going to have here one fragment. Yeah, fine. So we just moved this code to the layout part. Let's see if this doesn't work. We'll again see where to put this. Okay, and finally I'm just going to the Tailwind config configuration. So here I'm just going to in the theme, I'm just going to in the extend thing, I'm just going to add this font family. Okay, so here I'm just going to mention and also let's import this font family. Okay, so from this Tailwind CSS default theme. Okay, so here inside this, let's for sans, I'm just going to pass this variable which is nothing but the inter, okay, and here I'm just going to pass this font family dot sans, okay. So so same way I'm just going to do for the other things, so which is Fira code, okay. So here I'm just going to pass those respective variables which we have just created, okay. So here font family dot mono, okay, and then the JetBrains mono, okay. So here I'm just going to font JetBrains mono, okay. So and I'm just going to pass this mono to this, okay. So let's complete this all the fonts which we have just created, okay. So font in Consolata, okay. So fine, and last let's source code pro. So let's pass in this variable which is source code pro, and just pass in this mono family, and then the IBM Plex Pro. I'm just going to name the IBM Plex mono, okay. So here IBM Plex mono, so here let's font family dot mono, okay, fine. So now the things needed to add and configuration, it's pretty much done. So now let's focus on adding them, the font select and the component and the list for that. So first is I'm just going to create a list for them. So what I'm going to do is in the values folder, I'm just going to create in this we have supported languages here, and same way we have this themes here, the padding choices and supported themes. So same way I'm just going to add here a new file. So let's name this as fonts.ts, okay. So here I'm just going to create the list. So let's create here supported so here I'm just going to create the list for supported font styles. So and also let's create the types for this. So the type is going same like we did. I'm just going to create inside this types. So let's create here the type for that. I'm just going to name this as font definition, okay. So it's going to have the ID which is of type string, label string, okay, and then the value which is of type string, okay. So fine, going here, and this is going to be and this is going to be list of that the type which we have just defined. So here this is going to be a font definition list, okay. So this is going to be the object. First one I'm just going to give here it as Fira code, okay, and the label. So label the title that we wanted to showcase in the UI, okay. and then the value. So here value, it's going to be variable of whatever we have mentioned there. So that is font fira code. Okay, so yeah, so same way I'm just going to do for the other font. So let's let's change this to JetBrains Mono. So JetBrains Mono, and here it's going to be the name of that Mono, and here JetBrains Mono. Okay, and then Inconsolata. So yep, and let's mention the label, the name of that. So Inconsolata. So here again this is going to be fine, and after this let's add the source code pro. Okay, so here source code pro, and I'm just going to change the name to that respective type. Okay, source code pro, and even this source code pro. Okay, and this is going to be IBM Plex Mono. So I'm just going to change this, and the title also I'm just going to change this to IBM Plex Mono, and let's change the name to, okay, so it's going to be IBM Plex Mono. So let's remove this. So this is the list. Okay, so I just added the list of that supported font styles. So okay, so what we'll do next is we'll have to change in the settings context. Okay, so we'll have to expose the same way we did for the language theme, line numbers for and for padding. Same way I'm just going to add no, for font thing. So here I'm just going to font style. So this is going to be of type font definition. Okay, so and the callback function to update respective thing. So here this is going to be of type font definition, and return type it's going to be void. Okay, fine. So that's we had it in our interface. So after this we'll have to create the same way we did for font style as well. So here I'm just going to create font style. Okay, so set font style. Okay, so here you state, okay, this is going to be of type font definition, and initially we are just going to pass the whatever value we have at 0th index. Okay, and here I'm just going to, yeah, fine. And also while exporting I'm just going to export those two, so which is a font style and then the set font style. Okay, so now accordingly we will utilize this to change this. So first thing, let's go to the settings component. So we'll have to add this so here in the settings part. So first is, let's destructure the same way we did the variables here. I'm just going to get this font style and set font style from this settings context. So once I get them, so right after the supported themes, okay, after this div I'm just going to copy this same div and use this for the font thing. Okay, so I'm just going to mention here font, and the label of this is going to be a font. Okay, and here the type we'll have to change now, so we'll change this. So for now we'll receive TypeScript error. Okay, fine. And also here the initial value, it's going to be whatever value we have in this font style variable, and here the callback function is set font style, and the list, it's going to be supported font styles. Okay, so yeah, so that's the change here. So now going to the to the main select component, so that's where we'll have to change the types of it. So I'm going to additionally here add in this font. So let's mention here the font type. Okay, and also I'm just going to wrap this inside this memo. Okay, so everything, I'm just going to wrap this memo so that there'll be less number of calls. So let's import this. Okay, so fine, now we'll have to make changes. So here I'm just going to create a few functions which is going to help us get the initial value based on the type. So if it's a type language, we'll have to prepare span, and if it's a theme, we'll have to prepare a bubble, and if it's a font, I'll have to prepare the font types and those things. So just let's have function for that. So I'm just going to name this as get initial value. So I'm just writing here, later on and we'll refactor and move it to the place where it feels to be moved. Okay, so this is going to receive a type, so which is going to be of type string. So let's use this switch here. So based on the type, I'm just going to case if it's the language. Okay, so here I'm just going to return this span, and just wrapping the I'm just going to wrap this initial value. So initial value as the language definition dot, I'm just going to label. Okay, fine. If that is it's language. Okay, so if it's the theme, if it's a theme, I'm just going to return this theme bubble, and color, I'm just going to pass this initial value as theme or definition dot class. Okay, so then close this. And now for the font thing, so if it's a font thing, so I'm just going to return span. So here let's have some styling for this. Okay, so here let me get the initial value. So initial value as font definition. So here if this value is equals to font Fira code. Okay, I'm just going to add this. Okay, if not, okay, I'm just going to show this font, apply this font JetBrains styling. Okay, so here I'm just going to, what's this problem? Okay, I'll change this. I'll see about the times. Okay, so fine, and here the initial value as font definition dot label. Okay, fine, and here I just have to extend this font definition. Okay, fine, and yeah, so if it's a default case, I'm just going to return null. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help us give the initial value based on the type. Same way for getting the options and content for the options, so we'll have one more function. So I'm just going to name this as get option content. So here the type, it's going to be of type string, and this option, this is going to be a language definition or the theme definition or the font definition. Okay, so here again we'll use the switch based on the type. If it's the language, if it's language, and okay, I'm just going to return the span, inside span. So styling for this, let's the same thing. We had the thing, so maybe I can take from there. Okay, let me take for the next thing. Okay, so here option as language definition dot label. Okay, fine. And now for the theme, if it's the theme, I'm just going to return this. Let's get this theme bubble. Okay, so I'm just going to take this, here let's wrap inside this fragment. Okay, so here, and then I'm just going to take this, and no padding at the right. Okay, and it's going to be a theme definition. Okay, so if it's a theme, this is what we're going to return. And now for the font, so if it's font, and I'm just going to have this span. For this, I'm just going to take it's going to be the same as this. So let me take this from above, and let's here, yeah, fine. And it's going to be the same pretty much. Okay, fine. Now, and the default thing also, let me take it. Okay, fine. So now we have this ready. So here now, depending on the for this list box button, I'm just going to change some stylings depending on the type. Okay, so first let's apply the width to be auto. Okay, and then I know here based on if type is equals to language. Okay, so if it's equals to language, I'm just going to have width set it to 32, and if it's a type is equals to font. Okay, I'm just going to set a width to be a little larger, 40. Okay, so that's slight change in this list box button. Okay, and now I'm just going to remove these things. Okay, so completely I'm just going to remove, and here I'm just going to use this get initial value by passing in this type. Okay, yeah, so that's the change. And even here now in this thing, I'm just going to remove completely this part, and use this get option content function which we have just written, and I'm just going to pass in this type along with the option. Okay, fine. So that's the change. Now let's go to, okay, there is some issue. Okay, I'll check this. So now let's go to the code component. So this is where now we'll have to use this the font style, and accordingly apply this. So here I'm just going to get font style from this context. Okay, and I have the same like we have this. I'm just going to create here one more thing called custom font style. Okay, so here let's the theme. Okay, I'm just going to apply a theme. So here on the content. Okay, so here on the content I'm just going to apply this font family. So here the font family, it's going to be a font style dot value, and then the font variant ligatures. Okay, this is going to be normal. Okay, and I'm going to do the same for the gutters. Okay, so gutters, let's copy from this. Okay, and I'm just going to, yeah, so fine. And this I'm just going to pass it this to extensions. Okay, so going here to this thing, I'm just going to here pass in this custom font style. Okay, so that is the change, and now here there is some issue. Okay, to the select component here, okay, let me have a look at this. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to mention this as types here. So here I'm just going to mention this definition types. Okay, language definition, and then the theme definition, or the font definition, and here this is going to be, yep, now hopefully, yeah, so same way I'm just going to do for the other things. Okay, so okay, and here as well, yeah, so fine. Now the type error is gone. So now hopefully if we go and see, okay, there is some issue with the fonts loading. I can see that inside this. Okay, maybe, yeah, I think let's have a look. Hopefully we should see that issue. Yeah, so there is some issue with respect to IBM Plex Mono. Okay, okay, so for now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove that option. So let's I mean comment that, and let's, so this one, and I'm just going to comment this. Okay, and even in this here, let's comment this part. Okay, at least see now. Okay, even here I'm just going to comment this. Okay, yeah, so here you see now we have this font is added. So here, okay, there is some issue in the list, so let me check this. So for font type, I've just hard coded this initial thing here. So what I'm going to do, same like we did for the same the way we have written function for initial value and content options. I'm just going to write one more function which is going to give me the class name. Okay, so here this is going to I'm just going to name this as font variable, which is of type string. Okay, and here I'm just going to use the switch, and here if it's the font Fira code. Okay, let's apply this font Fira code. Okay, fine. And now if it's the font JetBrains mono. Okay, I'm just going to return the respective font names. Okay, so this is going to be JetBrains mono. Okay, so same here for the another font. So here it's going to be font Inconsolata. So yeah, and I'm just going to return this font Inconsolata. Okay, so let's do for the other thing, so which is source code pro. Okay, so let's return this font source code pro, and then and if it's a default, I'm just going to return this font mono. Okay, fine. So now I'm just going to use this. So basically here what I'm going to do here is here in this I'm just going to remove this, use this get class name and pass in this initial value as font definition dot value. Okay, fine, and do the same here as well. So let's take this, and I'm just going to do the same here as well. Okay, and yeah, and it has to be not initial value, so that's why this is going to be option everywhere. I mean this is going to be option, that's why we are seeing the same thing there in the UI. So it's the option. Okay, fine, and now I'm just going to check it out. So hopefully we should see the thing we are expecting. Let's okay, there is something wrong, definitely. Well, there is something wrong. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to comment this, and let's check this part. Let's have a look. Okay, still, and also try to comment the same in this thing. So I'm just going to comment this both of thing for now. Yeah, now it's back. Okay, so then there is an issue with this source code pro font family, so I'll have a look at that. So I will come back. So for now, if you just see, let me so now it is Fira code. So let me change to JetBrains. Okay, so you see the change in the font, and if I change this to Inconsolata, so again it did change. So as of now only these three works. Okay, if I select by default, it's going to go back to font science. Okay, so yeah, this first three are working, so fine. I'll take care of the rest of the things, and see what is the issue. Okay, so let's go back, and here in the layout part. Okay, so let's introduce the motion div for smooth entries. Okay, So here I'm just going to add here the motion motion from framer motion. So let me import that. Yeah, so here, and again I'm just going to add in here the animate. So on animate I'm just going to tweak the opacity to 1. Okay, and then initial let's opacity, then I'm just going to set it to 0. Okay, and transition let's say duration I'm just going to have it for 0.2, and delay let's say something like 0.3. Okay, so yeah, and yeah, that's the change here, just for smooth entries. So fine, and also let's try to rename some part of the here in the types. Okay, I'm just going to of value rather than value. It makes sense if I change back to the variable. So I'm just going to change this to variable. Okay, so and then accordingly we'll have to make changes. Okay, so here in the code file, so here I'll have to change to variable, and just the just better naming convention. Okay, so fine, and also here in the select component, we'll have to change this. Yeah, here I'll change it to variable, and also here, yeah, so fine, and also in the fonts. Okay, here I'll have to change everything. So here let me do multi cursor editing. Okay, so here, yeah, fine, and this is the change. Okay, so fine, and now let's see about the issue with respect to the source code. I mean these two fonts. Okay, so this source code pro and IBM Plex mono. So for that, first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try something. So let's first try it out whether it's going to work or not. Okay, so here I'm just going to add for everything the display to be swap. Okay, so let's do the same apply. I'm just going to apply to all of this. Okay, and also to this, and let's make some change here. So here weight let's have 400, and subsets I'm just going to get the Latin thing. Okay, and display swap, then I'm just going to remove this, and yeah, so fine, and now here let's try to uncomment both of them, and also make some naming changes for these two. So going to this here in the font family, I'm just going to change from camel case to just a separator. Okay, and okay, so same thing here, even I'm just going to change this. Let's see what is the issue with the this thing. Okay, fine, and also the I'm just going to uncomment both of this thing, and also change this to same thing. Let's have a try, and hopefully if it works it's better. If not, I'm just going to comment back and have a look at it later. Okay, so even I'm just going to name this, yeah. So here we'll have to have this inside the string, that's why we are seeing an issue. Okay, so let me add for this one too, and even this. even this one too. Yeah, so now the type issue is gone. So now and also we'll make the same naming changes in the this here. So I'm just going to change back to the same convention we did have. So here I'm just going to have here the IBM Plex mono. Okay, and also I'm going to add one more type here. For this I'm just going to name this as a class. So basically the way we are passing the class tangling to the component will be changing. So first I'm just going to add for each of this. So here like I mentioned, so let's change this, and also here I'm going to add the class. So I'm going to mention this, and this one also it's going to change same like we did. So okay, and then this class, this is going to be a font JetBrains mono. Okay, and even here we'll add the class name. So this is going to be font hyphen Inconsolata. So yeah, fine. And then the source code pro. So here as well, here I'm just going to change this naming convention, and then they add the class. So this is going to be font source code pro. Okay, and here the class. So final one, it's going to be IBM Plex mono. Okay, so fine. And now we'll have to accordingly add these changes inside the what I mean the main select file. Okay, so here I mean what I'm going to do, here wherever we were using this get class name, so now I'm just going to change this to use I mean let's comment this, and here I'm just going to use the initial value and as font definition. Now we'll just refer the class variable. Okay, so fine. And the same here even this part. So I'm just going to remove this and use this. Okay, fine. And also this it's going to be the class now. Okay, so I'm just going to fine. So that's the change. Now hopefully and also for the content I'm just going to in the code part, I'm just going to remove the letter spacing. Okay, so here in this part, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so now let's have a look, and hopefully at least we should see the font types issue be fixed. So let's have a look if it's okay. Well, there is an issue with respect to, let me have a look. Well, looks like there is an issue with the motion we introduced in the layout part. So for now I'm just going to remove this motion and also comment this part, and let's have a look. Okay, so yeah, now it's compiled, so let's have a look at it. Okay, fine. Again we are seeing an issue with respect to font. So let's do one thing. For now I'm just going to park those two fonts issue. Later we'll come back to that. So I'm just going to comment this to fonts. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, so it's back to thing. So yeah, and now if I just add so let's check this. So Yeah, so it's working good. Okay, so these two fonts will have a look at it later. So now going back to the code, so what we'll do is yeah, we will focus on adding the next start and the Prisma, and also set up the this sign in with the GitHub part. Okay, so and also to reduce number of renders for this choices component, I'm just going to wrap this inside memo. Okay, so here, so that number of renders will be less, so I'm just going to import this from React. Okay, and I'm just going to, yeah, fine, and and even for the toggle component, so here let's import the same, and close this. Okay, fine, so this way we'll be reducing the number of times that we'll be rendering this component choices toggle. So moving ahead, as I said, we'll focus on adding the Prisma next start, and making an API calls. Okay, so for that I'm just going to install a few dependencies. So first thing is I will be installing this next auth. Okay, so and then the next start Prisma adapter, so that is I'm just going to Prisma adapter, and also let's install this Prisma client. Okay, and also the Prisma, and also to I'm going to use the SWR to make an API calls. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to let's install this. So let's wait for that to install, and after this I'm just going to create routes for next start. Okay, so here in this app folder, let's create a new folder, API. Okay, and in that I'm just going to create a new one more folder, auth, and let's create let's handle all related to auth in this section. Okay, so it's going to be, yeah, so okay, sorry, this is going to be, okay, let me create here a new file. Okay, so I created it as a folder, so this is going to be next auth.ts. okay, fine, and in this I'm just going to create a function called next auth, and this is where we'll attach the adapter, that is the Prisma adapter, and also attach the providers. For now, for this application we'll attach the GitHub provider, and also the in the callback we'll set the user ID to our session object and all. Okay, and then return that session so that we can know that user is logged in or not. So let's first write this. Well, we would need Prisma in this file. So first I'm going to create a Prisma object in the library folder. Then I'll come back to this. Okay, so I'm just going to create here one new file called prisma.ts. Okay, so let's declare global. Okay, and here I'll have the Prisma variable. So this would be of type Prisma client. Okay, or it can be undefined. Okay, so here I'm just going to create the client object, which is will be nothing but the global dot Prisma. Okay, or it will be the new client object. So here if the environment is production, I mean if it's not equals to a production, I'm just going to assign this to this Prisma the client object. Okay, and finally let me export this Prisma assigning this client. Okay, so this is the Prisma. We'll be getting the Prisma, so I'll make use of this in this file. Okay, so it has to be it has to be folder. So basically next auth, and here it will be route.ts. okay, so I'm just going to delete this. Yeah, so here in this, so let's create one function called auth options, and this is going to be object this is going to be object of type the next auth options and the adapter. So I'm going to attach this Prisma adapter with the Prisma from this library which we have just created. So I'm just going to import this Prisma from library slash Prisma. Okay, so fine, and then the secret. So I'll create this environment variable. So this I'm going to name this as next auth secret. So we will create this, and then the providers. So providers, we will be adding the GitHub provider. So here I'm just going to import this GitHub provider from next auth providers, and it will be GitHub. Okay, so I'm just going to add this GitHub provider, and here we'll have to pass in this client ID. So here we'll have to, for now I'll be having the single client ID and client secret. So if we wanted to change based on the environment we are in, we can even create that. So just I'm just going to create here one variable to know if it's the prod or not. So by taking the help of node environment, so if this is going to production, we'll know it's prod. So based on that, I will have two variables for that. So if it's prod, we will pass in this GitHub ID. Okay, so we'll create these variables later on. Okay, and here this is going to be GitHub local ID. Okay, so same way I'm just going to set the client secret. So if it's a prod, we'll have this GitHub secret, or else it will be the local secret. Okay, so local secret, fine, it's fine. And after this, in the callbacks, I'm just going to get the session along with the user, and set the session.user.id with the user.id. okay, and then I'm just going to return this session. Okay, so and finally let's create an handler object. So handler, it's going to be next auth with the above auth options, and I'm just going to export handler as get, handler as post. Okay, so yeah, what is the issue? Okay, maybe I'll have to define the types for this. So what I'm going to do, I will have here one types folder. Just a second. So types, okay, and in that I'm just going to define this, add this user and ID to this session object. Okay, so I'm going to create here next auth.ts. okay, so let's declare, add this into the module of next auth. Okay, so here the interface session, the user, okay, will have this ID which is of type string, and the default session of the user. Okay, so fine. So now you see the error should be gone mostly. So going back here, yeah, so now we have this route ready. So we will first initialize the Prisma schema. So I'm just going to initialize Prisma schema, so we should see this. Yeah, fine. And here in the environments, okay, it has set here this. So we will first create the models in this schema. So it's going to be pretty straightforward for the models we need for authentication. So account and the session and the user, and then verification token. So these four tables are needed to handle the authentication using next auth, using any providers. Okay, so here I'm just going to quickly create the model for that. So here ID, this is going to be of type string, and default, let's set the unique ID. Okay, and then the type, and then the provider, again this is going to be string, and then the provider account ID, this is going to be string, then the refresh token, so this is optional, and I am going to set this type to be the db.text. okay, and then the access token, so this is also going to be optional, and here let's set the type in the db as text. Okay, fine. Same way, like this, we'll have the expire set, which is the int and optional, and then the token type, again this is optional, then the scope, this is again optional, string, and then ID of the token, so string. Okay, and I'm just going to db type, set it to db text, then the session state, so this is going to be optional string, and here we'll have the relationship to the user table, and also I wanted to, in the db name, I want the name to be okay, so let's set this to be the accounts. Okay, and also I want to have unique constraint here, so here let's add based on this provider and provider account ID. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to define the other tables quickly. Session, so this will have ID string, the unique ID, so default will have this unique ID. Okay, so I'm going to use this thing. Fine. And session token, this is going to be a string, and this has to be unique. and then the expire, so this is going to be date time, and we'll have relationship to the user table, okay, which I'll create now. And the table name, I want it to be sessions, okay. And yeah, now the table of the user ID, okay, and it's going to be of type string, so default thing, okay. And this will have name, which is the string type, and then the email, this should be unique, so that is unique. And this email verified, the datetime at which it is been verified, and then the image, okay, of the user, and this is optional. And then the created at, okay, so the date time default, I'm just going to set it to now. So, and I'm just going to map here into our DB, the column name would be created at, okay. And then the name of this in our DB, it's going to be the users, okay. And then the verification token model, verification token, first the identifier, which is going to be string, then the token string, and this has to be unique. Expires, okay, the datetime at which it expires. And here the unique constraint be the along with the identifier token, and the name in our DB, we will have it as verification tokens, okay. So, and also quickly, I'm just going to create the two tables that we wanted to have for this application. So as I already mentioned, we'll have this snippet table where we'll store the content related to snippet, like be it language, theme, font family, line numbers, custom colors, angle, green, those things, okay. And then the view, I mean how many has viewed this thing, those two tables. And then once I create, then I'll establish relationship between each table, okay. So fine, so after this, I'm just going to create here the snippet. This will have ID, okay. So this is going to be unique ID, fine. And then first is the title of the snippet. So title, it's going to be string, and it's optional, okay. By default, we'll be saving it as untitled, okay. And here I'm just going to set it to worker type, okay. Sorry, it has to be capital C, okay, in our DB. And then the code, so the thing he's typing, okay. And this will store in the form of the text. Then the language, okay. So what is the language that he has selected? By default, I'm just going to set it to TypeScript, okay. And then the theme he has chosen, so by default I'm going to set set it to bubblegum, okay. So fine. Then the font family, it's going to be string, so default I'm going to set it to Fera code, okay. And then the font size, let's set default to 14. Then line numbers, should we show this line numbers? This would be a boolean, and default I'm going to show this initially, okay, fine. And then the padding, so this would be a string, so default let's have the padding set it to 32. Then the custom colors, okay, so this would be a JSON, okay. So default, I'm just, you'll understand this, I have what is this custom colors part, and also the color mode, okay. So here default I'm going to set it to RGB mode. Okay, RGB, and the angle, gradient angle. So here this is default, I'll be setting it to 145. Then the grain. Okay, so boolean, this is just a boolean. I will be setting the default value to false. Okay, so these are the main things that will be storing for each snippet in our DB. Okay, and then a standard, I'll just have this created at and updated at thing. So this is going to be date time, and default let's have now, and in our DB I'm just going to have this name of this column as created at. Okay, fine, and then the updated at. So daytime, this is going to be default, set it to now, and the name of this we are going to have in DB as updated underscore at. Okay, and then the name of this table, I will have this as snippets, and yeah, and the last table view. Okay, so this will have one variable count, so the view for each snippet default, let's set it to 0, and okay, and then the name of the table, I'm just going to set this to be views. What's the issue? Okay, yeah, so here I'm going to have set a relationship to the snippet table. So let's have the snippet. Okay, so snippet, and I'm just going to add here relation. The fields I'll be mapping the snippet ID, so let's add here the snippet ID. So this is going to be a string, and this is the unique in this. Okay, so here we're going to map this snippet ID, and it references ID of the snippet table, and on delete I'm just going to delete these two, so cascade, and now we'll have to add here the relation here. So views, it will have the view type. Okay, so fine, so this is the relationship between this snippet and the view table. Okay, and now connecting the snippet table to the user. So for that I'm going to create the user ID and have this user object. Okay, user, and the relationship, the fields that will be preferring the user ID from this, and references ID of that table. So going to this user. Okay, so I'm just going to have here many snippets for single user, so it's going to be snippet array. Okay, so yeah, so same way I'm going to have the relationship to the accounts. Okay, so here let's have user can have multiple accounts, and also the sessions. Okay, so now I'm just going to establish the same and the thing. So session, so same straightforward. So let's have this user ID string, same like we had for this snippet. Okay, I'm just going to relation, let's this field ID will be referencing the ID, and on delete I'm just going to cascade. I will delete this too. Okay, fine. And same applies. I'm just going to copy this to the account thing. So yeah, and also here so yeah, this is the relationship between each table now to the user table. And here I'm going to have the index on user ID. Okay, fine. And also even in this session too, I'm just going to okay. So yeah, so this is the these are the tables. So I'm just going to minimize this so that just this so for our application we are just having this snippet and view table. So for our table we just have snippet and view tables required, this account session user and verification token. These are the standard tables required in order to use the next dot. If we want more details, refer their official documentation. You'll have more detailed info and all. Okay, and here I'll just add the index on the user ID. Okay, yep. So now let's yeah, going to this, I'm just going to change this username and also here the password. Okay, and okay, and I'm just going to change this to this. Okay, so fine. And now the schema is ready, and I'm just going to migrate this. Okay, and I'm just going to mention this as init. So now we should see this tables being created in the DB. So let's have a look at it. So opening here, and you see there is a code share, and seeing now the tables, you'll see now we have this account, session, snippets, users, verification tokens, and views. So this is how we create the tables in our DB. So the tables we want and the relationship we want among the tables is done. So now let's focus on other part. So going here, so first I wanted to focus on whatever the helper methods that are needed for us in this application. So first thing is I'm just going to create one helper method for authentication to get the session of the user. So let's create here the new file auth.ts. Okay, and let's minimize this. So first is let's make this as asynchronous, and I'm going to name this as get sessions. So get session, and this would receive request of type next API request, or it can be get server side props context of request. Okay, as the input params along with the response. So this both are optional again. So here this next API response, okay, or it can be of response. Okay, fine. So in this, if there are no request or no response, okay, I'm just going to call this get server session on this next auth thing by passing in this auth options. Okay, and I'm just going to return this as session. Okay, let's wrap this in bracket. Okay, so here session. So yep, okay, fine. Else I'm going to pass this request and response to this get server function and then return that. Okay, so here get server session, so pass in this request response along with this auth options, and this is going to be of type session. Okay, So this is the function needed in this authentication, so that we can make use of in the pages wherever we want it to be accessible only for authenticated users or not. Okay, fine. And also now I will have this cn. We were using CLSX in all the components and pages, so I just want to have the simple helper for that and make use of this there, rather using CLSX in every component. Okay, so I'm going to name this as cn. Okay, so here this function, it's going to be a cn, and it is going to receive the inputs. This would be of type class value from CLSX list. Okay, and I'm just going to return using this. I'm going to install this tailwind merge. Okay, so which is going to merge multiple class styles. Okay, so tailwind merge. So I'm just going to use this here and pass this input, sorry, CLSX of inputs. Okay, so that now what we can do, we can just use a cn and wrap all the styling that we want to in this, and it will merge all of those things. Okay, so that's this helper. And now we need the main thing is the debouncing thing. So I'm going to create here the new file called debounce. So basically we will use this whenever we are trying to update the code part. We want it to update and save it to db, so on an interval of some time, let's say some milliseconds of gap. So this function is going to help us that. So I'm just going to create this as a helper for us, debounce. Okay, so this is going to receive the function as the input param along with the weight, which is of type number. So here I'm just going to define one timeout id. So this, it's going to be of type type of set timeout. Okay, and or it can be null. So initially I'm just going to set it to a null value, and here I'm just going to return the function with this args. It can be of any array. Okay, and here if this timeout is not equals to null, then I'm just going to pass to this clear timeout function. Okay, and then I'm just going to set timeout to this timeout id and call this function with the aux. Okay, so and here we'll wait it for whatever we receive as the input param. So this is how it's going to help us implement the debounce thing. Okay, and then as I mentioned, I'll be using the swr to talk to APIs. So I mean passing in this body and making the API call and making changes in db. So for that I'll have one helper called fetcher. Okay, so fetcher.ts. Okay, so this, let's make this as asynchronous. Okay, and function, I'm just going to name this as fetcher. This is going to receive url which is going to be of type request info, and then the init, it's going to be optional, so this is going to be of type request init. Okay, fine. And here first is I'm going to get the response here. So I mean using the fetch. So here I'm just going to pass in this url, and the headers, I'm just going to attach here the content type to be application/json. Okay, so content, and here I'm just going to set this as application/json, and then pass in whatever we receive in the init parameter. Okay, fine. So let's get the body here. So that is response dot json, and here so this is where I'll have to kind of set the status of the message to like is there any error or was it successful and all. And also I wanted to move this completely to this this context handling to completely do some state management things. So I'll be using just stand, and I'll move everything part of this into that just stand store. Okay, so and that we will use here to update the message status as one variable in that store. Okay, so then maybe maybe it's better if I create that state first, I mean that store. We can have this context as well, but I wanted to go to state management, so that if we wanted to include any middleware and all, it'll be better at handling in state management libraries. Okay, so here let's create here the new file. So I'm going to name this as store.ts. okay, so for that I'll have to install this dependency, which is just stand. Okay, so here I'm going to name this as simply the use store. Okay, so let's use this create thing, and this is going to be of type store, so that I'll be defining in this types. Okay, so let me define that. Okay, so let's go to types first. I'll define then this type of the store and then come back to this file. So first I will have app state as one type. So here basically this will have whatever we had in this snippet table columns, right? So this will store all those types things. So I'm naming it as app state here. So the ID, so it can be of type string or null. Okay, and then the title, so string or null. Then code, so which is of type string or null. Then the language that user is going to select, so this would be of type language definition. Then the theme, so this is going to be a theme definition. Then the font family, so this is going to be font definition. Okay, so and then font size, so this is going to be of type string. Then the line numbers, which is the boolean. Padding, so this is going to be a string. Custom colors, this is going to be a string array. Then the color mode, so this is going to be for now I'm going to mention this as any, later I'll give the exact type of this. Then the gradient angle, so which is a number. Then green, so this is a boolean. Fine, and also I'll have one type which is going to give us the status of our app. So here the app status, so here this will have message. So message can be it can be success, error, unauthorized, or anything. So let's define the type for that too. So I'm just going to name this as, so here first let's say success. Okay, or it can be error, or it can be unauthorized. So whatever we think we can think of, I'm just going to write here. So again, we are going to limit number of requests in the particular span of time to update the code snippet. So for that also, I'm just going to give here the message as too many requests, then the limit reached. Okay, after limit reach, again is trying to update the code, so we'll showcase this message. Okay, and then the empty editor, then something unknown error, so we might not know if all errors we could capture. So this is the message. We will showcase the unknown error type, and if the is trying to refer to the ID which is not present in our DB, so I'm just going to say the error as snippet not found, and then if there is any internal server error, so I'm just going to display this message. Okay, and then pending, idle, and also and if clipboard copying is not supported. Okay, so I'm just going to, okay, fine, and yeah, so this is the message. So just now I'm going to give this the type of this as a message. Okay, then this will have one more boolean, so just to know whether this is having the custom theme. Okay, so boolean. Okay, fine, and now I'm going to have the interface for our store. So let's export this interface. So I'm naming this as store, and let's extend from our above app status and the app state. Okay, so this again would have the functions here, the update. So this the generic one. So this first, let's extend this from the string, and the other thing, so I'm just going to extend, it can be a string, okay, or it can be a number, or I mean boolean, or it can be a language definition, or it can be a theme definition, or it can be font definition. Okay, so fine, and here this type, it's going to be a t, and the value I'm just going to mention this type v, and we are just going to return type is going to be void. Okay, so this is the update function, and then the function to set the app state. Okay, so here we will have the input as the snippet. So this I'm going to define this is going to be type snippet. So let me take it from the Prisma client. Yep, so fine, and we are going to return void type, and again to get the app state, so this is going to be just this is going to return the app state. Okay, and then the set custom color, this is going to take two input params, which is the which one parameter is string and another parameter is number. Okay, so fine, and then to add the custom color, so again here we are just going to have one input param, so which is the color, and then remove the index, so that color, so I'm just going to, here it's going to be the number, so we will remove that accordingly. Okay, so this is the type or interface for our store. So let's go back to the store now. So this is where, you know, this now I'm just going to import from types. Okay, fine, and here I'm going to use the dev tools from just and middleware, and get the set and get. Okay, so here we'll have to pass the default values. So for that, what I'll do is I'll create the constant and default values in separate file in the library folder. So I'm just going to create one file called values.ts. Okay, and here I'm just going to create those values. So let's name this as default values. So this is going to be object of type app status, and then the app state which we have created. Okay, so here the message I'm going to keep the value as idle, and then as custom theme let's set it to false. Then id we are going to set it to null, and title let's set it to null. Code let's set it to null, and language I'm just going to use this support language at a 0th index. So I'm just going to use this, and theme as well. So here we have the supported theme, so I'm just going to have this at the 0th value. Okay, and then the font family. So font family also we have this supported font styles. Okay, so I'm just going to set this, and then the font size. So for font size we already we do not have the list, so I'm just going to define one constant list for that. So I'm just going to name this as base font size, and this is going to be just a string array. Okay, so here 12 and 14 and 16. Okay, fine. So this is the base font size list. So I'm just going to take the by default the value present at first index. Okay, so and then the line numbers, so I'm just going to set it to true by default. Okay, padding, even padding I'm just going to have the similar way. So I'm just going to copy this here. This is going to be base padding values. Okay, so values, and I'm just going to mention here 16, 32, 64, and then the 128. So these are the things that will be supporting, and here I'm just going to use the above thing, and now default I'm just going to set present at first index. Okay, and then the custom colors. So here I'm going to take the whatever we have here by default. I'm just going to set it to whichever is not present. Okay, fine. And then the color mode, here again we'll have one constant for this color modes. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as a base color mode. So this is also let's define this time to be any. Later I'll come back and be specific to be mentioning the type for this. Okay, and RGB. Okay, so LAP, then LCH, HSL. Okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to give the value present at 0th index. Okay, so then the gradient angle, so by default I'm going to set this, and then the grain. Okay, so here let's set it to false. So now the default values that we want are ready. So let's go to the store, and I'm just going to spread this default values here. So basically I'm going to wrap this inside the so here I'm just going to completely, yeah. So inside this dev tools, okay, I'm just going to use this default value. So let me import this default values. So I'm just going to spread this values here. Yeah, and then the function, so the update, so this would have the two input params, which is nothing but the type and the value. So here I'm just going to set those values here. So yeah, so set, and I'm going to add one dependency or the immer, which is going to be really helpful for us to update the immutable data structures here. So that's a good way of updating the immutable state data structures. So let me install this immer. Okay, so once I have this, I'm just going to get the produce from that yep, this one, and I'm just going to get the state, and here I'm just going to set the type of this state to whatever the value we are receiving. So that's the update thing. And the other function now setting the app state. So basically, yeah, setting the app state. So here we will be receiving the snippet as the input parameter for this function. So here same way like we did the above thing, let's get the state first, and here I'm just going to set each property of the state with the whatever value we receive from the input parameter, which is the snippet. Okay, so for message I'm just going to set whatever we have in the default values, and for the custom theme, so it depends upon the snippet dot theme. So if this is equals to the custom, then we are going to set it to true, or else whatever we have inside this default values dot as custom theme, I'm just going to set those values. So rest of the things, let's set those properties. So id, it's going to be snippet dot id, and then the title, it's going to be the snippet dot title. Okay, so snippet dot title. Okay, and then the code, which is the whatever we have in this snippet code, I'm just going to set that. And now for the language, so basically here we'll be given the key of the language. So and also here we have the same thing for a theme and font family. So rather than writing here repetitively for three of them here, I wanted to have one generic function which is going to help us find the correct match for each type, so be it the language or be it the theme or be it font family. So for that I'm just going to create here the new file inside this library. So let's name this as find. So this I'm just going to name this function as the find only. Okay, so this is going to be a generic function. So here let's extend the object, and here this will have the input parameter, the array of type t. So in this case for us it can be a language, it can be a theme, it can be font type, so it doesn't matter. So that's why it's going to be generic. And first we are going to find the match based on the key that we are receiving by iterating through this list. So first let me get this item, and here first I'm going to check if there is an id in item. So if this is true, then we are going to find the match based on the key that we are receiving as the input param. Fine, if we found the match, so I'm just going to return that match and making sure this is not null. If not, I'm just going to return whatever is there at the 0th index. So okay, so this is the help function for us to find the respective match. Okay, so here now I'm just going to pass those respective list to this find. So here in this case it's going to be languages. So here I'm just going to pass in this language and make sure this is not null. Same way to the theme. So I'm just going to pass this supported themes, and here let's get the state dot snippet, right? So snippet dot theme, and make sure this is not null, and then the font family. So here this is going to be supported font styles, okay, and I'm just going to pass in this snippet dot font family and make sure this is not null, okay, fine. And then the font size, so here whatever we have in the snippet, I'm just going to pass to the our state. Same applies to other properties, so quickly line numbers, and then the padding, so this is going to be padding, and then the custom colors, so snippet dot custom colors, then the color mode, so it's going to be snippet dot color mode, then the angle, gradient angle, so snippet dot angle, finally snippet state dot green. So here this is the boolean value, so I'm just going to pass it this. So this is how we are going to pass the values we are receiving as input parameter to our state, okay, fine. And after this the get app state, so which is going to help us get the all the values from the state, okay. So here let me quickly destructure them, so it's going to be id, title, okay, code, language, and the theme, okay, same other properties, it's going to be the font family, font size, line numbers, okay, and then the padding value, and then the custom colors, color mode, then the angle, and finally the grain, okay. So yep, so I'm just going to get these values from get function, and same way I'm just going to return them. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's return this values, okay, fine. So this is how we are going to get the all properties value from the state using this function. So after this, we are having the functions to set the custom color. So here this is going to receive the color and the index as the input param, so we are going to update accordingly here, so using the produce. So let's get the state, okay. So here I'm just going to set to this index the color that we are receiving as the input param, and accordingly the other function to add the custom color. So this is going to receive the color as the input param, so I'm just going to push into our the custom colors array. So here let's get the state, and here I'm just going to push this to our custom colors array, okay. So and finally removing the custom color given us the index. So here I'm just going to use the produce and get the state, and here I'm just going to splice this this index value, okay. So splice, yep. So this is how we are going to remove. So this is the whole state of our application. This is how we are going to maintain the main state of our application. Even if they want to modify, this is where the actual values will be reflected. So the state the store we want is ready. So now I wanted to move slowly to the components that are required for all the sections of our UI. So here let's now focus on the smaller part. I wanted to focus on the header part, so in the header part we need a few components for that. In the middle section we wanted to showcase the status of the updation calling to our APIs, like are we successfully saving, what is the status of the message in the center of the header. And in the right part we'll be showcasing the option to sign in with our provider. In this case it's a GitHub, and in the left side part it will be navigating back to the dashboard. So we'll try to first achieve that piece of functionality. Even whatever the components are needed to achieve this, I'm going to maintain inside this components folder. So as of now I'm just going to focus on this header part. So I'm just going to create here the header folder, and here first we'll focus on the logo, so which is the simple component which is going to return the render the image of our logo, okay. In this case I'm just going to use the image of the default Next.js logo. We'll change it later, okay. So I'm just going to name this as a logo.tsx. So here I'm just going to create here the component here for logo. So I'm just going to name the function name as the logo. Okay, so here we are just going to return the image component from the next image. Okay, so here height, let's say like 34, and width also I'm just going to restrict to 34. Okay, and the source I'm just going to get this next.svg thing. Okay, and halt I'm just going to provide it as a logo, and let's mention this as a prd. Okay, so this is the logo component. So next I wanted to have the message component that we'll have to showcase in the center part of the header, right? So I will create this component, so message.tsx. So for that I'm just going to create here the function for that. So let's export default, let's say message. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as a message, and here I'll have the state variables, to show at least the boolean variable for me, whether I should have to show that message or not, and then if I have to show what is the content that I wanted to showcase. Okay, so I'll have two state variables for that. So one is the boolean variable which is the show or message. So this is going to be a boolean variable, so I'm just going to set it to false, and then the content. So here set content, so this is going to be of types, I'm just going to define the interface for this. Okay, so let's define the interface for our content state. So here this would have the id, which is going to be a string, and then the text that we wanted to showcase, and then the icon, if there is any, it's going to be optional. So this is going to be of type jsx element. Okay, and then the any additional classes. Okay, so I'm just going to so this also I'm just going to set it to optional thing. So fine, yeah, and here I'm just going to mention its type here. So here the content state, or it can be null. So by default I'm just going to set it to on null. Okay, fine, and also here I'll get the message using our the root state, and also the update function to update the message value. Okay, so here the message, so let's use this use store. Okay, so here I'm just going to get the message. Okay, so I'll have to import this from the location we have just created. So basically use store. Yep, so yeah, now this is going to be a state.message, and then the update function, so to update the message text. Okay, so here update, so I'm just going to use this use state and get the state dot update. Okay, fine, and now and also I'll get the here the path name. Okay, using our use path name from next navigation. So basically I'll have a use effect which depending on the value changes in the message and update things, I will trigger this use effect. Okay, so basically, so this use effect here, let's have the one variable called timeout id. So this is going to be of type the type of set timeout. Okay, so yep, so this is going to be its type, and here first let me have a check here. If message is equals to idle, then I'm just going to set the show message to false, so will not show here. Else I will set this show message value to true, and then the content I'm just going to set it to here we'll have the various states for the content. So for that it's better if you define a list of those objects. So right here I wanted to define the constant list for that. So I'm just going to name this as content states. So this is going to be of type partial of this is going to be record. Okay, so record of the message along the and this is going to be the content state. Okay, so fine. So here the first thing for the success. Okay, so here the id, it will have the id as the success, and the text, it's going to be the changes saved. Okay, so I'm just going to have this, and the icon, so here I'm going to get the check icon. So from let me get this from Lucid React. Okay, so I'm just going to import this. So check from, so I'm just going to install this. Okay, so fine, and here I'm just going to mention the size to be 16, and then I'm just going to mention this area hidden to true. Okay, so and the additional classes, so I'm just going to have this text as a green color, so that it is like success, indicating that. Okay, so same way for other things, if it's error, I will have the id to set to error. Okay, text, it's going to be something like failed to save, and then the icon, so here I'm just going to have the X icon from this Lucid React. Okay, so and I'm this size, let's mention same as the above one, so 16, and let's have pass the same thing as we did for the above success thing. And now the additional classes, here we'll mention the color to be red, so indicating the something has gone wrong. Okay, so this is the error part, and the other parts now unauthorized. So unauthorized, so I'm just going to have this, so this id will be the unauthorized, so just the text of that, and then the text, it's going to be you don't have access. Okay, fine, and then the additional classes, I'm just going to have the same text red color, so 400. Okay, so next, the too many requests, so if the limit that we are applying is exceeding, that's when we showcase this id, it's going to be too many requests, and then the text, we are going to say it as like too many requests. Okay, and then the additional class, let's pass the same for everything. I'm just going to have the text color to be red. Okay, so then the limit reached, so here the id, it's going to be limit reached, and the text, it's going to be limit reached, then the additional classes same, I'm just going to set the red color for the text. Then if it's the empty editor, I'm just going to set the id to be the empty editor, then the text text property, we'll set add some code first. Okay, and then the icon, so here I'm just going to pass the code icon, so here let's import these from this code. Okay, so here I'm just going to set the same size to 16, and area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, fine, and yeah, that's for empty editor. So still we have like this in a few more things. So if clipboard API not supported, so clipboard API not supported ID, and the text it's going to be the same as clipboard API not supported. Okay, and the additional class, so it's going to be the same, so red color. So fine. And after this we have this unknown error ID, it's going to be the unknown error, and then the text, it's going to be something went wrong. Okay, so went wrong, and then the additional classes will have the red color. So yeah, red color, I'm just going to have red color. Fine. And then if the snippet is not found, okay, so even for this we'll have to have this thing. So here snippet not found, and then the text, it's going to be whatever it says. So here snippet not found. Okay, and the additional classes, I'm just going to set the red color. Fine. And then the internal server error, so here ID, it's going to be internal server error, and the text, it's going to say the same, the internal server error. Okay, and then the additional classes, we are just going to set the red color. So yep. So finally the pending thing, so this is the last one, and here the ID is, so I'm just going to pending. Okay, so the text, it's going to say something like saving. Okay, so yep. And icon, here I'm just going to have here the loader icon, so it's going to be common across our all sections. So for that I'm just going to define here a new folder inside this components UI, and here I'm just going to create a new component. So I'm just going to name this as a loader. So we'll create this loader here and make use of that here. So first let's quickly create here the loader. So so it's be nothing but the spinner. Okay, so the function loader. Okay, and this will receive extra classes, can be optional. Okay, so here I'm just going to mention its type, and I'm just going to mention this as the optional and string. Okay, so let's return this in the span. Okay, so class names. Okay, let's now make use of the cn. Okay, from here, and here let's mention height, let's say something like 3.5, and width also I'm just going to set the same 3.5, and let's make this as a circle, so rounded full, and let's have border 2, and I want the border color to be something like grayish color. So let's set the grayish color. Okay, and border at the top has to be transparent. Okay, fine. And then let's apply this animate spin, and if there is any extra classes I'm just going to pass it here, and the area hidden I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, so fine. And so this is the loader component. So now I'm just going to use this loader component here. So here I will use this loader. So the list that we want is ready. So now I'm just going here, and this content I'm just going to set to whatever we have here in this whatever based on the message. So sorry, message, and I'm making sure that this is not going to be null. Okay, fine. And here if the message is not equals to pending, so I'm just going to set the timeout for this timeout, and here, and accordingly I'm just going to call this update so that it will update the status of our message. So I'm going to pass the type as the message, and here the value it's going to be idle. Okay, and this is going to for 2500 milliseconds. Okay, and this is how thing is happening. And in the destroying and the cleaning part, I'm just going to, if there is any timeout id, I'm just going to, call this clear timeout and pass this timeout id value, and this is going to depend on this message and then the update. So basically on change of this to these two values, this is going to run. Okay, fine. So that's the use effect. And also here the one more use effect I'm just going to have here based on the path name variable. So if the path name, okay, so it's matching to the dashboard, so basically dashboard, and I'm just going to update the message value to idle. Okay, so here, okay, and this is going to depend on these two variables, so path name and then the update function. Okay, so this is how we are going to take care of the value that will be present in the message property of our state. Okay, fine. And here after this, let's focus on the rendering part. So here let's wrap everything inside the div, and here I'm just going to wrap inside this let me import this. So yep, so here let's make this as absolute, and left I'm just going to apply half thing, and let's translate in the negative x direction by half an inch. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this animate presence. Okay, so animate presence, and here the mode I'm just going to set it to wait. Here if this show message based on this show message is true, and there is the content not null, then we are going to showcase here. I'm just going to have one function a wrapper, and I'm going to define here the wrapper. So wrapper, so I'm just going to name this function as wrapper. So here this is going to receive the content as an input parameter. So this is going to be of type the content state which we have just defined above, and I'm just going to return the div this motion.div. Okay, so here let me import this. I'm just going to import this motion. Okay, so here motion.div, and initial let's say the I'm just going to set the opacity to 0, and y let's have the position at -5. Okay, so yep, so let's close this. Okay, fine. Then the animate part, so opacity let's set it to 1, and then y will be back to 0. Exit, it's going to have the opacity set to 0 and y to set to 5. Okay, fine. And then the transition, let's say the duration I want it to for 0.1. Yep. And then the styling, so I'm just going to use this cn. Okay, so here I'm going to make this as display as a flex, and items let's make it as centered, and justify let's say between. Okay, and let's have the gap between the icon and the text as 2, and have the padding 2, and then text size I'm just going to make it as extra small, and also select I'm just going to make this none, and then pass in this content dot additional classes for showcasing the color of the text. Okay, so after this I'm just going to here have this icon along with this text. Okay, so this is the wrapper, so I'm just going to use this component here and pass in this content to this. So key is going to be content.id, and the content is going to be content. So fine. So this is the message component, so we have some issue. Okay, I have to install this laser react, so let me install this. Okay, so yeah, now I'll focus on the dashboard button. So basically on the navbar in the left part we had a button, you know, with the dashboard text along with the keyboard shortcut which is going to help us navigate back to the dashboard. Okay, so I am going to create that component now. So here I'm just going to name this component name as hope, so it makes sense because it's going to take us back to the dashboard, right? So here this hope I'm going to define this component here. So export default function, let's call this as home. Okay, here I would need the router so that I could navigate to this page. Okay, sorry, I'm going to use this from next navigation. Okay, and then the path name. So here path name, so this is going to be use path name hook. Okay, and I'm just going to get the status, that is the session status from the use session hook which we have in this next.js react. Okay, so fine. Now here let's focus on the rendering part. So basically I'm going to wrap everything inside the div, and here I'm going to use the link from next link. Okay, and href I'm going to have this here, the route as dashboard. Okay, and the styling for this it's going to be little we'll do a lot of styling for this. I'm just going to make this. Okay, I'll have to import this. So here, yep, and let's make this display as a flex and items centered and have the gap between this icon text and the button shortcut gap 6, and I want the rounded LG and padding have 1, and the font type let's have medium. Okay, and the select none, and even the outline let's have none. Okay, and have the border, so and border color I'm going to set to white divided by 20, and the background let's have the black. Okay, and apply this transition in all direction. Okay, and the duration let's say 200, and the effect keep it as in out. Okay, fine. And then hover effects, so hover I just want to have the background to be white. Okay, and on hover I want the text to be almost let's say, what do you say, white. Okay, fine. And then focus thing, so here if it's a focus I want text to be almost white, and focus let's have the ring effect. So here I'm just going to have ring effect, and again have ring color to be almost white. Okay, and even the focus I'll have the ring offset to set it to 2. Then focus thing, ring let's have the offset color to be set to set to black. Okay, yeah, and then make this as a group. Okay, yep, so fine. And here I'm just going to inside this I will have first the div where I'm going to wrap for the icon and the dashboard text and the the keyboard shortcut value. Okay, so here let's make again this as a flex, items centered on a gap. I'm just going to have 2. Okay, so here let's have this arrow left icon. Okay, so size let's add 16, and the styling for this again so I'm just going to add this translate x in the x direction 0.5, and then the transition, let's say apply this transition transform, and the duration I'm just going to have set it to 100, and effect I'm just going to add easy now, and group hover. Okay, so here I'm just going to have group hover so that it's going to back to the in the x direction 0 the thing, and I'm just going to have this area hidden set to true. Okay, and I'm just going to close this, and the text it's going to be the page that we are going to, it's a dashboard. So after this I wanted to showcase the shortcut, keyboard shortcut to help the user to navigate back to dashboard. So for that, to make it look better, I think it would be better if we have separate component for that. So I'm just going to create that is in the comment section UIs. So let's create here the new file. I'm just going to name this as keyboard, so something like kbd, so it makes a shortcut. Okay, fine. And here let's quickly define this function. So default function, I'm just going to name this kbd. So this is going to receive the keys, okay, as the input, so it can be a list of string. Okay, so okay, fine. And I'm just going to return this div. So here let's make the display as a flex, and the items to be centered and have the gap between them 1. Okay, fine. And let's iterate through this list of keys dot map to each key. Okay, and here I'm going to wrap inside this fragment, and the key I'm just going to pass in this key, and have this kbd. Okay, so and attach this styling for this. Okay, so let's make this as a flex, and height let's have 6, and items centered. Okay, and justify also centered. Okay, and rounded have something like 4 pixel, and have padding x2, and font type let's set it to medium. Okay, and the background I want it to be white, so let's divide a slide by 20. Yep. And yeah, so here I'm just going to showcase the text. Okay, and after this, if key is equals to hover, okay, then I'm just going to showcase the span with the end. Okay, fine. So this is the component. So going back to our home, so I'm just going to use this here. So basically I'll just pass this keys to this. So here right after this div, let's import this kbd, and keys I'm just going to pass the list. So here for this I'm just going to set the b as the shortcut. So this is the dashboard button along with the icon and the shortcut in the left part of our dashboard. Okay, so after this, we have the, if you wanted to showcase at the right part the social icons, so for that also I'm just going to have one component here. So let's name this as social.tsx. so let's define the function for this. So I'm just going to name this as social. So fine, and here let's define the one array. So I'm just going to name this as a links, so it can have the so id. So I'm just going to give the id as a github, and href for now let's have this to set it to empty, and here the icon, so this would have the prop. So here I'm just going to this is going to be of type lucid props. Okay, and I'm just going to here render this github icon. Okay, so and I'm just going to attach the props, and also, and let's pass in this area hidden set to true. Okay, so fine. So this is going to give us the icon, and then the label. So sorry, label, and I'm just going to give the label value as GitHub. Okay, so same way I'm just going to set one more thing, the Twitter. So let's have the ID as a Twitter, and href, let's leave this as it is, and icon. So here props, it's going to be of type lucid props, and here I'm just going to have the Twitter icon. Okay, so and I know pass the props here, and here I'm just going to set the area hidden to true. Okay, and then the label. So label, let's set it to Twitter. Okay, fine. Yeah, then the UI part. So here let's wrap everything inside this div. So let's use the semantic nav thing. Okay, so here I'm going to use the cin, and here let's make this as a relative, and have margin right 5 and also padding at the right 5. Okay, so inside this I'm going to wrap the list of the links inside this div. So here I'm just going to make this display as a flex, and items, let's center them, and also have the gap 2. Okay, and now let's iterate through this the links, and get the the ID, href, icon, and then the label. Okay, so here I'm just going to use this link from next link. Okay, and key, which going to be the ID, and href, it's going to be value present in href, and target, and make sure this opens in the new page. Okay, and let's mention this as no referrer. Okay, and then the styling. Okay, so here let's make this as a rounded. Okay, and let's make this large and have padding in all directions too, and select it, make sure none, and outline also I don't want, and transition, this is going to be all direction, and duration let's say 100, and ease in out effect. Okay, so let's have hovering. I'm just going to have the cursor, so let's have cursor to resize. Okay, and then even the on hover I want the background to be white color, let's say by 20. Okay, fine, and then on hover let's have a text to set to this almost white. So I am just going to set this, don't worry about this. Okay, and then the focus part. So focus, it's going to be the same, almost white, and focus I want the outline to be something like, let's say 1, and I want to have the outline effect too. So here let's say offset, so have 2, and the color, let's go for the same outline, almost white. Okay, fine, and then the area label, I'm just going to set this to social link. Okay, so pass in this ID, and then after this I'm just going to render this icon, and pass in this class name. So class name, let's say width, I want it to be having the 18 pixel, and also height also the same 18 pixel. Okay, fine, and after this in the span I'm just going to let's say I'm just going to have this label. Okay, so fine, so this is how we're going to render the social icons. So just after this div, to just have a background gradient thing, I'm just going to have this div. Okay, so here let's make this as absolute, and right 0, and also top 0, height let's say full, okay, and width I just have 1 pixel. And here let's apply the background gradient to be a thing, and also from transparent via white, I mean by 20 to transparent. Okay, this is for this background thing. Okay, so then I'm just going to close this. So this is the social component. So yep, so yep, after this, I'm going, we'll have a lot of shortcuts help, with the keyboard help to open certain do I mean to do some functionalities, like focus on the text editor, or help us navigate to dashboard, or help us log out, or help us log in again. So those keyboard shortcuts will be adding. So it will be better if we had a kind of helper component which is going to show the list of the shortcuts and what is its purpose. So for that also I'll have one component here inside this header. So I'm just going to name this as help component. So help.tsx. so here this will be quite a lot of shortcuts. So first I wanted to have the list of shortcuts in the form of the list, in the constant list. Okay, so here first object, I'll have the key for sign in. Okay, so we'll have here some properties in this each object, so you'll know why we are having. And once I use this, you'll understand the purpose of this each property. And this shortcut I want to work in whenever the scope is unauthenticated. So I'm just going to mention the same unauthenticated, and label. So uh, label, I'm just going to give this sign in. Okay, fine. And keyboard shortcut, so here I'm just going to mention the shortcut as L. Okay, so yeah, after this let's have the object for new snippet. So to create a new snippet, we'll have the shortcut for that too. And this scope will be only if you are on the dashboard page. Okay, and then the label of this label, I'm just going to name this as the new snippet. Okay, and then keyboard shortcut, I want this to be new. Okay, fine. And after this, let's have the shortcut to rename the snippet. Okay, so I'm just going to have that, and the scope again, this is going to be the dashboard. Okay, so and label rename snippet. So and keyboard shortcut, I'm just going to have this hover along with the R. So if he's hovering and is pressing the R, so then the shortcut will be active. Okay, and then to copy snippet link. Okay, so I'm just copy snippet link, and this scope would be the dashboard. Okay, so here, and label, I'm just going to have this as a copy link, and the keyboard should be hovered, and also the C key should be pressed. Okay, so that's the copying the snippet thing whenever user is on a dashboard page. Okay, so same way I'll have a shortcut for deleting the snippet. So delete snippet, and the scope is going to be same, so which is the dashboard. Label, this is going to be delete snippet. Then keyboard shortcut, it's going to be hover along with the D. Okay, fine. So these are the three shortcuts related to a snippet. And now let's have a shortcut to focus on our code editor. So I'm just going to name the key as focus editor, and then the scope. So scope, it should be authenticated, and also we can also go for unauthenticated too. So both will be applicable in both the phases. Okay, and the label, it's going to be a focus text editor. Okay, and keyboard shortcut, it's going to be F. Okay, fine. So this is the shortcut to have the focus on our editor. Okay, and then take off the focus on the editor, I mean the blur editor. So for that also, I'm just going to have the shortcut. So let's name this as the blur iphone editor. And the scope again, this is going to be same, so authenticated and unauthenticated. Okay, so here label, let's name this as something like an on focus editor. Okay, and keyboard, so just this is the escape. If you press the escape, the focus from the editor will be taken off. Okay, fine. And now let's have the shortcut to focus on the title input, so that we can have the title for code snippet. So here I'm just going to give the key as focus title input, let's say. Yep. And scope, this is going to be same, so let me just take this. Okay, and here label, it's going to be the focus title input. Keyboard, for focusing, I'll just want key to be T to be pressed, indicating the title. Okay, so next we'll have shortcuts for actions part, which is nothing but the copying the link and copying the image and downloading the image. So first, for the copying link, so here scope, it's only if it is authenticated, only then this would be applicable. Okay, and the label for this, it's going to be a copy link. And here keyboard shortcut for this, it's going to be command, then shift, and then C. So this is the shortcut to copy the link. Okay, and then the copy image, so copy image. And the scope, this is going to be applicable for authenticated and unauthenticated. And the label, I'm just going to have this label as set to copy image. Then the keyboard shortcut, so this is going to be command C. Okay, so yep, so this is the shortcut for this. And then for downloading the image, so download image, scope, this is going to be applicable for authenticated as well as the unauthenticated. And the label, it's going to be download image as something like png. Okay, and shortcut for this is going to be command along with the S key. Okay, fine. So these were the three three shortcuts to download image. Okay, fine. And next, to navigate to the dashboard also, we'll have one shortcut. So here dashboard. Okay, and this scope is going to be for authenticated. Okay, and label, I'm just going to have this label as dashboard. And here the shortcut for this would be the B. Okay, so fine. And then to help us showcase the user menu, for that also I'm going to have the shortcut. Basically this is going to showcase the list of it's going to help us open the user menu. So for this I'm just going to have the key as user menu, and scope it's going to be the authenticated and the in the dashboard. Okay, so yep, and the label I'm just going to give it as open user menu, and the keyboard shortcut, so it's going to be U. Okay, fine. And then to sign out and then to open the help component. Okay, so sign out, I am just going to, here the scope it's going to be the it should be authenticated and also dashboard. Okay, fine. And sign out, I'm just going to give capital S. Okay, sign out, and then shortcut for this is going to be quit. Okay, then finally to open the help command component. Okay, so here it can be authenticated on authenticated dashboard. So if it meets any of this, we should be able to have that shortcut enabled. Okay, and here the label it's going to be open shortcuts dialog. Okay, and here the shortcut for that it's going to be question mark. Okay, so these are the shortcuts that will be supporting. So I've just stored this as the a list, constant list. Fine, now let's focus on the component. So it is okay, let's name this as help component. So I'm just going to name this as help component, and here I'll just have one local state variable to know whether the this dialog is open or not. So let's name this as local dialog open, and then the callback function to change its state. Okay, so by default let's set this to false. Okay, fine. And here I'll have this path name to get the path name we are in. Okay, fine. And I'll get the status. So let's rename this to session status. Okay, using the use session hook from next dot. Okay, fine. And here first I'm going to have here one shortcut. So okay, I'm just going to filter this. So basically let's use this shortcut, and here I'm just going to filter the shortcut based on this condition. So that is if path name is equals to dashboard, and shortcut and scope includes this dashboard. Okay, so if this is meeting this condition, I'm just going to include this into our shortcuts list. So that is, let's consider this as a true. So the other way, so if a path name is not equals to dashboard and shortcut dot scope includes whatever we have in the session status, that is authenticated or unauthenticated. Okay, so here I'm just going to return to, so I'm just going to get this to, well this is how we filter the list of the shortcuts based on the state of the user, that is if he's authenticated or unauthenticated. Based on that, and also if he's on the dashboard page or not, we'll be showcasing the list of options for the shortcuts. Okay, fine. And after this I'm going to have one function which is going to listen to the question mark event, so that it's going to open this dialog. Okay, so here let's name this as handle key down, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside this use callback. And here this is going to receive event as input. So this is going to be of type keyboard event. And here first I'm going to collect the target element. So here the target element, so it's going to be event dot target as HTML element. And here if this target element, I'm going to get the attribute and role. So if this is equals to text box, okay, so or it's belonging to the input or anything text, I'm not going to do anything. Okay, so here that means whenever is trying to edit and is using the question mark key, we don't want this to open. Okay, so in such cases this is how we prevent this. So target element, and also check for the tag name. If this is input and target element as let's typecast this to HTML input element dot type is equals to text, or if the local dialog is already open, okay, we are not going to do anything. So I'm just going to return here. Okay, fine. And here if now the actual key, so if the key is equals to question mark, I'm just going to set this local dialog open to true. Okay, fine. And this is going to depend on this local dialog open variable. Fine. So this is the function which is going to listen to the question mark event and set the local dialog open to true. Okay, and this we will add the event listener to key down in this use effect. Okay, so here window dot add event listener key down. I'm just going to pass this above function, and in the cleanup we are just going to remove that event listener. So window dot remove event listener key down, and here I'm just going to pass this function. Okay, and here the dependency of this is going to be the function. Okay, so these are the function where we are going to handle the listening to the key down event and pass the respective function which is going to handle the question mark opening dialog. Okay, so now let's wrap everything the UI part. So I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. So let's make this as relative, and I will have margin right and padding right 5. Okay, and here I'm going to use the React dialog from Radix UI, so that will show everything of this content in the dialog. Okay, so I'm going to just install that first. So here let me install that, so which is Radix UI React dialog. Okay, so once I install this, I'm just going to import that. So I'm just going to import that everything as let's say dialog primitive from Radix UI React dialog. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to wrap everything inside this dialog primitive root. Okay, so this is going to be dialog primitive dot root. Okay, and here open, it's going to depend on the local dialog open variable value, and on onOpenChange I'm going to call this callback function which is going to toggle this local dialog open variable. And inside this first thing, I'll have one tooltip. So basically on hovering, I want just to show some icon, let's say for this kind of in a keyboard icon. So since I want to use the tooltip in multiple components, I'm going to create here in the common section the UI. So I'm going to here just create the component tooltip. So Yeah, I'm just going to create this tooltip.tsx. Okay, and here let's create the function. So let's name this as tooltip. Okay, and here this will have multiple properties, so as the input params for this component. So first the children. So children is going to be of type react dot react node. Okay, and then the content that we wanted to showcase, so this is optional. Again this is going to be of type uh, react node. Okay, so yep, and then the where do we want to show. So this side again I'm just going to make this as optional. So let's add the 4 directions here: top, right, bottom, or left. Okay, and then the side offset. So this is also I'm just going to keep this as optional. And then keyboard thing, so here also I'm just going to make this type as a string array. This also optional. And is it disabled or not, so this also I'll just have this as an optional param. Okay, so here just quickly children, I'm just going to rename this to a trigger. Okay, fine. And then the content side, so default I'm just going to set it to top. Okay, and then the side offset, let's set default value to 4 and pass in this kbd along with the disabled. So by default I'll just set it to false. Okay, so here now, so here first if it's disabled I'm just going to return fragment with the child wrapped in that. So we just renamed it to a trigger, so I'm just going to return this. If not, if it's enabled, so we are going to return first I'm going to install the tooltip from a radix UI. So here tooltip, and I'm just going to import that. So here I'm just going to import this as tooltip. So I'm just going to install this as tooltip primitive. Okay, from radix UI react tooltip. Okay, so now I'm just going to wrap everything inside this root of this. So here root, and here the trigger point first. So trigger is going to be the child, so which is the trigger. And here let's mention this as a child. Okay, and after this the content of that we are going to wrap inside this content. And this is going to, we are going to pass in this side variable. And then the side offset whatever we have in the parameters. And then the styling, so here I'm just going to import this styling. Okay, yeah, so here first let's make this as a flex, and items to be centered, and have the gap let's say something like 7, and overflow let's hide that. So and let's have the rounded, so I'm just going to add 4 pixel for this. Okay, and let's have the select as none, and also I don't want any outline. Then background, let's set it to black. Then the animate, let's say I'm just going to add this in. Okay, so animate, and also the fading effect. So yep, and here I will add here plugins for Tailwind CSS, then this will work. So let's install that. So here Tailwind CSS animate, and also I will use this radix 2, so which is going to give us the some styling related to the components primitives of this radix UI. So I'm just going to install both of them, and let's mention this as a plugins in our Tailwind configuration. So here I'm just going to require, let's animate along with this. I'm just going to here radix, okay. And also here if you see, I was using the almost black and almost white. So here I'm just going to mention those variables here. So it is almost black. So here let me mention that color. It is going to be, yep, black color, okay. And then the almost white, so 1 second, yeah. And here it's f2 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 f2, okay, yeah. And also the grayish, okay. So I'm just going to grayish, so this color will be b3 b3, okay. So here let's add the separator. So now the colors wherever we refer this almost black and almost white will work because we had it, we extended this, okay. So yeah, now let's go back to this tooltip. So here now I'm just, now this will work because we added the Tailwind CSS animate plugin, okay. So fine, then I'm just going to here continue this. So here let's say, yeah, and then the duration I'm just going to set it to let's say 100, and effect, let's have the ease in out effect, okay. And also here depending on the content, so if there is a content, so let's add this rounded LG, and also add the border, and then the border color I'm just going to set it to white. So let's say lighter white, and add the padding 1 in all directions, okay. And here I'm just going to showcase this content, and again if there is KBD, then I'm just going to use this KBD component. So here, and then for the keys I'm just going to pass this KBD, okay. And let's close this. So this is the tooltip component needed for us inside this help component. So here I'm just going to use this now, the component. So let me import that. So here tooltip, so I just imported this, and the side I'm just going to take this as a bottom, and the side offset let's pass 8, and KBD I'm just going to pass here the question mark, okay. And inside this I will have this dialog primitive dot trigger. So the trigger, it's going to be the icon. So here I'm just going to, inside this I'll have the button inside which I'm going to just have the icon wrapped, okay. So here I'm just going to have this button, and this is going to be type button, and the styling. So here I'm just going to make this rounded large, and add the padding in all the directions. And then the select, let's say, and also I don't want any outline, so I'm just going to have this outline none. And the transition let's have in all directions, and the duration I'm just going to set it to 100. Then effect, let's have this ease in out, okay. And here on hovering I just want the background color to be white, okay. And also I want the text to be almost white, okay. And then the focus, let's make this text almost white. And then focus, I want the outline, so let's have something like outline 1. And also let's add the offset, outline offset. So here outline offset, I'm just going to add this one, okay. And then finally outline color, I'm just going to have this almost white, okay. So yeah, so this is the button styling. and inside this I'm just going to have this keyboard icon, so from Lucid React, and the size, let's say I will just give it as 18, and area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, fine. And here let's have this span. Okay, so here the content of this, I'm just going to say open shortcuts dialog. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is the triggering point. So after this tooltip, so inside this dialog primitive.portal, we will have this div with the overlay and the content. So content will be nothing but whatever we have in the shortcuts list, we will wrap all of those lists inside that. Okay, so here portal, and let's have this div. So I'm just going to here let's say I'm just going to make this as a fixed and have this inset 0 and add more z index for this. Okay, and also display, I'm just going to make this as a flex, and items, let's center them, and also justify also center. Okay, so that will be in the middle part of the screen. Okay, so here let's have the overlay first. So dialog primitive overlay and the styling for this. So yeah, let's make this as the fixed. Okay, and I'm just going to have the inset 0 on z index for this 250. Okay, and the background color, let's have the black. Okay, let's say like I'm just going to divide by 50, and the backdrop, I just want the whole backdrop to be blur, so I'm just going to apply this. And the transition, so let's say the same I'm just going to take this transition. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have the same transition. Okay, and here the radix state open, so here I'm just going to have this animate in, and same here radix state open, I'm just going to apply this fade in effect. Okay, so yeah, fine. And here again for the closed thing now, so here for closed I'm just going to have this opposite, so which is the animate out, and here radix state closed, let's have the fade out effect. Okay, so yeah, so yep, I'm just going to close this here. This is the overlay, and now the actual content, so I'm just going to wrap this inside this content and the styling for this. Okay, so here this had the z index the same. Okay, and the width, I just want to restrict it to, let's say 360 pixel. Okay, and here minimum width, I will have this minimum. Okay, and then rounded, I just want to be the XL extra large. Okay, and padding, let's have 6. Then outline, I just don't want any outline, so here I'm just going to pass this outline none, and let's have this border, and I'm just going to have the color of the border white, and let's have the background color as black, so here black, and shadow, let's have the extra large shadow effect, and then this transition all the it's going to remain same, and then I'm just going to have this radix state open, so the animate in effect, and also same the fade in effect also, so I'm just going to apply that. And then the one more thing I'm just going to add here is the zoom in thing, so I'm just going to add here zoom in, let's say some 75. Okay, fine. And now inside this I will have the div with the title for this dialog, and then the list. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside one div. So here dialog primitive dot title, and again let's have some styling for this. So here I'm going to have margin bottom, okay, 4, and the text, let's say a large, and also let's have the boldness for this, so extra bold. And then let's apply the color to be almost white. Okay, so fine. And here I'm just going to have this title, so which is going to say it as, you know, keyboard shortcuts. So fine, so this is the title of our dialog, and now here the list of this shortcuts. Okay, so here I'm just going to make this as a flex and direction column and have the gap between them 5. And here let's iterate through the shortcuts and get map through each thing. So here I'm just going to destructure and get the key label and then the kbd. Okay, so here I'm just going to, you know, have this div and set the key and then the styling. So let's make this as a flex, and width I'm going to apply full, and then items centered, justify, I'm just going to have the space so between. Okay, so inside this let's close this div. Okay, so fine, and inside this I'll have the label and also the keyboard component, which is going to, you know, have the keys. Okay, so here in the span, so in the span I'm just going to wrap this label, and after this in one more span I'll use the kbd component, and for the keys I'm just going to, you know, pass whatever I have in this kbd. Okay, and yeah, so this is the thing, this is how we're going to showcase the list of the shortcuts. Okay, and after this, you know, I'm just going to after this I'm just going to have the div, so with the background, so just we had for the other component. Okay, so here let's quickly, so let's have this absolute and right 0 and top 0, and let's say it occupies the full height, and width let's say pixel. Okay, and background gradient, so this is div is to add the gradient, background gradient, so I'm just going to add this to be from transparent via white. Okay, so and to transparent. Okay, so and let's close this. Fine, so this is the help component. So there is some issue. What's the issue? Okay, I still see some issue. It's with respect to keys. Okay, I think it's just a loading. I don't see any issue. Fine, yeah, so this is the helper component. So finally I'll add the auth component, which is going to give us the button to sign in with our provider. Again, if you are logged in, it's going to showcase the avatar of us, and also on hovering it's going to showcase the username of it. So I'm going to create here the new file, so I'm just going to name this as auth.tsx. So let's quickly create the auth component. Okay, so I'm just going to name this component name as auth. Okay, so here I'll have one local variable to maintain the status of the if the dialog is opened or not. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as a local open, and the function callback, you know, to toggle the value, and this is going to be by default false. Okay, and here I'm going to get the session, so and also the status, so from the use session from next.auth. Okay, so here I'm just going to rename this to session status, and here I'm just going to import this from use session, and I'm going to install this React hotkeys hook library, where we are going to use the hooks to use hotkeys hook, where we'll mention the keystroke value, so accordingly with the keyboard will perform certain actions on our application. Okay, so here I'm just going to install react hotkeys hook. Okay, so once I have this, I'm just going to quickly let me import this. Use hotkeys from react hotkeys hook. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to use this, and the first thing for u key. So basically here I'm just going to toggle this value of the local open. So here whatever we have the previous, I'm just going to toggle this, and this would be enabled this would be enabled if the session status is authenticated. Okay, and also prevent default, I'm just going to set it to true. So here, yep, and here this is going to depend on here this is going to depend on the session status. Okay, yeah, so this is the handling of u key. Okay, and then same way I'm just going to add two more key handling. So this is for q, so this is going to help us the sign out from our application. So here I'm just going to call this sign out function from next.auth, and this would be enabled if the session status is authenticated, and also this local open should be true. Okay, and prevent default, I'm just going to set it to true, and this is going to depend on this session status along with the local open value. Okay, and one more now to sign in. So I'll have this. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this and use this here, and here I'm just going to change to L, and here we will call this sign in, and here provide the provider. Okay, and here now the condition is only unauthenticated, and this can be removed. Okay, and now this is just going to depend on the session status. Okay, this is how we're going to handle the keyboard events. Okay, using the use hotkeys hook. So now depending upon, so we'll have two renders here. So basically if the session status is authenticated, so I'll have to showcase the user avatar along with its name and all. So I'm going to wrap that everything in this drop down thing. So I will install that dependency from radix UI. So basically here I'm just going to install this react drop down menu. So drop down menu. Okay, and also the avatar. Okay, so avatar, fine. So once we have this, I'm just going to wrap everything. So let me first import that. Okay, it is keys. So I just misspelled here, so I'm just changing back to keys. Okay, fine. And here let me import this drop down menu primitive. So here drop down menu primitive. Okay, so I'm just going to import this and also the avatar. Okay, so avatar primitive from react avatar. Okay, so fine. And here now let's wrap everything inside this drop down menu primitive root. Okay, so here root and open, so it's going to depend upon the value of a local open, and again on open change I'm just going to toggle this value using this function. And first we'll have the triggering point. So let's use this drop down menu dot trigger and mention this as a child. Okay, and here I will have the button. So inside that I'm just going to wrap the tooltip, with the avatar primitive root, and then have the image and also have the fallback option for that, where you're going to showcase the username if the image is taking time to load. Okay, so here the styling for this. Okay, so I want it to be circle, so I'm just going to make completely around it. Okay, and outline I don't want any, so I'm just going to set none. Okay, fine. And then let's have the transition all. So yeah, I'm just going to apply will change transform thing, and the duration let's set it to 100, and effect I'm just going to have this is in out effect. Okay, fine. And then focus, so let's have the ring. So and also focus the ring color, so I'm just going to have this ring almost white. Then have the offset, let's say yeah, and then the color of that, so I'm just going to use this ring as offset black. Okay, so yeah, fine. And then the radix state open, I'm just going to apply the scaling effect, so let's say 80%. Okay, so yeah, and let's the I'm just going to have this area label, so I'm just going to set it to avatar. Okay, fine. And inside this I'll be wrapping this tooltip component, so let's import this and decide now I want it to be occupy this bottom side. And offset I'm just going to provide the 8, and here the keyboard now it's going to be capital U. Okay, fine. And in this I'm just now I'm going to use the avatar primitive, so let's wrap everything inside this root. And in the styling, so here, so first I'm just going to make this as a relative and make this as a flex. And height, let's give some let's say I'm just going to give 34 pixel. Okay, and width also I'm going to give it as a 34 pixel, and let's apply shrink to 0. Justify, I want it to be centered, and overflow, let's hide it, so I'm just going to apply hidden, and I want it to be a circle shape, so let's apply the rounded full. Okay, so then select none, then background I want almost blank. Okay, yeah, and now inside this I will have the image and then fallback thing. So here the image, so source it's going to be the session dot user dot image. Okay, so I'll have this image and make sure it's not null, and then the alt I'm just going to have this as a name, so name. Okay, if this is not found I'll just have the image. Okay, and let's have some styling for this. So here I will just apply this aspect to be square, and height let's apply height and width as full. Okay, fine. So this is the avatar image. Okay, so if there's that takes time to load or there is no image, we'll have the fallback thing. So here I'm just going to call this fallback, and here let's apply delay milliseconds, so 600. And then styling for this, so I'm going to make this as a flex, and height set it to full, and then width I'm just going to set full, and items I want it to be centered, and even justify, let's center these things, and let's have the it as rounded full. Okay, so fine. And inside this I will display the username. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to first get the complete the username, and if it is present I'm going to split by each word. Okay, so I mean by each word, and then I mean take the first character of each word, so this way. So here I'm just going to take the first character of each word and then combined them into one string. So here I'm just going to join here. Okay, so basically let's say there are three words, the answer, so T and A will be taken and then combined into TA. Okay, so that's what it's happening here. Okay, and if it's not present, I'm just going to have this showcased. Okay, fine. And yeah, so this is the fallback option. So okay, fine. And after this button, after this trigger, we'll have the content. So basically here I'll wrap everything inside this drop down menu primitive content. Okay, and here let's have the side offset, set it to 5. And okay, and the styling for this, so let's give some styling for this. So let's add the z index and also add width. Okay, so I'm just going to set the width to 40, let's say. Okay, and let's have the rounded lg and padding 1 in all direction. And I'm going to add the border and color, let's make a white. Okay, and background, let's have the black, and I'm just going to make like divide by 50. Okay, and add the shadow, large shadow, and make the backdrop blur. Okay, fine. And let's add this animate in effect along with the fade in. So I'm just going to add the fade in and also zoom in effect, so let's say some 45, and duration 100. And let's I will add the ease in out effect. Okay, fine. So now inside this I'll have the item. So basically the item which is going to just say sign out. So on clicking on it, we are just going to sign out from the application. So let's wrap this inside the drop down menu primitive item. And here on select, I'm just going to call this sign out function. Okay, so it's going to sign out from the application. And let's have the styling for this. Okay, make this as a flex and item centered, and justify want it to be between. So basically we'll have the text along with the keyboard shortcut to be showcased. And also let's have the rounded I'm just going to add 5 pixel corners. Okay, and padding 1. Then I have the select none, and also I don't want any outline. And so this is regular. Let's add the transition all, and the duration I'm just going to ease in out effect. Okay, fine. And focus, let's make the cursor to be a pointer. And also I'm just going to apply the background color to be a white. So, and also text color, let's make this as almost white. Okay, fine. And inside this I'll have this div. So here let's make this as a flex, and items centered, and have the gap between them too. And I'll have the padding left, so let's say 0.5. okay, and here I'm just going to use this logout icon from Lizard React and apply the size to be 16, and area hidden, set it to true. Okay, so I set it to true, and here the text, so I'm going to apply sign out. Okay, so after this div I use this kvd component. Okay, and pass the keys here, the q. Okay, to sign out. This is the shortcut to sign out. Okay, so this is the auth component when the user is signed in. Okay, so this is what will be showcased if the user is not signed in. So that is what we're going to handle here. So basically here I'll wrap everything inside the div. So this would be okay, there is some okay, so here I'm just going to have this written. Okay, yeah, fine. I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. Basically this will be a single button with the GitHub icon and the text sign in with the GitHub, and then the keyboard shortcut showcasing L. So let's quickly get this thing done. So here this type, it's going to be a button, and here on click I'm just going to call this sign in function, so along with the provider. So this is going to be GitHub. okay. And then the styling, so this will have, let's make this as a flex, and the items, I'm just going to apply center. Let's have the gap set to 6 and have the rounded let's say large, okay. And the padding 1 and font type, I'm just going to set it to medium. And here select none, and then the outline, I'm just going to apply the none, and have the border, and the border color, I'm just going to have the white. And let's have the background set to black. So here the transition all and duration, I'm just going to, and I have this is in out effect. And hover, let's change the background color, by to white, and also on the text color I want to be almost white. And the focus, so focus, text, let's make this as almost white. And the ring, have the ring effect, so I'm just going to apply ring. And the ring color, let's say this as almost white, okay. So and had the ring offset, so I'm just going to have this offset. And then the ring color, so have this offset black, okay. So yeah, so this is the styling for this button. And now inside this I'll just have the div. So here so I'm just going to wrap this inside this and apply the flex, same like we did for the above thing, item centered, and have this gap 2, and have the padding left 1, okay. So here I'll have this github icon, okay. And I'm just going to apply the size to 16, okay. And area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true, okay. And the text, it's going to be sign in with github, okay. And after this div, I'll use this kbd component and keys. I'm just going to pass in this the shortcut to help us sign into application. So this is the whole auth component. So now whatever the components are needed to achieve the header part of our application are ready. So now I'm just going to create a new file called index.tsx, and then I'm just going to use all these component inside this. Quickly, I'm just going to create the function called header, so and then make use of the all components we have written inside this section, okay. So first let me get the status. So here I'm just going to get the session status, so I'm just going to rename this to session status from the use session hook from next.auth, okay. And here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this header. And here let's give some styling for this, okay. So I'm just going to import this cn utility, and let's make this as a sticky at the top, okay. So apply this top 0, and z index I'm going to apply 40, and make this display as a flex, and have this height set it to, let's say, 16. And I want the items to be centered, and justify, let's have the between, so that they'll be equally placed. And let's have padding in the x direction, let's say some 18 pixel, okay. And font type, I want it to be medium, okay. And then let's have the border at the bottom, and let's make the color to be white, and the background color have the black, and have some shadow effect. So I'm just going to apply extra large, and color, let's say I'm just going to go for black, okay. And yeah, so fine, this is the styling for our header. And inside this, first I'm just going to use this home component. And after this the message which is going to sit in between the header. So here I'm just going to, okay, this is the, okay, I'm just going to import this, okay. So here import message, okay. So this is going to be message component. And here based on the session status, so if this is not equals to loading, so then I'm just going to wrap this components inside this div. So here let's make this as a flex, and the items to be centered, and also justify I'm going to make this as centered. Okay, fine. And now I'm just going to use this three components, which is the social component, and then the help component, and lastly this auth component which you have written. Okay, so here, fine. So this is the whole complete header component. Fine. Now the at least a piece of application that we want header is done. So now I just wanted to focus quickly on the APIs thing. So basically the APIs to update the snippet content, and also delete that, and also create that. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create here inside this API folder. I'm just going to create here new folder. So let's name this as snippets, and quickly I'm going to complete this for three endpoints for this snippet. So let's complete this. So basically first I want to handle this updation. So here let's have this patch. Okay, so this would have the input parameter request, which is going to be of type next request. Okay, so yeah, so firstly let's get the session. So here I'm going to use this get session from the library auth. Okay, so yeah, this one. So fine, and let's get the body. So body, we are going to get it from the request.json. So let's JSON. And here see we thought of limiting the user to make API calls to update the piece of the snippet, right? So for that, let's write one utility. I'm just going to name this as something like limiter, so that will make use of in this all the CRUD operations of the snippet, so that we don't have to write again and again. So let's create one file inside this library folder. So I'm just going to name this as limiter.ts. okay, and I will install the dependencies, and I'm going to use the LRU cache. Okay, so basically a least recently used one will be discarded, that is the emitting policy. Okay, so here I'm going to have this function. I'm going to name this as a limiter. Okay, so basically let's have this object. I'm just going to call this as a token cache. Okay, so here we'll be using this LRU so I'm just going to use the LRU cache from this library which I'm just installed. Okay, so this is going to be cache from the LRU cache. Okay, fine. So here I'm going to mention create an object. So TTL I want it to be, so for now let's set it to multiply this milliseconds by 150, and max I will store the 100 things into this cache. Okay, fine. And now I'll have this one function here inside this. I'm going to name this as check. So here check, and make this as asynchronous. Okay, so I'm just going to make this as asynchronous, and this would have the limit so as the input parameter, and make this as a type number, and then token, so which is of type string, and this is going to return the promise. So this is going to return promise with the values of allowed. So this is going to be a boolean, and then the so retry after. So this is just optional, so I'm just going to mention this as optional. And here let's first thing I'm going to get the token info. So basically here let's use this above object token cache, and get the token, use the token and get the information, and this can be object, so which is going to return as the object having the count property along with the expires at, when is it going to expires at. Okay, so this is also going to be of type number, or it can be undefined. So I'm just going to mention that also here. Fine. So once if there is no token info. So here then I'm just going to create this. So basically have this first create the date, collect the date into now variable, and also the expire cert. I'm just going to set this to now plus the TTL we have added, so it's going to be this value. Okay, and then I'm just going to set the value into a token cache for this token. So here I'm going to set the count to 1, and then the expires at value. So yeah, so this is how I'm going to set if there is no token found. Else what I'm going to do, I'm just going to increment the count value. So basically here I'm just going to token info dot count, I'm just going to increment by 1. Okay, fine. And finally here current usage, so I'm going to get the store into this current usage variable. So this is going to be nothing but the token info dot count or the value 1. Okay, so it can be optional, so let's mention this. Okay, fine. And again I want to know if it's rate limited or not, so I'll collect into this variable. So basically if current usage exceeds the limit. Okay, so fine. And finally we're just going to return the allowed value here. So this is going to be nothing but whatever the toggled value of is rate limited. So basically this is going to help us know whether the limit is reached or not. So this is the helper. So I'm just going to the route here, and let's make use of the helper function that we have just written. So first thing here now I'm going to get this allowed property. So basically allowed, and here I'm going to call this, let's let's import this. So here I'm just going to create here one object. So initialize the limiter object. So I'm going to import this. So basically limiter, yeah, fine. And what is the issue? Okay, there is some issue. Let me check in this. Okay, I don't see any issue. Okay, fine, we'll see about this. So here I'm going to call this check function. Okay, and here pass in this limit, so it's the 30 API calls, and here I'm going to pass in this token as update snippet. Okay, fine. And here if there is no session or user ID is not found, so we are going to return saying that you are unauthorized. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return this next response dot JSON, and here the for this code I'm just going to set this as the unauthorized, and then status will send the status as 403. Okay, fine. So if this is, if there is no session of the user. Okay, if it's not allowed, so basically limit is exceeded. So I'm just going to reply the JSON next response dot JSON, and here I'm going to give the code as too many requests. So here too many requests, and status I'm just going to pass it here as 4 to 9. So fine, this is now if everything is good. So let's try to update this. So in a try catch block, so here first let's have get the updated snippet. So here I'm going to call this Prisma. So I'm just going to import this Prisma from library Prisma. So let's import this Prisma from slash Prisma. Okay, so here I'm going to call on the snippet the update function. Okay, so here I'm going to update the based on the id. So here id would be, we will be receiving in the body, and then the here the user id is going to be nothing but the session dot user dot id, and the data I'm going to here the data. So basically we'll have to prepare the data to be sent to our Prisma. So for that also, it's better if we cross check before trying to pass to this Prisma, a kind of helper function again to prepare the data to be sent to our database to update it. So I'm going to create one file for that. So inside this library I'm going to name this as prepare. So here prepare.ts. So here I'll going to yeah, let's create the function. Let's name the function name as prepare. Okay, so yep, prepare, and here this would have the body as input param. So I will give this type to be partial of the app state. So we have this type defined, so I'm just going to let me import this type. Okay, so here I'm going to import this type. So here app state from types. Okay, so I'm just going to mention this as the input, and this is going to again return a type partial. This is going to be let's say something like prepared app state. So sorry, I forgot here the function. So yeah, okay, so yeah, I'm just going to define quickly the type for prepared app state. So it's going to be quick. Okay, so this will have the same the whatever we are having we are storing in our snippet table. So this can be of type string or null, and then the code. So this is again going to be a string or null. The language, so string, so this is going to be string, and then the theme, so this is going to be string. Font family, which is string, and then the font size. So let's have this again, this is going to be a string. Line numbers, so which is the boolean, so I'm just going to mention this, and the padding, which is the string again. Custom colors, string array. Color mode, so this is again going to be a string. Angle, which is the gradient angle of type number. Grain, so here it's going to be a boolean. Okay, so and finally the updated at, so I'm just going to have this, when is it updated, so this is going to be again a string. So this is the type. Okay, fine, and here let's first have this one variable object of type this the return type. Okay, so basically prepared app state. So I'm just going to have this as an empty object initially, and here let's use this input. So if body.title is not equals to undefined, so here I'm just going to trim the title first. So basically get the trimmer title. So basically body dot title, and call this trim function, and then set it to our data property. So here I'm just going to set a trim title. If this is not equals to empty string, then I'm just going to pass in this trim title or else null. So fine, so now the title is set into data. So same way I'm just going to cross check the all the parts. Body dot code is not undefined, so here data dot code is going to be a body dot code again. If this is empty, let's have this null value, or else it's going to be body dot code. Fine, so then the language, so here language, so data dot language, it's going to be body dot language, so it's going to be id. Okay, yeah, fine. And then the theme, so here if body dot theme is present, so here I'm just going to set to our data dot theme, so this is again going to be id. Now the font family, so here data dot font family, so it's going to be body dot font family dot id. Okay, so fine. And then the font size, if body dot font size, I'm just going to set this font size, body dot font size. Okay, so and then the line numbers. Okay, and this is not equals to undefined, so I'm just going to set this to data dot line numbers, so body dot line numbers. Okay, fine. Same goes for, so we are just checking, making sure that when we are not going to miss, while passing it to database. Okay, so here body dot padding, next body dot custom colors, so data dot custom colors, I'm just going to have this custom colors. Okay, then the color mode, so color mode data dot color mode, it's going to be body dot color mode. Okay, fine. And if body dot angle is not equals to undefined. Okay, so I'm just going to set to this data, so the angle, and then the grain, so finally grain value, so data dot grain, I'm just going to pass this value from body. So finally if the object dot keys of data is length is greater than 0, so then I'm just going to have this updated at and set this new date. Okay, so and convert this into ISO string. Okay, fine. And then return this data. So this is how we are going to prepare this data. And now I'm just going to make use of this prepare function. Okay, this is completely changed. Okay, prepare. Okay, so now we'll make use of this prepare inside this route snippets. Okay, so I'm just going to import that, so let me import this. So here prepare, and then just pass in the body. Okay, so what is the issue? Okay, I'm just going to import this. Okay, fine. I'm just okay, let's okay, so here let me import this, prepare. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in this body for this. Okay, fine. And after this I'm just going to return the response JSON, so JSON, and here I'm just going to pass in this updated snippet, so I'm just going to change this to updated. Okay, updated snippet along with the status. So here status, I'm just going to send the 200 back. So if there is any exceptions, we are going to handle inside this cache block. Okay, so here let's just return the JSON. Okay, so response JSON. Okay, and here I'm just going to attach the code to or something like internal server error. So here let's send this code internal server error, and the status I'm just going to send the code as 500. So 500. Okay, so this is the no the patch thing. So this is how we are going to update the snippet, particular snippet. So same way I'm just going to have the functions to post as well as the delete thing. So let's handle the post now. So here the function for making the post call. Okay, so this is again going to be of type next request. So here same way, let's quickly get the session. So session, and here I'm just going to use this get session, so it is const. Okay, fine, and let's get the body. So from the request dot json, and the same thing, I can take from here. I mean, I'm just going to take this, but I'm just going to change the token string. Okay, so here token string, now it's going to be a create snippet. Okay, so create a snippet, fine, and here again this is going to be same, I mean the error messages. So let's take this, I'm just going to use this. Okay, so this, if there is no session of the user, we are just going to return the unauthorized, and also if it's exceeded the limits, too many requests, and send the same. And now here after this, we'll have now the body dot snippet count. Okay, so here if it's greater than 10, so we are limiting the maximum snippet for the user to be 10, so I'm just going to handle that here. So here we are just going to send the code saying that or limit reached. Okay, so limit reached. Okay, and the status, let's send here the code as 403, fine. And after this, let's handle the actual things in try catch block. So here let's have the one variable created snippet. So here I'm going to use the create call on the snippet table. So create, okay, and the data, it's going to be the user ID. So user ID will get it from the session.user.id. okay, and then the custom colors, so this is going to be the default values. Okay, default values dot okay, wait a second, so there is some problem with this imports. Okay, so here, okay, here it has to be constant, that's why we are seeing this issue. Yep, now there should not be any problem for us. So I'm just going to import this default value. So let's get the custom colors. So here the custom colors. Okay, and here views, I'm just going to create this, and the count, let's set it to 0. Okay, and after this I want the in the return also the views, so I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, and after this I'm just going to return the JSON response. So return next response dot JSON, and here pass in this created snippet, and then the status. So status is going to be 200, and if anything went wrong, the internal server error, I'm just going to handle that inside this catch block. So it's going to be same, so I'm just going to take it from here. Let me take this and use it here. Okay, so fine, and a similar way the one more last operation for deleting it. So here let's write a function to delete it. So next request, so here also first thing I will get the search params. Okay, so basically destructure the search params from the using the URL object, using the request dot URL. So from there I'm going to get the ID, or of the snippet that I have to delete. Okay, so this is how we get. So I will get the ID from this search params. Okay, and then it's going to be the same. So basically let's get the session thing. So here let me take this. So here session, okay, and I'm just going to remove this completely. So here if there is no session, and also yeah, we are just going to return the unauthorized. Okay, and also if we have not found any ID, so again we are going to send a JSON response, saying that the snippet not found message. So here code, I'm just going to send it as snippet not found. Okay, fine. And after this, the status, so basically status, it's going to be 404. Okay, yeah, fine. If everything went well, so inside the try catch block, let's handle the actual logic. So here I'm going to get the deleted snippet into one object snippet, a deleted snippet object. So here prisma dot snippet dot delete, and here we'll delete by id. So id and user id. So user id we will get it from the session thing. So session dot user dot id, and then I want the id to be selected to for us. Okay, to return for us. Okay, so fine. And finally I'm just going to return that JSON response here. So return next response dot JSON, and here the deleted snippet, and then status, it's going to be 200. And then in the catch block, let's just copy this thing. So I'm going to take this. Okay, yeah. So these are the CRUD operations on snippet table. So mostly this is the APIs required for us. Fine, we have this APIs ready. Now what I'm going to do, quickly let's focus on the dashboard related components needed for us, and complete that part, and then focus on the settings and the editor. Okay, so fine. And inside these components I'm just going to create here the new folder. So let me name this as dashboard. So first thing, I'll focus on the button component. So here let me create this required button component required in the dashboard page. Okay, so let's create the component for this. So basically this is the button which is going to help us create a new snippet from the dashboard. So let's define this function. Okay, I'm just going to name this as button, and this is going to receive the snippet count as the input param for this component. So I'm just going to mention this type, so snippet count. So this is going to be of type number. Okay, so fine. And here I will have one local state variable to know the state of the button. So here we'll have the type for the button, so basically the default state, and also once we are clicked on it to create a new snippet, and then the state of that changes to success. Again, if there is any error creating the snippet and on making the API call, then that type is going to become error. So for that, first let's define the type for them. So I'm just going to create here the above the type for the thing. So it can be a default type, or it can be a success. Okay, so or it can be of error. Okay, and quickly I'm just going to have the interface for the button as well quickly. So this would have the properties id, so which is going to be string, and then the text of that button, so it's also going to be string, then icon respective based on the type of the button. So this is going to be JSX element. Okay, and then additional styling if you want, based on the type. So I'm just going to have this, this is going to be a string. So let me have the list of that. So here I'm just going to create the list of that buttons with some properties. So this is going to be record of button type, and then the properties for each of them, so which is nothing but the above interface we have created. So sorry, it's going to be button. Okay, it's fine. And here first the default thing. So for default, the id I'm just going to set it to default. Okay, and then the text, it's going to say, like, to create the new snippet that you wanted to. And here icon, I'm just going to set this to plus icon. So, and the size, this standard one, let's set it to 16. And area hidden, I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, fine. So this is the icon. And additional classes, I'm going to add this border, border color to white. And I want this background to be black. Okay, and on hour I want this background change to white. Okay, and on overing I want the text color to change to almost white. Okay, and if it's disabled, I want the brightness to be little less. Okay, so yeah, so this is the additional classes styling for default button type. Okay, and now let's have the same properties for success. So this is going to have the id as success, and text, it's going to say it as a success. And icon, I will have this check icon, so indicating that we have successfully created this snippet, on clicking of this button. And here the area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true. Fine. And then the additional stylings for this. So same, I want the border but the green color, indicating it was successful. And also text also highlight in the green color. Okay, so something like 400. And background also I want to be green, so some 500. Okay, fine. Sorry, this is going to be, yep. Okay, and now finally the error one. So here the error, so this id, it's going to be error. And then the text, it's going to say it as the error. And then icon, so icon, I'm going to have the x icon from user react. And it's going to be same the styling and everything. The area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, then the additional classes here mostly will have everything red. So let's have the border color set it to red. Okay, so I'm just going to have this border. And also text color also will have the red. And also the background to have the red color. Okay, fine. So this is the properties for each button type. And now here let's focus on this function now, the state. So as I mentioned, so let's have the state. So I'm just going to name this as something like button state. So set button state to update this accordingly. So this is going to be of type button type. So by default I am just going to have this as a default thing. Okay, fine. And here let's get the router. So basically on successful creation we have to navigate to a respective snippet page. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this call to our API slash snippets, which we have just created using use SWR mutation hook from SWR dependency. So this is let's here create snippet, I'm renaming it to also trigger, I'm renaming it to create a snippet. Okay, and also here is mutating a state. Let's rename this to create loading. Okay, and I'm just going to use this use SWR mutation. So here I'm just going to import that. So basically here let's import that. So here use SWR mutation. from slash mutation. Okay, fine. And here I'm just going to use this now. Let's use this, and here the endpoint, it's going to be slash API slash snippets, so here which we have just created. Okay, and the here I'm just going to pass in this URL and call this fetcher helper function we have written the URL and also the body. So I'm just going to mention the method as post, and body it's going to be I'm just going to stringify whatever I have in this snippet count. Okay, so the input parameter. Okay, so yeah, this is the thing which is going to help us make an API call to create a snippet. Okay, and then here again a shortcut to create the new snippet, so I will use the use hotkeys. Okay, here shortcut to create is the N key, and here let's if it's not loading, and also the buttons button state dot id should be equal to if it's default, then I'm going to call this create snippet function. So here it's better we have this function. I'm just going to name something like handle action. So let's make this as asynchronous, and here first in the try catch block I'm just going to get the destructure the id from this create snippet function. So this is the create snippet. Okay, and then I'm just going to set the button state to success. Okay, fine, and use the router to push to the id page. So basically we don't have this set, so I will create this uh, to this id. It will be routed accordingly, which is nothing but the snippet id. And if anything goes wrong, so here we have an issue. Okay, I'll come back here. So here in the catch block, okay, so if there is anything went wrong, I'm just going to set this button state to error, and then in finally thing I'm just going to have this timer. Okay, so basically for this after this time it's just going to set back to set timeout. It's going to set back to button state to default. So default, so for after let's say 2.5 seconds. Okay, and here in the cleanup, and I'm just going to call this clear timeout and pass in this timer. Okay, fine. This is the handle action. So basically if this is default and it's not loading, that's when I'm just going to call this function, so which is going to help us create the new snippet. Okay, and here let's add this prevent default, set it to true. Okay, yeah, 1 second. It is going to be, yeah, and here there is some issue. Okay, yeah, there is an extra bracket. Yeah, fine. And now the UI part. So basically this is where we'll be showcasing the button. So here I'm just going to wrap everything inside the button, and type it's going to be button, and on click I'm just going to call this the above function, which is the handle action. Okay, and disable, it will be disabled if the snippet count is greater than or equals to 10, or it is create loading, or the buttons state is not equals to default. Okay, so button state dot id is not equals to default. Okay, fine. And the styling for this, okay, so let's use this thing. So let's make this as a flex, and width I'm just going to set it to auto, and items, let's center them and have this gap 4, and I want this to be a rounded LG. Okay, and padding 1, and font type, let's set it to medium. And then select let's have select to be a none, and also the outline to none, and have some border. And then have this transition all, and the duration I'm just going to set it to 100. And then effect, it's going to be easy out. And here if button state, the additional classes we have set, so I'm just going to have this. And the focus, if it's focused, let's have some border color. So I'm just going to have this as almost white, and also the text color, so this is going to be almost white. And then if it's a disabled, I'm just going to have this cursor to be not allowed. Okay, so this is the styling for this button, fine. And after this, inside this button I'll have this div. So here let's make this as flex, and items centered, have the gap between them 2, and have some left padding, so let's say something like 0.5. and here if it's loading, so I'm just going to showcase this loader component. Okay, and if not, I'm just going to showcase the text or icon of this button state. Okay, so here icon, and then the text of the button state. Okay, so here button state. Okay, so dot text. So this is the button which is going to help us create the new snippet. So there is some issue with this create snippet, so let me go to this post method. So created snippet. Okay, but I see some issue. Okay, I'll come back this. Okay, fine. Now see, we have some dialogues. Okay, basically on the particular snippet, user can delete that, and also rename the title of that snippet. So kind of will showcase in the form of the dialog. So for that also, I think it's better to have two separate components. So I'm going to create dialogues for both of them, one for the deleting and another for renaming. So let me create this delete dialog. Okay, so here delete dialog.tsx. I'm going to wrap this inside the memo, so that there will be less number of re-renders for this dialog. Okay, so let's name this as delete dialog, and this would have some properties to this as the input parameters. So first is the id, which is going to be of type string, and then the title of the snippet. So here it can be a string or null. Then the callback function, which is going to pass the id of the respective snippet that user wanted to delete. So this is going to be id, so which is the type string, and it's going to be returning the void. Okay, and the is loading status, so basically status of this, so it's going to be boolean. So fine, boolean, and I'm just going to quickly have this here. So id title, then the action function, and then is loading a variable. Okay, fine. And here first thing, everything I'm just going to render in the form of the form. Okay, wrap everything in form, and here on submit I'm just going to first get the event and prevent the default actions, and then pass this id to this function. Okay, so action function, and we'll use this here the radix UI dialog primitive. Okay, so let me import that here. I'm just going to import this as dialog primitive from radix UI react dialog. Okay, so everything will wrap inside this. First the title. So the title of this let's give some styling for this. So basically let's use the cn utility. So I want margin bottom 3, and also make the text size to be large, and font type let's set medium, and also then the text color, let's say I want to be white. Okay, fine. And this is kind of the title. So here I'm just going to alert him saying that you sure you want to delete this. So basically here I'm just going to showcase this title, and if there is a title we are going to render that here inside this. I'm just going to wrap this title. So yeah, title. And okay, if there is no title, I'm just going to mention the text as this snippet. Okay, fine. And the question mark at the end. So this is the title, and then the description. So after this I'll have this dialog primitive and description. So in this I'm going to mention here deleted snippets can't be removed. So here I'm just going to use the apostrophe. Okay, so here I'm just going to say can't be recovered. Okay, so just to alert him, this is the description. And then finally the button to delete perform the action. So here we'll have wrapped inside this div. So here styling, here I'm just going to have this margin top 4 and make this as a flex, and it's going to be a row, and have this at the end. So justify end. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this inside the close and as child, and here let's have the button. So here button, and the type it's going to be button. Okay, and on click we are just going to call that and pass this id to this action function. Okay, callback function, and disabled, this will be disabled if is loading is true. And then styling, let's have some styling for this. So basically I want it to have the rounded thing, and have the padding in all direction, and the font type let's make this as a medium. Okay, and the standard one select, and I just don't want the outline. Okay, and have this border, and border color I'm just going to set it to 100 red color, so that to alert the indication that it's going to delete the snippet. And the background color let's set it to black. And this transition effect let's have in all, and I'm just going to set the duration to 100. And then effect, so this standard, and have the ease in out effect. Okay, and here our effect I'm just going to have this background red color. So yeah, something like 500 thing. Okay, so let's say by 30. Okay, and also the text I want to be almost let's say white. Okay, fine. And then the focus, so let's have the border to be red color, and also the background I want it to be a red color. So I'm just going to set just an indicating kind of danger for deleting, just alerting the user. And also text, I want it to be white color. Okay, and if it's a disable, let's have the cursor not allowed. Okay, so I'm just going to have this cursor not allowed, and also the less brightness. So your brightness I'm just going to set it to 50. Okay, fine. And now inside this button we will have this trash icon on the text, showcasing the delete. So inside this div I'm just going to here make this as a flex, and items centered, and gap let's have 2. Okay, and now if it's loading, so we'll have to showcase the loader icon, right? So here I'll use the loader component. So fine, and here the extra classes, I'm just going to pass in the height and the width to be 4. Fine. So if it's not loading, then we will just show the trash icon. So here I will use the trash icon from Lucid React, and have size set it to 16, and area hidden I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, and then the text, so here I'm just going to the text as a delete. Okay, so this is the delete dialog component, so which is going to spin up whenever user wanted to delete particular snippet. Same way I will have one more dialog for to rename the title of this snippet. So let's create this. I'm just going to name this as rename dialog. So it's going to be pretty much same for now. Let me copy this and make changes accordingly needed for this rename thing. So here firstly I'm just going to rename this component name to rename, and also here this action will have now the additional input, that is the title that we'll have to send back to update the title of the snippet. So this is going to be a string. Okay, and here now we'll have one the local input value, the string local state variable. So I'll create this, so which is the local input value. So here set local input value, and here I'm just going to either if there is a title I'm just going to set that as a default, if not let's have the empty string. Okay, so and also here if this the local input value is not equals to title, that means there is a change that user has entered, then only we are going to call this and pass this the title along with the id to update into our database. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass this local input value. Okay, and here let me remove this. Okay, fine, and here in this I will be having here the input. So basically here I'll be having the input. So this type it's going to be text. Okay, and value whatever we have in this local input value, and placeholder this is going to be untitled. Okay, and spell check I don't want to have a check. Okay, and autocomplete let's turn it off. Okay, and max length let's restrict it to okay, this has to be string. Okay, sorry, max length. Okay, let me close this first so that we can, yeah, max length I'm let's say yeah, I'm just going to restrict it to 70, and on change here I'm just going to update into our local input value thing, so which is going to be e dot target dot value. Okay, and styling for this, so let's use this cn, and here let's make this widthful and truncate this, and also have this surrounded corners. Okay, and padding 1 in all direction, and the text size let's make it as a large, and I outline I don't want any, so let's pass in this none, and background have this transparent, and texts I want it to be almost white. Okay, and the transition the same thing all, and the duration I'm just going to set it to 100, and then have ease in out effect. Okay, and then the placeholder I'm just going to give the color for this as white. Okay, so let's say by 50. Okay, and then focus so in the string format on focusing I just want the placeholder to be the transparent. Okay, so yeah, and here if here there is no local input value, then I'm just going to have this italic style set. Okay, yeah, and it has to be a comma separator here. Okay, fine. So this is the input, and now here based on so here I'm just going to completely remove this, so I just don't want this. And here now based on I mean here based on if it's I mean if there is a local input value, and here I will have this wrapped everything inside this dialog primitive close, no, where it will be having a button where we will have this edit icon along with the text saying that rename snippet to whatever is entering. I'm just going to showcase the actual value that he has typed. Okay, so here let me wrap everything inside this dialog primitive dot close. Okay, so here close as a child, and here in this I'll be having the button. So I'm just going to do one thing. I'm just going to copy this and make changes accordingly. So here let's have this button wrapped inside this close thing. So here in the action part I'll have to pass the title to. So here the title, it's going to be a local input value, and then disabled. So this is going to depend upon if the local input value is equals to a title or is loading. So yeah, this is the disabled condition. And here I'm just going to have here some margin top. So let's say some 4, and also I'm just going to make this with to occupy full part, and let's remove the media font type here. And border, I want it to be a white color, so I'm just going to set this to white color. And background, let's have this white color only. Okay, and text color, I want it to be almost white. Fine. And let's remove this hover effect completely. Okay, and then the focus, I just want the border color to be so I'm just going to remove this. I will just apply here border color to be almost white, and disable cursor not allowed, and brightness, so it's going to remain same. And here now if it's loading, I'm just going to showcase this loader. If not, I'll show this edit icon. So basically here I'm just going to use this edit 3 icon, and after this inside this pan I'm just going to have the text saying the rename snippet to. Okay, so here let's have this styling minimum width fit. Okay, and I'm just going to add this title, so which is the rename snippet to. And after this the actual the input that user has typed or is typing. Okay, so here let's have this truncate this, and font type I just want to set it to medium, and text color, let's say some grayish. Okay, fine. And here the value, it's going to be so the local input value. Okay, and yeah, fine. So this is the rename dialog component. So finally we are going to have one more file called snippets, and make use of this all components in that. So basically that's the final component for the dashboard, where we will wrap all of these components. Okay, so I'm going to create that. So let me name this as snippets.tsx. okay, so here let's write this function. So export default function, and this is going to be snippets, and here this will have the snippets as the input pattern for this component. So here snippets, it's going to be of type snippet. So I'm just going to import it from Prisma client, and also the views. Okay, so here the views, it's going to be of type view or the null, and this is going to be array. So now, okay, so then I'm just going to, yep, first is we will have a local variable to store the list of the snippets, and also on right click, we are going to open the dialog with the options of for deleting, renaming those things. Okay, that to open or not for that element in one state. And then the dialog props, I want one variable for that, and also to of at least to keep track of which is the active element or which is selected, to highlight the border and all. So for that also I'll have one local state. Okay, so here let's say this name as local snippets. Okay, and set local snippets. So here I'm just going to use this use state and load initial values as the snippets. Okay, and then the local dialog open. So I'm just going to have this callback function to toggle this value. So fine, and here default I'm just going to set it to false, and then the dialog props. So dialog props, and then the function to update the props. Okay, and this is going to be of type dialog props. So I'll just define here the interface for that. So let's name this as dialog props. So dialog props, and here the type would be either rename or the delete. Okay, so I'm just going to mention here. Okay, and then the id, so which is going to be string, and then the title, so title can be string or null. Okay, so these are the props. So I'm just going to mention here the type, it's going to be a dialog props, or it can be null. So default, let's set this to null. Okay, fine, and then the active element. So here the active element, set active element, and here I'm just going to apply this HTML type. It's going to be anchor element. Okay, or it can be null. So let's set the default value as null. Okay, so fine, and also I'm just going to have the two refs for the container and for the active element. So here let's name this as list container ref. So let's use this use ref hook. Okay, and this is going to be HTML unordered list element. Okay, so here I'm just going to initialize it to null, and then the active element reference, active element reference. So here this is going to be HTML anchor element. Okay, or the null. So let's set this to null. Okay, fine, and then so here I just wanted to have a function which is going to listen to the keyboard events. Basically I just want to listen for the key R, D and C. So basically which is going to open the dialog props, say open the dialog for rename, delete, and copying the text. Okay, so for that let's have this function. So I'm just going to name this as handle key down. So let's wrap everything inside this use call back, and here event, it's going to be of type keyboard event, and here let's have the condition checks. Basically I don't want the local dialog to be opened, and okay, and active element should be not null, and here the it should not be a meta key, and also no control key. Okay, so basically, okay, and the key should not be equals to tab. Okay, fine. So only if these conditions match, then I'm just first going to get the ID of the active element. Okay, and then let's get the title. So title, it's going to be active element. I'm just going to use the query selector, and here it's going to be data ID, so which is going to be the title. Okay, fine, and it's going to be typecasted to a span element. Okay, and access the inner text. So here now check on the not null. So if there is an ID and the title, then I'm going to prevent the default event, and then based on the key I'm just going to perform some action. So e dot key, if it's R, I'm just going to set the dialog props accordingly. So this, its type, it's going to be rename. Okay, and pass in this ID and the title. Okay, and I'm just going to set the dialog local dialog value to true. Okay, fine, and break from here, and same for the D. So I'm just going to set the dialog props and the type to delete, and it's going to be I'm just going to pass the ID and title, and same the above. I'm just going to take this and use it here. Okay, and finally for C key, so basically it is used to copy the link of that. So here navigator dot clipboard, just use the write text function, and here let's get the origin URL. So it's going to be window dot location dot origin, and attach this ID of that snippet. Okay, and break. Fine, so this is the and this is how we are going to handle the key down events here. And finally, I'm just going to add this dependencies. So this is going to depend upon active element and local dialog open values. Okay, so yeah, same way I'm just going to have one more function to handle the event. So here handle event, so this also let's wrap inside this use callback, and here the mouse, let's mouse event or the focus event, and if its mouse is out, the boolean value. Okay, so let's get the target. So this is going to be e dot target as HTML element, and then the closest link. So let's get the closest link. So it will be nothing but target dot uh, closest anchor tag. So yep, and here if is mouse is out, that is true, then I'm just going to set the active element to null. Okay, fine, and also the active element ref dot current, I'm just going to set it to null. Okay, else if else if the closest link is not null, and also closest link is not equals to whatever the current element ref is pointing to, then I'm just going to set this active element pointing to this thing. So which is the closest link as the HTML anchor element. Okay, and also point this use ref to this active this closest link. Okay, so yeah, and here there is no empty dependency. Okay, so this is how we are going to handle the mouse event. So basically, to just set the which is the active element, based on the closest anchor tag, for the target. Okay, so and this all these events let's yeah, so these events will have to handle in the use effect hook. So I'm just going to have that use effect here. So use effect hook. So first thing, let's get the unordered element. So list using the list container ref. Okay, and if we have this not null, then I'm going to add the event listener to focus in, focus out, mouse over, and mouse out events. So and accordingly, use the handle event function above, to set the current active element. Okay, so here add event listener, and I'm just going to add first the have the mouse over and get the event, and use the handle event, and here I'm just going to pass the mouse out to false. Okay, because it's we are overing. Okay, and then the event listener to mouse out. So and here we'll pass the mouse out value as a true. Okay, so that the active element will be set to null and changed to the closest thing. And then the adding the event listener to focus in. So here I'm just going to pass the false value. Okay, and then finally the event listener to focus out. So here I'm just going to pass the value true. So and yeah, so these are the event listener to the mouse and focus things, and then the document dot adding the event listener to key down event, and pass in this handle key down function. Okay, and in the cleanup, I'm just going to remove the event listener to all of them. So here let's remove the event listener to mouse hover, and here I'm just going to set it to false. Okay, and same thing for other events. Okay, so event listener and mouse out, and here I'm just going to pass this the same thing. So whatever we have here, maybe I can just take this and just change the remove thing. Okay, fine, yeah. Okay, so these are the remove listeners for all the events, and finally I'm just going to remove the event listener for key down to, and pass in this function. Okay, fine, and so this is going to depend upon this two functions, handle event and handle key down. So I've just passed this as a dependency for this use effect. Okay, so yeah, these were the no this was how we are going to handle the key down events and also the mouse events. Okay, so finally we should have some functions which is going to help us create the snippet and also the delete the snippet. So basically talking to our API the snippets route, and accordingly help us create the snippet in the DB or delete the snippet from the DB. Okay, so let's use the use swr mutation hook to talk to our API endpoint. So I'm just going to this trigger and rename this to rename snippet. So okay, so and also if is mutating, I'm just going to rename this to rename loading. So here, and now this is going to be from the swr mutation. Okay, so here the endpoint that will be talking is to API slash snippets. Okay, and the URL along with the arguments. So here arguments. Okay, so here arguments, it's going to be of type id, having the string along with the title, so which is again of type string. Okay, so here let's use the fetcher helper function, and then pass in this url along with the body. So this method, it's going to be patch. Okay, and then the body, so I'm just going to stringify this id, sorry, this args. Okay, fine. So this is going to help us rename this. So just after this, in the callbacks, okay, I'm just going to set the revalidate to false, and also in the on success callback function, let's get the response. Okay, and here if we have this id response dot id, then I'm just going to update the local snippets. Okay, so basically let's get the previous value we had here, and get that snippet, I mean get the snippet from each snippets list. Okay, and here I'm just going to get that particular snippet id, and reset the title of that snippet. So basically it's matching to this id, so let's return that. So whatever the snippet we have, and I'm just going to pass the title with the latest value. Okay, so okay, and then I'm just going to return this snippet. Fine, and finally I'm just going to set the local dialog open to false. Okay, so this is how we are going to handle the renaming part of the snippet. Okay, so same way I'm just going to have the function to delete the snippet. So here let's rename this to delete snippet. Okay, and is mutating, I'm just going to rename this to delete loading, and we are going to use the same mutation. Okay, so the endpoint, it's going to remain the same, just the method it's going to change the url now along with the args. Okay, so here this is going to be having the id to delete the snippet. Okay, and now let's use this fetcher and pass here. I'm just going to pass this url attached with the query param, which is nothing but the id, and this is going to be nothing but the argument dot id. Okay, and here on the method, it's going to be delete. Okay, fine, and now in the callbacks thing, so revalidate, I'm just going to set it to false, and in the on success thing, so let's get the response. Here again, if response dot id is true, so I'm just going to update the snippets. So basically let's get the previous snippets. Okay, and just filter, I mean just clear this from the list of this. Okay, so here snippet, just snippet dot id should not be equals to the response dot id. Okay, fine, so this is how okay, so it has to be capital M, sorry. Yeah, so this is how we delete the snippet from our db by making an api call. And finally we'll have one function to to render which dialog, so based on the dialog props type. I mean here I'm just going to have this function. Let's name this to render dialog. Okay, here just the simple function. So here dialog props type, if it's equals to rename, I'm just going to return our rename dialog component. So here, and pass in this properties for this. So this is going to be dialog props.id, and then the title, it's going to be a dialog props.title action. So here I'm just going to have this action as a rename snippet function, which we have written here. Okay, and then is loading, so it's going to depend upon the rename loading value. Okay, fine. I'm just going to close this. So same way I'm just going to handle for the delete thing. So here, if dialog props dot type is equals to or delete, then we will render the delete dialog component. Okay, so here the id, it's going to be dialog props dot id, and then the title, it's going to be dialog props dot title, and the action, so pass in this delete snippet, and is loading, so I'm just going to pass this delete loading. Okay, so yeah. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, let me check this. Okay, delete snippet, there is some issue with this. Okay, it has to be, sorry, id not ud. Yeah, fine. So this is the function which is going to give us the respective dialog component for us based on its type, and if nothing it's matching, so I'm just going to return null from this function. Okay, finally, after if there are no local snippets, so I mean empty, so I'm just going to have this div, so just going to, which is kind of going to say no snippets found to showcase. Okay, so this div and have this styling, so I'm just going to make this as a flex, and items, let's center it, and justify also center this, and padding y direction I'm just going to add 6, and text color, let's make it as grayish, so by something like 80. Fine, and here inside this pan I'm just going to add this text, so which is going to be no snippets found. Okay, fine. So yep, now finally let's have the UI, so where this is going to be wrapped in this side, this div completely. So first thing, we will showcase the number of snippets he has out of the total element, which is the maximum cap we are setting for each user is 10. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this wrapped here, and have this something like margin bottom, and also I want some margin top here, and inside this p tag I'm just going to showcase that number. Okay, so here let's make the text size to be extra small, and also the color I'll go for grayish. Okay, so same by t. Okay, so here let's use this local snippets dot length, and by the total value. Okay, so this is that, and now the list container ref, so basically in this ul tag I'm going to showcase all the local snippets. Okay, so here the ref, I'm just going to attach this, the list container ref, and the styling for this. Okay, let's make this as a grid, and I want to have the two columns and a gap between each of them 3. Okay, and everything I'm going to wrap inside this dialog primitive. So basically I'm just going to import this react dialog as a dialog primitive. So basically import star as dialog primitive. Okay, from radix UI React dialog. Okay, fine. And here let's wrap everything inside the root of that. So here let's use this dialog primitive. Okay, and that is the root. Okay, and here open, it's going to depend upon a local dialog and also on onOpenChange. Let's pass this callback function. Okay, and now let's use this local snippets and get the each snippet. Okay, so here let's destructure this value. So id, title, theme, and here the custom colors. Okay, angle, then the created at, and then the views thing. Okay, so here I'm just going to wrap this inside this context menu primitive. So basically this is going to be a context menu. So I will just install that, from the radix UI. So radix UI, and this is going to be React context menu. So let's wait for it to install. So it's installed, so I'm just going to wrap this inside this root thing. So let's import that first. So basically import star as context menu primitive from radix UI React context menu. Okay, so now let's go down, and here let's use this root of that. Okay, and pass in the key it's going to be the id. Okay, and here the triggering point for this. So here I'm just going to pass this as a child, and let's have this wrapped inside this link. Okay, so we'll use the link component from next link. Okay, and I'm going to pass this id as the id and href. So this is going to be the our dynamic id page, which we have not yet created, but I'm going to create eventually. And the styling for this. Okay, so here let's make this as a flex and a width set to full, and I want the direction to be column, and the gap to be 3, and rounded corners. Okay, and padding 3, and font type let's say medium. Okay, and then the select none and also no outline. Then the border, so it's going to be pretty much same. So I'll just have the border color set to white, and have the background black. Okay, and transition all. Okay, and the duration let's set it to 100, and effect, so let's have this easy out. Okay, and hovering, I just want the background color to change to white. Okay, and even the text color I just want to change it to almost white, and focus, I just want the border color to be almost white. Okay, so almost white. Okay, and even the text color also I want it to be almost white. Okay, fine. So now inside this I will have this component with the kind of showcasing the theme bubble of that respective color, and also the theme of that snippet, and then the title, and then the views of that snippet. Okay, so let's have this div. So here I want to wrap this inside this flex. Okay, and items to be centered, and a gap let's have 2. Okay, fine. Here we have this theme bubble component here. We had this. Okay, so let's do quickly. I'm just going to create this since it's going to be common, and we have maintained this UI folder. Let's quickly create this theme bubble component here. So here theme bubble. So here let's name this as theme bubble. We had this somewhere in some other component, but I'm just quickly going to write this. Okay, so props for this, style, this is going to be, so let's make this as optional. Okay, so this is going to be of type CSS properties. Okay, and colors, this is also going to be optional, so this is going to be string array, and then use custom colors from stores. So this is also going to be optional, and it's going to be of type boolean. So let me go get those values, style, colors, and then use custom colors from store. Okay, so first let's get the custom colors from our store. So custom colors, use store, and here I'm just going to get the state dot custom colors. Okay, and then the angle, so from the same use store, so state dot angle. Okay, fine, and it's going to be a simple div. So here the styling, so let's wrap everything here inside this, and have the width and height to set to 4, and I want it to be a circle, so let's apply this rounded full. Okay, and here the style thing, so it's going to depend upon if there is a style or the background image. Okay, so basically background image, so this is going to depend upon the angle that we receive. So I'm just going to apply this linear gradient. Okay, so and apply this angle, so angle and pass this degree. Okay, and also here this use custom colors from store is present, then I'm just going to apply this custom colors. Okay, if not, let's have this colors. Okay, and I'm just going to join all of them, so here, and yeah, so basically, and let me close this. Okay, I did miss here. Okay, style. Okay, I missed this. Yeah, fine, and I'm just going to I'm just going to close this. Okay, so this is the theme bubble component. So let's go back and use this here. Okay, so let me import that. So I'm just going to import this theme bubble, and the style, I'm just going to pass this background image as the linear gradient value. So here it's going to be the angle, and along with the degree, and also here if, so I'll have to remove this. Yeah, and if the theme is equals to custom, then I'll have to pass this custom colors as a string array. Okay, if not, I'm just going to use this find function to search through this supported themes, and pass in this theme, and it's going to be the generated colors. Okay, and finally here I'm just going to join them with the command. Let's close this. Okay, so and I'm just going to close this component. Yeah, so let's close this. So this is the theme bubble based on the theme that the snippet has. We'll be showcasing this component. Okay, and after this, the span to showcase the title of the snippet. So here I'm just going to give the ID for this, title, and styling. For this, let's make this as a grow, and also I'm just going to apply truncate to this. And here if there is a title, we'll be showcasing. If not, I'm just going to showcase this as an untitled. Okay, fine. So this is for that. Then after this, we will showcase the views and also created at time. Okay, so here in this div, let's have again I'm just going to have the display to be flex. Items, let's center them. Justify, let's apply between. And the text size, let's make this as extra small. Okay, fine. And here let's wrap inside this span. Okay, so let me use this intl and get the datetime format. Okay, so basically I'm just going to format this little bit. In the here it's going to be a numeric and month. Okay, so short. Okay, and the day, so it's going to be numeric. Fine. And I just wanted to format it and pass in this the actual value, so which is the created at value. Okay, so fine. And after this span, we will have this span to showcase the views. Okay, so here views, and let's show the count, and I just wanted to convert it to string. Okay, and if there is, we'll be showcasing views text. Okay, so this is how we'll be showcasing here the created at along with the views for that snippet. Okay, fine. Then after this link, then the in the portal thing and in the content thing, we are going to wrap the item. So basically, which is going to open the dialog with the three options, kind of to rename and copy link and to delete, so that I'm going to wrap inside this. So let's everything I'm just going to wrap inside this portal, and now the content. Okay, and let's have styling for this. Okay, so here let's add the z index for this, and also width I'm just going to restrict it to 40 and have the rounded corner something large, and padding let's apply 1, and have this border, and border color I just want it to be white, and background color let's set it to black. Okay, so yep, and I want to have the shadow as a large effect, and backdrop let's blur things. Okay, and apply this animate effect, so in, and also the fade in thing, and also the zoom in. So I'm just going to apply this zoom in thing, and for duration let's set 100, and have the ease in out effect. Okay, fine. And now inside this, let's have the triggering point. So basically, so here dialog primitive dot trigger, and make this child. Okay, so first thing, in the context menu primitive dot item, here on click. So basically this is where if we try to click on that, okay, or right click. Okay, so here we are going to open this dialog, okay, and set the type to rename, okay, and pass in this id and then the title, okay. So yep, and then the styling for this, so let's use this utility, and let's make this as a flex. And items, I just wanted to have the centered, and justify, let's have the between, and rounded, I'm just going to apply a 5 pixel, okay, padding 1, and select, apply none, and outline also none, okay, and the transition and the duration, let's apply 100, and then the is and out, okay, fine. And then finally the focus effect, so I'm just going to have this cursor to be changed to pointer, and also let's change the background color to white, and also the text color, so let's change it to white. So inside this, the div, so with the text and the icon for that, so here again let's make this flex, okay, and item center, I'll have the gap between the icon and the text, little gap, and also had some padding left, okay. So okay, yeah, so the edit icon, so I'm just going to use the edit icon from the Lucid React and set the size to 16, and the standard, I'm just going to hide set this to true, okay, fine. And the text, so this is going to be the rename, okay, and I'm just going to add this keyboard shortcut component too, okay, and here keys, I'm just going to pass in this capital R, okay, fine. And that's the thing. So after this, we will have one more item for copying the link. Same way we will have so let me just copy this. So here I'm just going to use the same, and we'll make some tweaks according to the thing. So here on click, so I'm just going to completely remove this. We use the navigator dot clipboard dot write text. So we are just going to write the URL for particular copy the URL for particular snippet, okay, location dot origin, okay, and pass in this id, okay, and this is going to remain the same, the styling, and also I'm just going to change here to link icon. So let's, yeah, I'm just going to get the this link icon, and the text, I'm going to change this to copy link, okay, fine. And here the shortcut, it's going to be C, okay. And now after this item, then I'm just going to wrap this the delete in this trigger. So let's paste this, and I'm just going to set this type to delete, okay. And here I'm just going to use this trash icon, so let's change this trash icon, and the text, it's going to be changed to delete, and also the shortcut, it's going to change to D, okay. So fine, so this is the dialog which is going to open with the three options: the rename, copy link, and the delete, okay. So finally, after this, I'll have this portal, which is going to help us call that render dialog function which we have defined, okay. So here I'm just going to wrap everything inside this portal, and here the div. So the styling for this, it has to be fixed, okay, and I'm just going to set this insert 0 and z index, let's apply 50 for this, and display to be flex, and items to be centered, and also the justify, let's apply center for this. Okay, fine. And quickly have the overlay and the content. Okay, so here primitive dot overlay. So here this is going to be fixed, and have the inset and also applied z index, so 50. And the background, let's have the black color. Okay, and also I just want to backdrop the blur. Okay, and the transition all, and duration, let's say 100. Okay, and then the is in out, and then the this radix state open. I'm just going to apply this animate in, then same radix state open, apply this fade in. Okay, and then the opposite, just the radix state closed. I'm just going to apply the opposite of animate in, animate out, and then same thing for text fading out. Okay, so state closed, I'm just going to apply this fade out. Okay, so yep, and this is the overlay, and then the finally the content. So content, okay, so fine. And here let's give the z index for this, and also width, let's say some 640 pixel. So this is the width we are going to set, and the minimum width I'm just going to have at least minimum, and rounded corners. Okay, and have the padding in all direction, and have this border, and border color I want it to be white, and also the background color, let's set it to black, and have the shadow effect, so something like extra large. And the rest I'm just going to copy from this. Okay, so let's use this here. Okay, and also I'm just going to apply the zoom in to. Okay, so here zoom in, let's say 75. Okay, fine. And inside this I'm just going to call this render dialog function. Okay, so this is the snippets component, so basically which is going to complete the whole dashboard part. Okay, fine. And there is some type issue, so not an issue, so let's come back later. So fine, so this is the snippets component which is going to handle the overall dashboard page for us, the main content, with the button to create a new snippet, and showcase the list of the snippets we have created, and the count of the snippets, along with the dialog to do modification of particular snippet, kind of rename, copy the link of that, also the delete those things. So that's the functionality. So now I wanted to focus on the components required for the core editor, the code part of our particular snippet thing. So for that I'm going to create here the new folder. So let's name it as an editor. So here whatever the components are required to achieve this piece, we are going to add in this. So first I'm going to add the simple thing, the views component, just to showcase in the page the views that it had received. So here I'm just going to name this as views.tsx. so here let's name this as views function. So I'm just going to name this as a views, and this is going to receive the views which is of type number as the input param for this component. So let's have this is going to be simple to use. So let's use this cn utility and make this as absolute. So I want it to be in the top left. Okay, so let's add left 6 and also the top 6, and make this text size to be extra small, and color, let's apply something like grayish custom color we have added. And inside this div, let's showcase that views. Okay, so views dot to local string, and if there are no, I'm just going to showcase the question mark and the views. Okay, this is the simple views component. And next, the to focus on the title bar. So basically that's where the user will be giving the title for his code snippet. Okay, so I'm just going to have that component here. Let me create that. So let's name this as title bar. Okay, so title bar dot tsx. Okay, so here I'm going to name this function as title bar, and this would have the editable as the input parameter for this component, just to give the boolean value whether this is editable or not. Okay, so I'm just going to editable, and here this is going to be default. I'm just setting I'll be setting it to false. Okay, and this is going to be of type boolean. Okay, so first let's have the reference for that. So I'm just going to name this as input ref. So use ref hook. So this is going to be of type HTML input element, and let's initially set it to null. And then let's get the title, so using our store. So I'm just going to use the store here and get the title, state dot title, and also the function to update the title. So here basically state and get the function which is state dot update. Okay, fine. And for this also we'll have the shortcut, so which is nothing but the small t. So this is going to help us focus on that title part, using this input ref. Okay, so let's use this use art keys, and here for t, and this is going to be if the input ref dot current, then I'm just going to call the focus function on this, and also select. Okay, so fine, select function, and also this would be enabled only if the editable is true, so which is the input param. And let's prevent the default, set it to true. Okay, fine. So this is the shortcut key to help us focus the ref to that text part. Okay, so then let's focus on the rendering part. So let's wrap everything inside this div and give this styling for this. Let's make this as a relative and a display flex, and items, let's center them, and also justify, let's center gap between them, let's have 2. And I just want the top to be having rounded. Okay, and then padding y direction, let's have 2. Then coming to the background color, let's set this to something like black. Okay, so yep, so this is the styling for this div. Now here in this div we will first wrap the input taking the text as an input inside the tooltip component. So basically the tooltip, it's going to showcase what's the maximum character that you can enter, and also showcase the shortcut for that. Okay, so let's use this tooltip component content. Here it's going to be this div. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly make this display as a flex. Items, let me center them, gap 2, let's have padding at the left, and the text size, I'll make it as small as possible. Okay, so here let's close this div. Okay, and also I'm just going to close this. And now here let me use this info icon from Lucid React, and I'm going to set the size to 16, and area it, and I'm just going to set it to true. So here the text, it's going to be maximum the upper cap for the title thing, so I'm just going to say it as 24 characters. Okay, then after this, let's the kbd, it's going to be a capital T and disabled, so this is going to depend on this editable value. Okay, fine. Now inside this I'll just have the input thing, so input, and this type, it's going to be a text. Okay, and ref, I'm just going to attach the input ref value. Let's pass the whatever we have in the title variable. Okay, and if there is nothing, so I'm just going to set the empty string. Okay, and spell check, let's not do that. Autocomplete off. Okay, and maximum length, let's say 70. Okay, and on change, I'm just going to call this update function, so which is going to update the title. So here I'm just going to pass this title and the value that user is typing. So here, okay, so let me close this. Yeah, okay, after this, this will be disabled if it's not editable, and tab index, I'm just going to set it to 1, and then styling for this, so which is important. Let's have the width set it to 32, and I just want to apply the truncate and have the surrounded empty, and the text, I want it to be center of, and font type, let's make it as medium, and leading, let's apply loose. Okay, and I just don't want any outline for this. Then background, I just want it to be transparent, and text color, let's make this as almost white by something, let's say 40, and transition, let's apply all, and duration, and then is in out. Okay, fine. And now finally focus, I just want to make the text color to appear white, and area label, I'm just going to set this as title input. Okay, so this is the input which is going to update the title of this snippet. Okay, fine. And after this I'll just have a div with some svg icons. Okay, so this let's make this as absolute, and have the bottom negative bottom thing, and also left, let's 0, and make this as a flex width. Okay, and justify apply between, and the color, let's fill it with black. Okay, and yeah, just the svg icon, so fine. Okay, so I'm just going to have this svg width, let's set 8. Okay, and height also, I'm just going to set it to 8. Styling, let's rotate 180 degrees, and also let's fill with the black color. Okay, yeah, fine. And it's going to be simple, so path will have the simple values. So basically I'll just quickly get this thing done. Okay, yeah, this is it. So basically this is just the path. Okay, yeah, this is the svg, and I'm just going to apply the same here. Yeah, so this is the title bar component which is going to help us input the title for particular code snippet. Now the main important thing is the having the component which is going to listen to the changes that user is making in the code part. So basically we'll have to make API calls to keep on updating the content of this snippet. So I think it would be better if we maintain as a separate component here, which is going to mainly focus on handling the state change, change of the code snippets, and then accordingly make an API call and update our state and also update the content of the code in the DB. So for that I am going to create here the new component. So let me name this as change listener. So change listener dot tsx. Let's create this function. Okay, so export default function. I'm just going to name this as the same as the file name, change listener. And here we'll have the two references. One is to maintain the previous state of our application, and another to give us if the saving of the code is pending or completed. Okay, so just here the previous state. Okay, so let's use this user hook, and this would be of type app state. Okay, or it can be a null. So default, let's set the value to null, and then the let's say name this as something like pending save. Okay, so this, it's going to be boolean type. Okay, so default, let's set this to false, and let's get the state using our use store from our store. Okay, and here it's going to be state dot get app state. Okay, and then the function to update it. So use store. Here I'm just going to get the state dot update function. Okay, and use the use swr mutation hook to update the snippet. Okay, so quickly let's destructure from use swr mutation. Okay, and here first thing, the trigger. So let's rename this to something like update snippet, and then error update error. I'm just renaming this. Okay, and data, here it's going to be the updated snippet. Okay, fine. And for this, first the endpoint, so it's going to be /api /snippets. Okay, and then the URL, so, and also the argument. So here the argument, it's going to be of type app state. Okay, so here let's use this fetcher and pass in this URL, and also this method type. So method, it's going to be of type patch. Then body, it's let's just stringify the argument. Okay, yep. And here, and I'm just going to revalidate, set it to false. So this is the what's the issue? Okay, sorry guys. So it has to be, yep, fine. So yeah, so this is the function which is going to update our snippet by calling to this endpoint and passing this URL, which is nothing but the API / snippets. Okay, and now let's have the function which is going to handle the state change. Okay, so I'm going to name it as the same way. So handle state change, and here first checks that we'll do is, and let me to compare the state, I think I'm just going to use this low dash equal, so which is a good way of using. So I'm just going to install this. Okay, fine. And first thing, if it's not equal, I mean this, let me import this, you'll understand what I'm comparing with. So import is equal from low dash dot is equal, what's the issue? So yeah, let me install this types too. So I'm just going to install the types, and hopefully we should see this error gone. Okay, yeah. So here let's use that equal. So I will be comparing the previous state dot current with the state we got from our store. If they are not equal, okay, so if they are not equal, and also if pending save dot current is not null, then I'm going to set the update the message with the value of pending. Okay, so fine. And also I'm just going to set this current value to true. Okay, fine. You got it. And after this, let's have the function, the timeout function, which is going to update our snippet by calling to our API the above function. So I'm just going to use here this set timeout, and here I'm going to do the same way. So if it's not equal to previous state dot current along with the state comparison, so I'm just going to set the previous state current to whatever the state we have the value, and then call our function to update the snippet and pass in this state. Okay, and after which I'm just going to set the pending save dot current to false. Okay, because we have successfully updated, so there is no pending state of updating it. Okay, and here I'm just going to have the duration of 3 seconds here. Okay, and finally in the cleanup I'm just going to call this clear timeout and pass in this timeout function. So this is how we are going to handle the state change of the code. Okay, and here if the else part now, so else if the pending state save dot current it's I mean it's active, I'm just going to update the message to state of the idle. So here I'm going to pass it here the idle, and then save set this current to false. Okay, yeah. So this is how we're going to handle the state change. Now let's focus on if it failed and if it is succeeded with the data. So how is it we're going to handle? So in the use effects I'm just going to handle that to update the message to error and all those things. So let's use this use effect. Okay, so here first thing, if this update error is true, I mean kind of then I'm just going to update the message status to error. Okay, and then I'm just going to set the pending save current to false. Okay, and and this is going to depend upon this update error value along with the update function. So this is the thing. And now for the success thing as well, so use effect, same thing, we are going to update the state of the message accordingly. Here if the updated snippet, and then I'm just going to call this update to update the message value, so which is going to be the success. And then set this current to false. Okay, and here the dependencies of this, it's going to be the updated snippet and then the update function. Okay, and finally the I mean one more use effect, which is going to take care of calling this handle state change function above thing. Okay, so here first check will always be if a previous state is null, then I'm going to set immediately to whatever the state value we got from our store. So that is previous state dot current to this state. Okay, else let's get this function which is nothing but the handle state change. And here if this is true, then I'm just going to return this cleanup function. Okay, and this is going to depend upon the state, and then the update snippet function, and then the update. Okay, so here let's just okay, fine. So this is the change list. So this is how we are going to update the state of our code using multiple use effect hooks and the update snippet endpoint. Okay, fine. Now the core part, which is the code component, so we already have here. So I'm just going to copy this and move it to this editor folder, and we are going to do a lot of refactoring here. So there'll be a lot of changes, but the gist is going to remain same in this code component. So let me copy this. Okay, and here in this I'm just going to paste it. Okay, and we are going to do a lot of changes for this, so let's do a step by step. So so first thing is we were getting the values of language selection, theme and line numbers from our settings context, but we completely moved this to our justan store. So let's get all of those values first. So that is later I will remove the above part. So here first the is it having the custom theme. Okay, so let's use the use store. Okay, and get the respective as custom theme. Okay, and then the code. So here again we are going to use the use store and get the respective code value. And here I'm just going to remove this. Let's complete getting all the values we want. Okay, so basically all of them. So here state dot language, and then the theme. So we'll do yeah, I'm just going to use the use store and get the state dot theme. Okay, and then the font family, so here I'm just going to get the font family, then the font size. So let's get that too, which is the state dot font size, then the line numbers, use store. So get the state dot line numbers, and finally the custom colors and the update function. So custom colors, use store. So here let's get the custom colors, and then finally the update function. So here I'm just going to get that function. So here the state dot update. Okay, and here I'm just going to completely remove this. Okay, and also this code part. So let's remove this. Okay, fine. And now so here I will have one more variable to know at least the editable state of our code part. So basically, is it editable or not? So yeah, so for that let's name this one local state variable. So I'm just going to name this as local editable. Okay, uh, then the parallelly updating function editable. So let's use the use state hook. So here this would be receiving the input param for this component. So editable, so by default I'm going to set it to false, and this is going to be of type boolean. So boolean, and here let's set this value as a default, and then one use ref for this complete editor container. Okay, so that we will try to handle even the click events. Let's say like whenever the user is trying to click on this container, we want the focus to be on this thing. So for that to achieve, we'll use the use ref hook. Okay, and so I'm just going to, this is going to be of type div element, so by default let's set this to null. Fine, and quickly I'm just going to have the base colors and the generated colors. So base colors, so let's wrap this inside the use memo so that they will not be calculated again and again. So here I'm just going to use these generate colors and pass in this base colors. So basically, and here I'm just going to pass this. So this sorry, I completely missed this. Okay, so here I will return this based on if there is a custom theme, so we'll return custom colors. If not, I'm just going to return this theme dot generated colors. Okay, so here this is going to depend on as custom theme, and then the theme dot generated colors, and then the custom colors. Okay, sorry, so this is how we get the base colors, and so the function to get the generated colors, I'm just going to call the above thing. Okay, so basically generated colors. Okay, so this also I'm just going to wrap inside this use memo hook. So here let's pass this above base colors, and now this is going to depend upon this base color dependency. Okay, so what's the issue? Okay, okay, it is expecting the two parameters, but we have just one. Okay, I'll just change this later, the definition of it. So let's not worry much about that. So let's go back to this code components. I'll come back to this these two things. Okay, so here after this we had this custom styles, right? So this I'm just going to rename this so to make it as a good name. So here let's change this to custom styles, and here for the editor I am going to set this font weight to, let's say 400. Okay, and let's remove this font size. Okay, fine, and for placeholder let's add the color. So I'm just going to add the placeholder. Okay, so here color, let's use this adjust lightness, and generated colors whatever we have at this 0th index. Okay, and alpha I'm just passing this 0.4. Okay, and fine, and then I'm just going to remove this line height, not needed. Okay, okay, fine, so that's it, and I'm just going to remove this too, so no need for content applying the line height, and then custom font style. So here this is going to be font family. Okay, so yep, and here as well, so it is going to be font family because we just got this from our adjustant store. Okay, same way I'm just going to have here the custom font size, whatever we removed here, the line height and the font size, and I'm just going to segregate that so that it will be better for us. So So here it's going to be a custom font size. So here editor view dot theme, and here for this cm content, I'm just going to pass this font size values. Okay, so font size, it's going to be whatever we got from our store, so this will be that pixel, and then the line height. So line height, and this is going to be so let's convert this to int. Let's convert this to int first, so that I can multiply with this constant number and apply this pixel. Okay, so this is the pixel sorry, a line height for the content. So the same way, quickly let's have it for the gutters too. So here the gutters. Okay, so I'm just going to just copy this to things above. Okay, fine, and apply the same. So fine, this is the custom font size, and let's quickly get the line wrapping too. So here for the editor view, so line wrapping, so here the editor view, and apply get this line wrapping, and then I'm just going to set the tab index for this editor view. So here editor view dot content attributes of I'm just going to set this tab index to -1. Okay, fine, and finally here to the theme for the editor theme. So this also, let's rename this to something like custom editor theme. Okay, fine, and this is going to have the same almost the same whatever we had for this. So basically now this is going to change caret here, depending upon if it's editable, then I will use this generated colors whatever we had at this 0th index, or if not, I'm just going to apply this as transparent. Okay, and here the lightness also, let's get this from the generated colors. Okay, and alpha, I'm just going to apply it's 0.2. Same for the width, I will get everything, and I'm just going to replace this C with the generated colors, and here as well. So okay, so that's the thing, and the rest of the things I'm just going to so here wherever we have this, I'm just going to have this. Okay, and let's do one thing. Wherever we have, sorry, okay, fine. So here wherever we have C, I'm just going to use this generated colors. So here as well, and here too, and all wherever the color is referred. So we just have to quickly replace this, and I'm just going to remove that C. Okay, so I'm just going to replace this completely. So we have 3 more left. Okay, fine. So and this rest of the things is going to remain as is. Okay, so yeah, so this is the theme, I mean the custom editor theme. So let's minimize this. Okay, so after this, we will completely have use the latest use code mirror hook. Okay, so for that let's use this, which is the use code mirror hook. Okay, and in this I'm going to set the properties for this object. So here we'll destructure the set container along with the view. Okay, so fine, and here whatever we had here, I'm just going to first copy this. So I'll complete for this code mirror whatever we have, there will be a lot of errors on directly copying. We'll just tweak this accordingly. So first is I will set the container to the editor ref we have set, so that is the current. Okay, and the value now, so your value, it's going to be the whatever we have in this code itself. So basically we'll remove this equals to, and if it's not there, I'm just going to pass this empty string. Okay, and here on change, so basically on change, let's have this value. Okay, and I will use the debounce here to update it for every 300 milliseconds. So let's define that here and use this below. Okay, so I'm just going to name this as debounced for update, and here the debounce, and pass this update function and then the time. Okay, and now let's use this here. So here the debounced update, and here the it's going to be code, and I'm just going to pass this value. Okay, fine, and the after this the placeholder. So quickly I'm just going to placeholder, I'm just going to set here something like add some code here. Okay, and then the autofocus, let's set it to true, and then editable, it's going to depend upon this local editable value, and read only if it's not editable, I mean if it's not a local editable. Okay, fine, and then the basic setup. So basic setup, it's going to be same. I'm just going to copy the below things. So here I'm just going to copy these things and use it here. Okay, and let me remove this base setup. Okay, so the same thing, whatever we have, they're going to remain same. Okay, and after this the extension, so this is I'm just going to change this, and this is not an object, so let's, and now this we have renamed this to custom styles. So custom styles, and then the custom font style, and then we have this custom font size, and then the line wrapping. So I'm just going to remove this, and then the so here, and then the set tab index. Okay, so fine, and that is the extensions, and the theme, it's going to be this custom editor theme. Okay, and here, yep, so this is the use code mirror. Fine, and now after this let's quickly change the value of the local editable in the use effects. Okay, so here this use effect, I'm just going to use this to update the local editable value. That is, first, if it is not editable, I'm just going to set the local editable to false. Okay, and this is going to depend upon this editable value. Okay, fine, and then the to just set the container to our editor ref, for that also to update our container. So I'm just going to use this use effect. So here basically, if this is active, okay, and also selected language, then I'm just going to set the container to this the editor ref dot current, and this is going to depend on this editor ref dot current, and then the selected language. Okay, so here I'm just going to disable this. Okay, so fine, and finally one more use effect, where we are going to listen to the click event, so that we can focus on this part. Okay, the code part. Okay, it's code container. So here let's have this function. So I'm just going to name this as a handle click, and this is going to have the input parameter, which is of type mouse event, and here if it's editable, and if the editor ref current is active, this contains it's active, and also if this contains this event target as node, okay, and it's not local editable, then I'm just going to set this local editable to true. Okay, fine, and then let's add the event listener to the click event. So here, and let's pass the above handle click, okay, and then in the cleanup, let's remove the listener. So remove event listener for click, and pass in this handle click. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to pass this editable and the dependencies, and it's going to be local editable. So fine, and then again to just set the attributes to for the text box, I will again have to have one more use effect. So basically here, based on the activeness of the editor ref, okay, so if it's active, I'm going to first get the text box element, okay, so using the query selector. So let's use this document dot query selector, and based on the role we'll get it. So here role, it's going to be the text box, okay, so let me close this. Okay, and here if this text box element is found, so I'm just going to set the attributes for that. So here we will set the area label, and I'm just going to set the attributes the code editor. Okay, fine, and here this is just going to depend on this editor ref current. So let's again disable this. Okay, fine, and now just the listening to the shortcuts. Basically, if he presses on F, we should try to focus on the code part, and also if he presses the escape, so that will handle using the use hotkeys hook from React hotkeys hook. Okay, so here the F, and this in the callback. Okay, so here if view has no focus, and then I'm just going to call the focus function on this view, and then we'll set the local editable to true value. Okay, and here I'm just going to dispatch this on this view. So basically setting anchor to 0, and then the head, I'm just going to set it to view dot state dot doc dot length. Okay, and here the let's set the enabled to depending upon the editable value, and also let's prevent default set it to true. Okay, so okay, it has to be, just a second, let me so here just after this we'll have this. Okay, fine, yeah, fine, and now the escape key listener, so use hotkey, so this escape. So in the callback again, this if this view has focus. Okay, so I'm just going to get the DOM view DOM, and blur this. Okay, so basically, yeah, and then I'm just going to set the local editable to false, and after this the same this will be enabled only if it is editable, and also the local editable is true, and then enable on content editable, I'm just going to set it to true. and here the dependencies, and here I just have to, this is going to depend on this view, and here the view as well as the local editable. Okay, fine. So this is how we are going to handle the shortcut keys for focusing and blurring the code part. And finally here, if there is no language selected, or there is no generated colors, okay, I'm just going to return null from this. Okay, and here now we're going to just return the div with the ref attaching, which is nothing but the editor ref container, so which is going to give us the code component. So here inside this div, so let's attach this editor ref and styling. So here I'm just going to apply this surrounded LG and have this padding set to 3. Okay, so this is the code component, and also here I'm just going to remove this on change. Okay, and we have, so I'm just going to, okay, there is some problem in this language thing. Okay, to just leaving aside this two, I'll take care of this redefining this generate colors function, because we have as of now the 2 parameters. I'll change this, I'll come back. So after this we will have one just the util function, which is going to help us set the prepare the initial state for the particular snippet code editor. So basically get the initial default values into our store. Okay, so I'm just going to name that as setup store. Okay, so and .tsx. Okay, and let's have this, so default function, let's name this as the same as the file name, setup store, and this is going to receive snippet as the input parameter for this. So this is going to be of type snippet, and here let's get the I will again use the useref here. So I'm just going to default set the value to false. Okay, here if it's not current, so I'm just going to use the store. Okay, so use store, and I'm just going to get the state and set the app state with whatever the value we receive as the input param for this. Okay, and then I'm just going to set this ref to true. Okay, okay, fine, and if not, we are just going to return null from this thing. Okay, what's the issue here? Okay, it is has to be snippet. Okay, fine. So this is the setup store component, and finally the index file, where we will use this all components we have used. So basically the title bar and code and the settings, and also the change listener will be wrapped everything inside this. But before even going there, we will have one wrapper component. So basically just which is going to take care of the updating the size of the code based on the whatever the content user is trying to enter in the code editor, handling the size of the code editor, and also taking care of the background image and all those things. So this is going to take care of that thing, and inside this wrapper we'll have the children's, which is nothing but the other components which we have created. So let's complete the wrapper component as well. So here inside this editor, I'm just going to have this wrapper.tsx. So I'm just going to name this as wrapper, and this is going to receive the children component, so which is nothing but it's going to be React nodes. Okay, so children, and here, and I'm just going to mention this type so it's going to be a React node. Okay, fine. And first thing, the variable to have the gap from the top, so that is nothing but the margin top. So here set margin top, I am going to set this default value to 15, and then the wrapper ref, so basically to dynamically change its size, so we need the ref. Okay, and it's going to be HTML div element. Okay, so by default let's set it to null, and then let's get the values from the store. So just going here, I'm just going to take these things and copy to this wrapper component. Okay, so here, and let's just import this. Yeah, so fine. And the base colors also, I'm just going to take it from there. This base colors also, let's take it here. Okay, and let's import this. Fine. Then I'm just going to have one function which is going to give me the gradient colors. So here, gradient colors, let's wrap this also inside this use memo. Okay, and here, based on this base colors, if its length is equals to 1, so I'm just going to get that whatever we have to the base colors, and add this value at 0th index. If not, I will use chroma. So basically that's going to help us take care for mixing the colors, so that is adding gradient to the colors. So let's install that dependency. So I'm just going to install this chroma.js. Okay, so here if not, I'm just going to use this let's import this. So here I'm just going to import this from chroma.js. Okay, and there is some, yeah, let me install this types as well. So fine. And yeah, now here I'm just going to call this scale function, and pass the base colors, and then call the mode, and I'm just going to pass this the color mode. Okay, I think I have not added that, so let's use this. So use store and state dot color mode. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass this color mode value, and then the colors. So here colors, it's going to be for base colors dot length is greater, I'm going to pass plus the whatever base colors, so just the twice of that. Okay, fine. And here the dependency is the base colors, and then the color mode. Okay, so this is the gradient color list. Okay, and as I mentioned again, so we'll have to have the event listener to the resize, so accordingly we'll have to uh, set the margin top value dynamic things. Okay, for that let's wrap everything inside this use effect hook, and I'll just have one function. Let's name this as update size. So here update size, and here if this wrapper ref dot current, then we'll do this first. Let's get the viewport height. So let's get the viewport height using the window dot inner height. Okay, and then the div height. So let's get the div height, so this is going to be the wrapper ref dot current dot client height value. So same way, let's calculate the now the height percentage. Height percentage is going to be div height by the viewport height multiplied by 100. And here now, if the height percentage is greater than 40, then we will add we will reduce the margin top. Okay, so basically let's get the firstly what is the excess percentage. So I'm just going to store this in this variable. So this is going to be the height percentage by minus 40, and then the margin top reduction. So let's do reduction. So this is going to be the excess percentage by the half of the value, and let's calculate the new margin top value. So let's use this math dot max of 0 comma 15 minus this margin top reduction multiplied by half value. Okay, and now if this new margin top it's not equals to whatever the current margin top value, so then we are just going to update into that variable. So this is going to be new margin top. Okay, fine. Else if margin top is not equals to 15, okay, we are just going to set the value to 15. Okay, so fine. And after this, if this is active, so let's get the observer. So here, so I'm just going to get the observer using the new resizer object, resize observer object, and pass in this update size function. So and pass this wrapper ref current to observe function. Okay, and then add the event listener. So window dot add event listener to the resize thing, and then pass this update size. And then in cleanup, I'm just going to disconnect from the observer and also remove the event listener for the resize thing. Okay, and pass in this update size function. Okay, and this is going to depend on this margin top value. So this is how we are going to handle the resize and set the margin top and add the event listener to resize event. Okay, and this the UI part now. So everything we are going to wrap inside this motion dot div from framer motion. So I'm just going to import that motion from framer motion. Okay, so let's wrap everything into this div. And first thing is we are going to attach the ref. So here, which is going to be nothing but the wrapper ref, and layout id, let's set this to wrapper, and animate. So let's have this opacity set to 1, and then the transition, let's set it for a duration of 0.1, and then a delay 0.05. okay, and initially let's set the opacity to 0, and then styling for this. So let's hide this overflow thing, and also let's add some shadow effects, so some extra large, and color of that let's make this as black. So let's say something by 40. okay, so and then finally the style. So basically the margin top, so this is going to depend upon the value stored in our variable. So here it's going to be the margin top vertical heights. okay, and then border radius, so this is going to be 8 plus I'm just going to get the padding value by 10. So here I just have to get the padding again from the store. So here I'm just going to get that. So padding, so use store, so this is going to be state dot padding. Okay, fine. And now yeah, that's the thing. So now inside this first div for the screenshot thing, so here I'm just going to add this id the same screenshot, and let's do some styling for this. So let's make this as a relative and had a z index, so 0. Okay, and the width I'm just going to set auto, and the minimum width let's have at least 512 pixel, and the maximum width it can go to 5 times xl. Okay, and apply this transition all, and duration I'm just going to, and esin out effect. Okay, fine. And for this then the setting the padding, so it's going to be dynamic based on the value we have in this padding. Okay, and then the background image, so here let's apply this linear gradient. Okay, so and here I'm just going to pass in this angle, so even this I have not, let me get this angle, so state dot. Okay, so it has to be use store. Yeah, so here this is going to be angle degree. Okay, and also this gradient colors dot join, and I'm just going to add this comma separator. Okay, and finally yeah, so let's close this div, and inside this div I will have this grain, and based on the grain I'll just add the background noise and contain an opacity for that. So this is simple div. So here let's make this first initially invisible, and make this as absolute, and apply this insert 0, and add this background noise, and also contain. Okay, and opacity I'm just going to set it to 30. Okay, and here if this is true, then I'm just going to set it to visible. Even this grain has to be, so here grain, so yep, so fine. After this is the div, so let's close this. Okay, and the one more div, so basically this is also again no, to just add some background effect, a linear gradient and all those things. Okay, so here let's wrap here let's make this as a relative, and I'm just going to give a z index, let's say 1, and height let's set it to full, and width I'm just going to set it to full, and a minimum width apply 480 pixel, and a maximum width let's say 2xl. Okay, and have some rounded corners, so I'm just going to apply this large. Okay, and here inside this again this div, so I'm just going to make this as absolute, and set this insert 0, rounded lg. Okay, and have the after effect, so make it this as absolute, and here again the insert as 0, and if after have the z index. Okay, and also translate in the y direction. Okay, so let's say 6. Okay, and have the rounded corners. Okay, and also the background color, I'm just going to set this to black. Okay, black, and I'm just going to yeah, black, and then let's make this blur. Okay, something like extra large. Okay, fine, and inside this div, I'm just going to have this linear gradient effect. Okay, so in this, so let's apply it as absolute and make this had the z index for this. Okay, and have this surrounded corners, and then finally the style for the gradient, so background image. So here I'm just going to add this gradient. So basically this is the thing, so I'm just going to take this thing and use this. Okay, and yeah, so let's close this div, and after this, this is the div where we will wrap our children in. Okay, so here now we'll have to make this as a relative and had the z index for this. Okay, and the rounded thing, and have this background set it to black. Okay, so now I'm just going to wrap this children. So this is the wrapper. Maybe there might be too many divs, but just to have the good looking effect, you know, with the multiple backgrounds and have it better look. So this is the wrapper. So now we will make use of this wrapper and create one more the index.tsx file, and wrap all these components inside this wrapper. Okay, so let's create this index.tsx. So let's create a component inside this file, so which is going to be the editor. So here the editor, and this is going to receive the parameters, so the views, which is going to be the optional. Okay, and then the editable, so which is the boolean value, and is authenticated or not. This is again the boolean. Okay, so let's go get those values here. Views, editable, is authenticated. Okay, fine, and I'm just going to return here the div, and id I'm going to set this to editor, and the styling for this, you know, let's make this as, you know, relative, and a display flex, and apply item width to be full, and direction obviously it's going to be column, and let's center the items, and padding let's set 6. Fine, yeah. And now first the views component. So if the views is not equals to undefined, then I am going to use this views component we have created, and pass the views for this component. Okay, so this is how we are going to showcase the views using the views component. And now after this, the wrapper component. So basically wrapper component, so inside this, first thing is the title bar, so which is the title bar for our code snippet. Okay, and we'll pass the editable parameter for this props. Okay, and then the code component, and here again we will pass this editable props. Okay, so here, yep, it is going to be, yeah. Okay, fine, and then after this, so here if it's editable, then we'll have to showcase the settings component, which we are yet to create. We will create. So once we create, this is where we'll be showcasing the settings, and finally if it's editable and and is authenticated, then I will showcase this change listener component too, which is nothing but the component which is going to give us the status of the code updation to our db. Okay, so there is some issue. Okay, let's see this. Okay, here the change listener, I just have to here written null. Okay, fine, I think, yeah. So yeah, so this is the editor component. So now we will focus on whatever are needed for our final section, which is going to be the settings component. So I'm going to create here the new folder for settings. So let's name this as settings. So for this we would need a picker to choose the custom colors, and also the slider to change the angle, gradient angle, and also the switch component to showcase the line numbers and all. So one by one, let's get this thing done. So first let's focus on the switch component. So I'm just going to create here the new file. So here switch.tsx. okay, so here this I'm going to wrap inside this memo. Okay, and the function, we are going to name this as switch, and this is going to receive the type as the input param, which is, it can be for the line numbers or for grade. Okay, so fine, and now first thing, let's get the value, which is nothing but the using our store. So use store, and I'm going to get the value, and then the function to update the values. Okay, so here this also let's get the update function from our state. Okay, fine, so let's focus on quickly the div part. So we are I'm just going to use the react switch from radix ui. So here let me install that. So radix ui, so react switch. Okay, so here let's wrap everything inside this div. So I'm just going to make this display as a flex, and height, let me make this full, and items, let's center them. So here I'm just going to install this switch primitive. So let's install this as switch primitive from radix ui react switch. Okay, so fine, and here let's wrap everything inside this root section. So here checked, initially I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, so fine, checked depends upon the value. Okay, so and on checked change, we will use this update function we got. So value, this is going to be a boolean, and let's use this update function and pass in this type along with the value. So this is going to update the value. Okay, and the styling for this, it's going to be the inline flex, and height, let's restrict to 6, and width we are going to set it to 44 pixel, and let's apply the shrink. Okay, so and items center, and then rounded, I'm just going to have the circle. Okay, fine, and let's not have any outline. and I'm just going to have this a border and border white color, okay, and have this transition, and for the duration of let's say 100, okay, and is in out effect, okay, fine. And then the focus thing, so quickly the ring, I'm just going to set the color to white, and also the offset, so let's set it to 2, and then the ring offset color, so this is going to be black, okay. And then finally the radix state checked, okay, I'm going to set it to white, and here for unchecked I'm going to have this background to black, okay. So this is the styling for checked and unchecked, okay. And let's set the area label, I'm going to here apply this type and appended with the switch, okay, so fine. And now the thumb, okay, so here it's going to be the thumb, okay. And the styling for this again, so let's make this as a block, and height and width let's set it to 5, and circle, I mean round it completely, okay. And here pointer events none, and outline none, okay. And background I'm just going to have this almost white, and the shadow let's have large shadow, and transition transform I'm just going to apply this, and the duration same on is in out. And here now for the radix state checked, here let's apply this translate in the x, okay, so something like 21 pixel, okay. And radix state unchecked, I'm just going to translate the x back, so it's going to be the fine. So this is the switch component, so based on the type we're going to show use this switch component. So one component is ready for us to use this as a switch component for toggling these line numbers along and also for the grain thing. So next is for the change kind of slider for changing the angle of a gradient thing. So for that also I'm just going to create a new file, so I'm going to name this as angle.tsx. Here we will use the React slider from Radix UI, okay. And and let's name this the component as the angle. So first let's get the values from our store, so which is the custom color font, colors count, okay. So here the colors count I'm just going to get using the length of the custom colors array, so yep. And then the angle, which is state dot angle, okay. And then the function to update the value, so state dot update, okay, fine. And I'm just going to install this slider, and now let's wrap everything inside this div. So this I'm going to make this as a flex, same like the other component. So and the items, let's center them and have the gap between them two, okay. And here I'm just going to import this slider primitive, so here slider primitive from React slider and wrap everything inside this root thing. Okay, so here the default value, it's going to be the angle value. Okay, and on change we'll use on value change we will use this update function to update the value. So here for this angle I'm just going to pass in here the value present at 0th index. Okay, and the max thing we can go for 360, and step have 1, and it's disabled, so it will be disabled if the custom colors count is equals to 1. Okay, and let's make this as a relative, so relative, and have this as a flex, and have this height set to 5 and width 32, and items, let's center them. Okay, and okay, and touch also none, I don't want, and also select also none. Okay, fine. And now let's have this track component from this primitive, so which is the track, and this also let's make this relative, and height I'm just going to set it to 1, and let's apply this grow. Okay, and also make this circle, and then background color I'm just going to set it to white. Okay, and then the range component, so even this let's make this as absolute, so absolute, and height I'm just going to make this full, and also the circle, so rounded full, and then the background I'm just going to set almost white color. Then for radix disabled I'm just going to have this background white, and let's say some 30. Okay, fine. So this is the range wrapped inside this track, and finally the thumb here I'm just going to here have this thumb component, so as a child. Okay, and area label, let's set this to gradient angle. Okay, and here the div, so even let's have some styling for this. So here let's apply this relative, and width and height let's set it to 5, and this also let's round it, and also the no select, and no outline. Okay, and then the transition duration for same 100, and is in out. Okay, and have this border, and the border color, it's let's set it to white, and the background let's have the black. Okay, and hover, let's have the scale up effect, so I'm just going to have a 110 effect, and also let's make the cursor to be a pointer, and focus, let's have this ring, and then the color, so I'm just going to set it to white, the offset, so let's, yeah, and the color for offset, so let's set this to black. Okay, and then the radix disabled I'm just going to hide this. Okay, fine. And here this the div which is going to help us transform this thing. Okay, so let's make this as absolute, and inset 0, and also I'm just going to have this pointer events none, and the style we will set this transform depending upon this the angle value. So here I'm just going to use this angle and apply this degree. Okay, so here, yep. And now let's have this span with some styling inside this. So here let's make this absolute and apply this left, and I'm just going to calculate by 50% and subtracting one pixel. Okay, fine. And top, let's apply 0, and also height off of it, and width let's set 0.5, and rounded bottom let's have full. Okay, fine. And then the pointer events none, and let's apply this background gradient. So I'm just going to apply this background gradient to be from almost white to let's say transparent. Okay, fine. So this is the, so I just have to, yeah, okay, yeah. So this is the angle component, which is the slider component, which is going to help us change the gradient angle and see the real reflection in the above code component. Okay, so which is the editor. And now the core things will have the options to perform some actions in the settings part. That is nothing but to copy link, and also download as an image, and also copy the code part as the image. So for these three things we'll have one component. So kind of let's name that as an actions. Okay, so let's create that component here. So I'm just going to name this as actions .tsx. So let's define this function. So let's name this as the same which is the actions. So first thing, I'll be getting the status from the use session hook from the next auth. Okay, so let's rename this to something like session status, and use it the use session. Okay, and I'm going to have this status icons for the I mean for success, failure, and loading. Okay, so here this is the success. So I'm just going to have this green check icon, so size 16, and here I'm just going to area hidden, set it to true. Okay, and the same way we'll have it for failure, so it's going to be x. Okay, so just the same properties. So I'm just going to set this to true. Fine. And then the loading, and here I'll be using the loader component we have created already. So these are the status icons accordingly. And now these three actions are going to be nothing but the buttons. So which is the copying the link, and copying the image, and downloading the image. So it's going to be buttons with some properties. So for that let's define one interface which is going to describe what property each button is going to have. Okay, so here I'm just going to define this button interface, and this will have the id string and a label. So here label, it's going to be a partial of the key in the button type. So here, okay, so let's have the button type as well. So here I'm just going to give here the type as default, or the success, or failure, or the loading. Okay, so now here I'm just going to, so it can be either of that. So I'm just going to mention key can be any of this, and just the value is string. Okay, fine. And then the icon also, it's going to be the same. So key in the button type, and the value it's going to be some JSX element. Okay, yep. And here the action, so which is going to be a callback function. So here the return type, it's going to be promise of type void, and it's disabled or not. So this by default, let's make this as optional, and this is going to be a boolean type. Then the hotkey, so basically the shortcut key. So here the object which will have the key string, and then the options for that, and this is the optional, okay, optional object. So this would have whether this is enabled or not, because some action will be enabling only for the user is authenticated. So that's why this object, okay. And here it's going to be type boolean, and then the prevent default. So here I'm just going to set this to boolean. Okay, so this is the interface for our button. And now let's have those three buttons here. So here the buttons, it's going to be array of button. Okay, so let's have this array of these objects. First is the copy link, and then the label. So label default, I'm going to set it to be a copy link. Okay, and the success, I'm going to have this as link copied. Okay, fine. And then the icon for default, we are going to have this link component from next, okay, link. So I'm just going to have this, and from the Lucid React, okay, let me have that, Lucid React link. Okay, and let me import this. Here I'm just going to import this icon, and let me remove this. Yep, so that's the icon from the Lucid React, and I'm just going to provide the same attributes, which is the size, make it 16, and area hidden, I'm just going to set it to true. Okay, and then the whatever the status icons we have, I'm just going to use them here. So okay, so yeah, these are the status icons. And then the action, so action here, to perform action for each type, like let's say which is of a copying link. So we'll have to use the navigator clipboard function, which is going to help us copy the link of the particular snippet. Okay, same way for if it's the downloading image, we have to save it as a blob and download that. And if we have to copy image, same we'll have to do it the same thing. So it is going to be repetitive, because we'll have to have thing mentioned in each of the object. So rather than writing here, it's better if we write it as helper function. So in helper, I'm just going to create here kind of like a new file, and I'm just going to name this as a snap. Okay, and snap.ts, we will write one function here which is the asynchronous, and I'm just going to name this as in a snap, and this is going to have the mode. So basically, which is nothing but is it the copy link mode, or the copy image mode, or a download image mode. So based on that, we will perform the respective logic handling inside this function. Okay, so this is download image. Okay, and it's going to return the promise of type void. Okay, and now yep, inside this, first is I am going to get the editor div. So basically we have that ID, I have set it as the screenshot ID. So let me get that editor div. So here, which is document dot get element by id. So here I'm just going to mention that id as a screenshot, and then the function to update the our store. So I will just get that function use store, so here let me call this get state. So here use store get state dot update. Okay, fine. Now if we have not found any editor div, so I'm just straight away returning from this. Okay, fine. So first thing, let's handle for the copying link. So here if the mode is equals to the copy link, okay, first let's have this navigator dot clipboard check if this is thing. So I'm just going to call here navigator dot clipboard API, so and call this write text and pass in this window dot location dot href. Okay, so here nothing but location dot href. Okay, else I'm just going to update the message saying that clipboard API not supported. Okay, so here this is going to be a message, and we are going to say it as clipboard API not supported. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to throw error saying that clipboard API not supported. So let me just take this from here. Fine. And okay, so and finally I'm just going to return from this. So this is if mode is equals to copying link. Okay, now for the other modes, downloading image and the copying image, so let's handle that inside this try catch block. I just want the object of the options, so which will have this the width. So here basically width, it's nothing but the editor div dot client width multiplied by 2, I mean twice of that, and also the height. So editor div dot client height. Okay, and then the style object which will have this maximum width property. I'm just going to pass this none, and here the maximum height none, and then the transform. So I'm just going to have this scale effect of 2, and then the transform horizon. Let's make this as in top left. So this is the options object. So after this I'm going to using these options and also the dom to image library, I'm going to get the data URL to convert whatever is there in that code div to PNG. Okay, so even for saving file while trying to download, I need a kind of file saver, and for converting DOM to image also I need live dependencies. So I'm just going to add this first the DOM to image, and for saving the file I'm just going to use the file saver. Okay, as saving the as a blob and downloading it. So here after this, straight away I'm going to get the data URL using this DOM to image. So here I'm just going to import this. So let's import here import DOM to image from this library, and I'm just going to install its types. Okay, fine. So this is going to give me the data URL. So I'm just going to use this to convert into a PNG. Okay, and pass in this editor div along with the options object which we have constructed above. So now now I'm just going to pass this to fetch thing with the data URL, and then in the callback, let's collect the response and call the blob function on this response. Okay, and then get the blob. Okay, so here, and I'm just going to check now if the mode is equals to download image, then I'm just going to call the save as function from the file saver. So I'm just going to have this also imported. So I'm just going to import save as from file saver. Okay, so maybe I'll have to install all these types too. So let me install this. Okay, fine, and here I'm just going to call this save as function by passing in the blob and the name of the image that we wanted to save as. So save as, and I'm just going to pass this blob, and let's name this as something like code snippet dot png. Okay, so else if mode is equals to copy image, I'm going to call this clipboard API. Okay, and navigator dot clipboard dot write. Just check if this works or not. Okay, and let's get the item, so which is nothing but I'm just going to create a new object of clipboard item. Okay, and it's going to be image slash png, and pass this blob to this. Okay, and then just going to call this clipboard dot write by passing in this above item. Okay, fine. Else we are just going to call this update to update saying that this API not supported. So let's take it from here and just use it here. Okay, fine. And in the so after this, in the catch section, if something goes wrong, I'm just going to have the same, but the message is going to be empty editor. Okay, so basically empty editor. Okay, and here as well I'm just going to change this error message, so it's going to be empty editor. Okay, so this is the helper function which is going to perform these three actions. Now going back here, now for each action we'll just use this helper function which we have and pass the mode accordingly. So first thing, so here snap, I'm just going to pass here copy link. Okay, and here is disabled will be depending upon the session status. So if session status is unauthenticated, this will not be enabled. Okay, and here the art key object key, I'm going to it would be the shift plus C. Okay, so basically it's going to be shift plus C. Okay, and the options I'm just going to pass in this prevent default true. Okay, so this is the copy link. Okay, so same way we will have the other two objects. Next object is the copy image, so I'm just going to give the ID as copy image, and the label it's the same. So if it's a default, it's going to be copy image. Okay, and success just the text we are going to showcase it as an image copy. Okay, fine, and then after this the icon. So for default, let's have this copy icon. Okay, so and size 16 and area 18. I'm just going to set this to true, and the other, I'm just going to spread the other icons. And in the action, so we are going to call the snap function with the copy image mode. Okay, and then the hotkey here, hotkey, I'm just going to have here some meta plus c. So basically any shift control or alt plus c, and also here let's make this meta plus shift plus c, so that there will be no confusion between this. Okay, and now the third object, which is the download image. Okay, so here download image, and label default, I'm just going to download as png, and success image download started. So these are the labels for default and success, and then the icon. So for default, I'm going to set the image icon. So image icon, and then the size and the area attribute, it's going to remain same like we did for the other icons. Okay, and then whatever we have in this other status icon, we will just use that. And here now the action for snap, the mode would be the download image. Okay, and then the hotkey. Okay, so here key, let's mention this as meta plus yes, yep, kind of saving. And options, I'm just going to prevent this default set to true. So these are the list of the buttons that we want. Okay, fine. And so to showcase this as a button, we would need one component. So I'll create just one component called a button for that. So let's here this is going to be receiving props of type button, and let's destructure id label icon action function. Okay, and the is disabled, so default I'm just going to set it to false, and art key. Okay, fine. And now here let's have one state variable to maintain the state of the button. So by default we will set it to default for this component. Okay, so here let's name this as button state. Okay, and set button state. Okay, and this is going to be of type button type. Okay, and I'm just going to set this to default. And now let's return this button component. Okay, so basically this type, it's going to be a button, and on click we'll have to have this function which is going to perform the action for us. So let's do here, I'm just going to create here asynchronous function, and I'm just going to name this as something like wrapped action. So here we'll just have to call the callback function that we receive as an input parameter here. So in the try catch block, first thing, let's call this action callback function, and then update the button state. So then I'm just going to set it to success. Okay, so if something went wrong, so in this catch block we'll set the button state to failure. And finally I'm just going to have some timer, so use here set timeout, and I'm just going to set back the button state to or default. Okay, so after 2.5 seconds. Okay, and then let's just call this clear timeout by passing in this timeout. Okay, so this is going to help us perform the action on the button click. Okay, so here I'm just going to pass here this wrapped action function, and disable, so this would be disable if button state is not equals to or default, or is disabled is true. Okay, so here, yep. And then the styling for this, so let's use the cn utility. So let me close this. Okay, so first thing is I'm just going to let's hold on a second. Yep, first thing, let's make this flex as a display and center this item. So and justify as well, I'm going to center them and have this rounded corners. Okay, and padding x direction, let's have something like 1.5, and in y direction let's have 1. Fine. And the select none, outline none, transition all, and duration, let's set it for let's say 100, and effect lets me have this as easy note. Then enabled, we'll have this background white color on hovering. Okay, so and here same text color, so I'm just going to set it to almost white. Then focus also, I'm just going to set text color to white. And if it's disabled, let's make cursor not allowed, so I'm just going to use this. And also I'm just going to apply some opacity, so let's say 50. Okay, so this is the styling for this button. And then let's have this area label, so this is going to be the id. Okay, and here inside this button I will be showcasing in the div or the button state. Okay, and the label of that. So basically let me wrap this inside this animate presence from framer motion, and the mode I'm just going to keep this as a weight. Sorry, it's going to be weight. And here let's me have this motion dot div. So let me import this motion. Okay, so here I'm just going to set this key to or whatever we have this button state. And initially I'm just going to set this opacity to 0, and the scale effect, let's have it to something like 0.8. and animate, I'm just going to set the opacity to 1, and the scale let me set this to 1. Exit, let's have this opacity back to 0, and the scale back to the 0.8. okay, and then the transition, so I'm just going to set it for duration of 0.08, and then the delay also lets me have the same value. Okay, so this is the div, and now inside this I'm just going to have this display flex. Okay, so here flex, and let me center these items and the gap too. Okay, so here I'm just going to showcase this icon of the button state, so here, and then the label. So basically here the label based on the button state. Okay, if not, I'm just going to have this default label. So this is the button component. Now here we will use this a button component in this render of this function actions. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this div. So here div, let me make this as a grid, so of 3 columns for each object, which is nothing but the copying link, copying image, and downloading the image. So here I'm just going to set the columns 3, and placing the items center. Okay, and have the padding 2. Okay, fine. And Here let's iterate to this list of the buttons we have just written above, and get the each button, and then pass this button to the component we have written below. So here the button component key, it's going to be the button.id, and I'm just going to pass in the other properties of the button. So this is how we perform the actions on three objects. Okay, so fine. Now I'm going to have this select component. So basically to select the language that we want and the theme and also the font family. So even for that we need to have separate components. So that we do have here, but it's going to be completely I'm going to completely change this. So let's create here inside this a new file. So I'm just going to name this as select.tsx. So here the select component, I'm just going to wrap this inside the memo thing, so that less number of renders, okay, of this component, and let's name this as select, and this is going to be generic. So we are just going to extend this the language definition or the theme definition or this font. So here in this types we have font definition. Okay, so let's go here, font definition. Okay, and I'm just going to this props for this, so it's going to receive props of type it can be language or the theme or the font family. Okay, so and then the option, so which is going to be the array of type t. So here let me have this type and then the options, and here the actual component. Okay, fine. And now the thing here is, first we will get the value of using our store and also the update function. So the value, let's use the use store, and here get that value based on the type, so which is the state of type, and then the update function to update those values based upon the type, and this is going to be straightforward, which is the state dot update. Okay, and here I'll be having one object, I'm just going to name this as a get, and which is going to have multiple objects inside that with properties, language, theme, and then the font family, which again will have initial value, option content, and value for key. Okay, so this is how we simplify getting the things we need based upon the type. So if it's language, theme, or font family, the respective properties we want to render in the UI. Okay, so basically here this is going to be again the object. So here I will have the initial value, so this is going to be just the value dot label thing. This is the initial value, then the option content, so option content, and this is going to receive option of type t, and here I'm just going to have this span and make this same the display as a block, and truncate padding right, let's say some 11, and inside this we are just going to this option label, so option, and this typecast this and showcase this label. Okay, so this is the option content, and then finally the value for key. So this is going to receive key which is of type as input param, and then I'm just going to use this find function and use this supported language and pass in this key. Okay, fine. So that was for the language. Now for theme, so same here, the initial value. So this is going to, we are going to use the theme bubble component, and the colors, it's going to be value as theme definition dot generated colors, and for the use custom colors from store, I'm just going to set based upon the id if it's equals to custom. Okay, so that's this initial value, and here after this the option content, here again the same, so option it's going to be of type t, and let's have this div with the theme bubble along with the label thing. Okay, so here this I'm just going to make this display as a flex, and so let's center the items and have this gap 3. Okay, and here let's just take this component here. Okay, so yep, and here after this let's have the this span, so here I'm just going to take this and use it here. It's just I don't want any padding for this, so I'm just going to remove this, and also this is going to be theme definition. Okay, so yep, yeah, so that's the option content for theme, and then the value for key. So here again the same way, I'm just going to use this find function and then pass this supported themes list along with the key. Okay, so that was for theme. Finally for the font family, so I'm just going to initial value, let me set this to the whatever we have here, this span, so I'm just going to take this, and the class name I'm just going to use the class value from the value dot class. Okay, so here it's going to be value font definition dot class. Okay, and it's just going to be the value dot label, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, and then after this the option content, option parameter which is of type t, and here I'm just going to use this span, so I'll make some styling changes for this, basically add some padding right for this, and then apply this option class. Okay, so basically option has font definition dot class. Okay, and this is going to be label, and finally for the value for key I'm just going to pass this key to that find function with the font families list. Okay, so key it's going to be type string, and the find function here supported font styles and pass in this key. So this is the object, based upon the type and the properties that we need. So we have this object ready, so let's make use of this here. And also I'm just going to import the react select from radix UI. So as select primitive react select. So I'm just going to install that. React hyphen select. Okay, so once I have this, I'm just going to import that. So yeah, this is the primitive. So I'm just imported this as select primitive, and let's wrap everything inside that root for this select component. Okay, so here select primitive dot root, and the default value, it's going to be the value dot id, and the value, it's going to be the same value dot id. And on value change, I'm going to get this value and call this update function, pass in this type along with the use this get object, and based on the type, let's get the value for key. Okay, by passing in this value, and typecast this accordingly. Okay, so it's going to be, yep. So this is the update function call on changing this value. Okay, and here once here after this, if this type is equals to a theme, and if value is equals to a custom, I'm just going to call the update function to update this as custom theme value to set to true. Okay, else the vice versa, I'm just going to set this as custom theme boolean variable to false. So here I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, so that's the select primitive root properties. So now inside this, let's have this triggering thing. So basically inside this select primitive dot trigger, and let's have styling for this. Let's make this as a flex, and yeah, height, I'm just going to have this 8, and with auto items, let's center them, and justify also, I'm just going to apply between, and let's have some gap, and have this rounded corners, and padding x direction too. Okay, so then the select, I don't want any, and outline also, let's set none. Have some border, so, and the border, let's have this white color. Okay, and the background, I'm just going to have this black color, and then apply this transition all, and the duration to 100, ease in out effect. Okay, and however, I'm just going to have this background change to 20, and also the text color, let's set it to white, and have some focus effect. So I'm just going to make text to white color, and then apply the ring, and the ring color, so here same the white, and have this offset ring offset, I'm just going to apply to, and then the color, so here I'm just going to set this to black. Okay, again here if type is equals to a language, I just want to have little more width, so I'm just going to apply this 32. Okay, and if it's type is font family. I want width to be different value, so here let's 44. Okay, fine. So this is the styling, and after this, the apply this area label to the value of type appended with the select. Okay, fine. Yep. And here I'm just going to have this value as whatever we have in the initial value, and then the icon, the chevron down icon. So here select primitive dot value, I'm just going to here have this type. Okay, and pass in this initial value. Okay, fine. And then after this, the icon. So here I'm just going to have this icon. It's going to be the this chevron down. Okay, so and I'm just going to have the seam size 16, and area hidden, I'm just going to set this to true. Okay, fine. And then finally inside this portal we'll have the content wrapped after this trigger. Basically whatever we have in the list of the options will be showcasing here, so which is portal, and let's wrap everything inside this content. And the position, let's set this to popper. Okay, so I'm just going to, and side offset, I'm just going to apply something, let's say -100, and alignment, let's center it. Styling for this, so here let's make this as a relative, and apply some z index, so let's say 50, and overflow, let's hide it, and then the rounded corners and padding 1 in all directions, and have this border, and the border color, let's have this white color, and background, I'm just going to apply black, and have some shadow effect, so large, and backdrop, I'm just going to have this blur. Okay, and apply this animate in, and also fade in, then zoom in effect 75, and duration, I'm just going to set it to 100, and apply this ease in out effect. Okay, so that's this, and now the actual the options list I'm just going to showcase here inside this viewport. So let's iterate through this options and get the each option, and here I'm just going to wrap inside this select primitive dot item. Okay, so fine. So key, it's going to be dynamic based upon the type along with the option ID. So here type appended with the option dot id. Okay, and here value, it's going to be the option dot id, and then the styling, so here let's have this rounded, have some, apply some pixel, 5 pixel, padding in all direction, let's say something like 1.5, and this select none, and also the outline none, then the transition all. Okay, and then for duration, I'm just going to 500, and the effect, I'm just going to add this easing out, then this radix highlighted, I'm just going to have this background to set to white. Okay, so, and also this text color, let's set it to white. Fine, and now here the item text, so item text, so here it's going to be nothing but we'll use the get object and get the option content, and here I'm just going to pass in this object option as d. Okay, so this is the select component for our language, theme, and font family. Okay, and next, it's going to be we'll need to have one more kind of selecting in the choices kind of for the font size and the padding values. Kind of it's nothing but the radio group primitive, and also for color mode same way like we did for the select. I'm just going to have here the new component. I'm just going to name this as choices.tsx. okay, so we do have here, I'm just going to rewrite kind of refactor same thing, but it's going to be, we'll be using all radix UI. That's the reason I'm creating a separate component. okay, so here inside this choices.tsx, let's again wrap this component inside this memo. Choices components, just going to wrap this inside this memo, so which is the choices, and this is again going to receive same the type, which is going to be here in this case of font size or padding or this color mode. okay, and choices, it's going to be the list of strings, and I'm just going to destructure this values here. okay, and finally here the same thing, I'm just going to get the value along with the update function from the store, and here it's going to be nothing but the state of type. okay, and then the update function, let's again use this use store state dot the update. okay, and I'm just going to import this radio group primitive, so here it's going to be radio group primitive as from radio group. okay, so I'm just going to install the same for the radio group as well. So this is going to be react-radio-group. so here let me have this, yep, radio group. okay, now let's wrap everything inside that radio group primitive root, radio group primitive dot root, and here default value we're going to set it to whatever value we have, and the value I'm just going to pass this value, and on value change let's pass this value to our update function. so here update along with the type, and then the styling, so let's make this display as flex, and height full, and items I'm just going to center them, justify to center. okay, fine, and inside this let's have a div with the choices wrapped inside them. so here again I'm just going to make this flex, have the height full, and the gap I'm just going to apply 3, and now let's iterate through this choices list, get the each choice, and wrap inside the item of this radio group primitive. so here key it's going to be the type with the choice appended. okay, and id, it's also, I'm just going to have the same thing, so id value, and then the value it's going to be the actual choice, and the styling. now here first thing, let's make the display as flex, and the items centered. okay, and justify also, let's center them, and have this corner rounded. okay, and in the x direction let's have padding, and y direction I'm just going to have 1, and the select none, and also I don't want any outline, have this border, and the border color I'm just going to apply this white, and the same thing in a background, let's set it to black, and have this transition all, and for the duration of 100, and the is in out effect. Okay, and however I just want the text color to be white, and the focus as well. Let's make this text color to be white, and then the have this ring the same way. The ring color, let's set it to white, and then the offset ring, I'm just going to have this offset. Okay, and then the let's have this color set it to black. Okay, so this is the styling, and then the radix state checked. Okay, so here I'm just going to change this background color to white. Okay, and again same text color, I'm just going to set it to white. Okay, fine. So yep, now just inside this we'll just have to showcase this choice. So this is the simple choices component for font size, padding, and the color mode. And finally one more component, the which is the custom component for helping us pick the color for the customized color. Okay, so for that I'm just going to have this here, the new file. I'm just going to name this as a picker.tsx. so here same thing, the function name, it's going to be the same export default function, the picker. And first thing, we will use the store to get the custom colors, and then the function to set the custom color, adding the custom color and removing custom color. So basically let's first get the custom colors, use the store, which is nothing but the state dot custom colors, and then the set custom colors. So here let's use this to get the state dot set custom color, same way for the heading. So add custom color. So here I'm just going to make this singular, and here it's going to be state dot add custom color. Finally the remove custom color. So here it's going to be the state dot remove custom color. So we have this all functions. Okay, and here like standard component for has showcasing the single color. So I'm just going to have that as one function, so which is the single color. And here this is going to receive props the color, which is going to be string, and then the callback function, which is the set custom color with the color as the input parameter, and return type it's going to be just the void. So let's get those values, so which is the color, and then the set custom color. Okay, so now here let's have this rendered section. So let me make this display as flex, and the direction column, and a gap let's say 3, and I'm just going to apply this picker. Okay, fine. So first thing is, I will have this exa color picker from, so I'm going to have this exa color picker from react colorful dependency. So here let me install this react colorful. So here I'm just going to import this x color picker from React colorful. Okay, so here I'm just going to have this. For this let's pass in this color value, which is going to be the input parameter of this. And on change, I'm just going to use this debounce helper and pass in this, set custom color and the time, let's say 300 milliseconds. Okay, so fine. So this is the color picker, and then the x color input thing. So the same way I'm just going to import this and pass in this color value on change. Let's do the same way we did. So pass in this custom color with the 300 milliseconds, and then the styling for this. Okay, so let's make this text to be centered, and the font type set medium, and make this as uppercase, and I don't want any outline. So, and then a background, let's have this transparent, and a text color should be almost white, and let's say some 40, and have this transition all, and for the duration of 100, then the is in out. Okay, and focus, let's have this text color, set it to white. Okay, so this is the component for so let me close this, for picking up the single color, and we'll make use of this for inside this picker for each custom colors list. Okay, so here let's have this wrapped everything inside this div. Styling for this, let's make this as a flex, and height and width, let's restrict it to 8 and 28 respectively, and have this gap of 2, and I want the rounded corners. Okay, fine. So now let's iterate through this custom colors and get the each color along with the index, and here I'm just going to set the unique key for each div with the styling, making this as relative, and also group. Okay, and here let's close this div, and first thing I'm just going to wrap everything inside this popover. So we have this component here. Okay, for popover also I'm just going to create one component. So basically here in this UI thing, so let's first create this and I'll come back here. Popover component, so we don't have that, so that's the reason. So export default function, the popover. Okay, so this is going to same thing. I have this children, which is going to be of type react dot react node, and then the content, it's also going to be react node type. Side, let's make this as optional, so it can be top, right, or the it can be a bottom, left. Okay, so and the offset, so I'm just going to, this is going to be of type number. So let's children, I'm just going to rename this to a trigger. And then the content side default, I'm just going to set it to top, and then the side offset, let's set default value to 4. And here I'm just going to use this react popover primitive, so from radix UI. So let's import this as popover primitive from radix UI deact popover. So we'll just install the same thing here, popover. Okay, so let me import this popover, and I'm just going to wrap everything inside that root, which is popover primitive dot root, and here the trigger, it's going to be nothing but the trigger, which is the children, and then the content, I'll just wrap them inside this portal, which is the content. Okay, site, I'm just going to set whatever we have received as the input param, and then the offset. So here side offset on focus outside, I'm just going to have this prevent default. Okay, and styling here, first thing I'm just going to make this as a relative, and the z index set it to 50. Sorry, z index I'm just going to set it to 50, and around it I'm just going to have this rounded LG, and padding to in all direction. Have this border, and then the border color, let's set the white color, background the black color. Okay, and have some shadow effect. Then backdrop, I'm just going to blur thing, and then finally have this animate in, fade in, zoom in effect, so 75, and for the duration of 100 milliseconds, and then the ease in out. Okay, so and inside this I'm just going to wrap this content. So this is the popover component. So now let's go back here to the pico component. Okay, so let's wrap everything inside this popover. So first thing is the content. It's going to be nothing but the component which is the single color, and we'll just pass the value for this, the color, and then the callback function to set the new color. So here let's just pass in this set custom color, and passing in the new color along with the index. Okay, so this is the content, and I'm just going to set the side offset for this 12, and close this, and inside this I'm just going to have the button. Okay, so button, this again, let's make this height to occupy full, and width let's say 8, and overflow I'm just going to hide it, and have this surrounded corners, and outline I just don't want any, and border, let's have 2, border color I'm just going to set it to white, some say 20. Okay, and then the have this transition all, and have this animate in, zoom in effect, and the duration I'm just going to set it to 100, and then the ease in out. Okay, and then focus, let's have the ring effect, same thing, I'm just going to have this ring color, set it to white, then the offset, so have this offset, and which is the color for offset, I'm just going to set the black, and then this style, so the background color will be nothing but whatever we have value inside this color. Okay, so yep, so this is the pop over component, okay, with the single color component and then the button wrapped inside that. Same way we'll have to have this, if custom colors is greater than 1, then I'll have to showcase the minus icon to remove the color, and if it's less than 3, and I just have to showcase the plus icon to add the color. Okay, so let me just complete that part. So here the custom colors dot length is greater than 1. I'm just going to showcase this button, and on click I'm just going to call this remove custom color callback function by passing in this index value. Okay, and first thing I'm just have to make this as absolute, and have this some right positioning, and then the top positioning, and by default it will be hidden, and height and width I'm just going to have this 5 items. Let's center and also justify, let's center them, and I just want this to be circle. Okay, fine, and this, then I just don't want it to be select, and also I don't want any outline. Same quickly, so border, and border color white, background I'm just going to set it to black, and transition all, and animate in, and then the zoom in effect, and for the duration of 100, let's have the season out thing. Okay, and hovering, let's just make this border color to white, and then the text color also I'm just going to make this white, and then the group hover I'm just going to have this display set to flex. Okay, and here the minus icon. Okay, so size, let's say some 12, and area it ends set to true. Okay, and then inside this span I'm just going to showcase this text. Okay, so which is going to say